Hello, chatto! It's Sundas, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, XG on the beach can finally get big. Yeah. It can finally begin. All I heard was this cackle from the other room as Pog had just come out of the pod. I had that really planned out as well. I was going to talk about how it can finally begin. We've got a couple more slots to fill. Polish sides are going to be cooking in Europe, potentially in the qualifiers today. We find out if they're actually on their own two legs again.
Good morning, FM reality show fans. Glove Island Season 1 was a huge success. I'm sure XG on the beaches as well. But
so.
What is next? I'm a midfield. Get me out of here or strictly come defending. Either way, when we build Denmark with Swan Boys HB Co, we will be cooking on pathetic computer men reality shows. Bring on the wheel.
In it. Wait, there was two subs at the same time. I've just realised. I'll let them speak. I'll drink and speak.
I'd like to take this opportunity to greet all the outraged Rangers fans who still can't come to terms with the fact that they lost to FC Wi-Fi password, Jagiellonia Białystok, in the Europa League qualifiers. Poland Girom. Hello everyone.
Oh dear. Exactly. There were people that could listen at a higher speed, I guess. I'm just gonna not speak for them. It's great.
D.
How long can he go without saying anything meaningful? He's not actually. I've done entire streams about that.
On the 76th moon I return to the temple. Coin in, number out, none now recall the covenant, only that it must be honoured. The prophecy is precise. The sphere shall be placed upon the spot, 12 paces from judgment, and a nation shall look away. It ends as it always ends. And yet the number must increase. Why
does that feel like something from the Three Body Problem? Or like some kind of like sci-fi book. Is that what we've got to now, Mikey? Right, where do I catch up? Let's see. So, Shadow Plays, thank you very much for the 14 months during the intro. Bubble, shout out Mum with the 69 months. You'll love to see it. Bearded Child, thank you for the 74 months and the very long message in there as well. Tomek, thank you very much for the 20 months on top of that as well. E. Clay as well with the 30. And then finally, Tozuk with the 76 months of absolute, whatever that was. We're back. Ah, dear, it doesn't look right. I did have a look at the idea of that Premier League wall chart thing, but they don't sell them for what I was looking for specifically. So what I may do is not make my own. That would be crazy. I don't have enough wall space. But I may still do the plan anyway, where I go through before the season, predict every single match, and then over the course of the year, we see how far I stray from God. Because it's going to get worse. As they always do when you make really direct, specific predictions at the start of a season and just see how far they branch away from that.
Try going outside and take some fresh air. One thing is to have an opinion in contradiction with another person, and another thing is to take a contradictory opinion and transform it in a personal insult. You sound very aggressive in your sentences, and that are not signs of a very shrewd person. It is sad to see so many low IQ, toxic, fat, random people.
Oh, God, of all the copy pastas, that one is my favourite. Steve as well. Thank you very much for the 31 months.
31
You'll love
months.
to see it.
Yeah, great deal this. I am just a vibe-loving Matto and FM fan.
Speaking of great deals, did I see randomly that we had drops today? And it was like Audible Premium or something? Because it randomly flashed up on my Twitch chat and then it's gone away now. But if we've got drops for that, then do you know what? That might be the best one ever, because I've not had drops for anything useful really in stream ever, because it's always stuff for games I don't play. But that's actually kind of sick. So if we do have that, then cool. Bente, thank you very much for the 54 months as well, my God. Thank you, man. Oh, how was Parkrun? Does Twitch think we can read? I don't know. It's awful. But yeah, as for the wall chart thing, I had a look on Amazon and I couldn't see anything. The problem is a full fixture one I suspect would be quite large, because if you think about it, 10 a week for 380 matches. I just don't know where that would be in terms of size. I saw some, but they didn't have enough like detail for enable you to actually like predict every game. 26, hell yeah. I don't know where I'd be on a 5k. At this point, probably around there actually, to be honest. I haven't done a 5k for a while because I haven't had anything that's forced me to do so, but I did 10k in, what was it, 53.11 last week. So actually, yeah, it probably would be around, around 26 I would have thought. I asked, I hope be named. So we actually asked the last stream, and according to her, she checked with my dad, and it turns out that they didn't have a name, and it was most likely just going to be the name that they gave my sister 5 years later anyway. Anticlimactic, some might say, but also most logical as well. Nothing specific, and Toffee Boy with the 30 and 27 much respectively as well. Holy shit, is it just like resub day? This is crazy. Thank you, friends. I really appreciate that. Moving around for various reasons. Yeah, I think so. What I'll do is... Oh, they've got one. Is this from last year? Oh my god, yeah. Oh, hang on. All the cookies. I just tried to literally hide that and realised that... The problem is... You have to download it, and then I can't... I mean, I ain't getting that printed. Like... Because that would have to be huge. Yeah, I think I'll do the other thing where I'll go through and find some website, because there are websites out there, right, that let you predict all of the matches and stuff, and then it builds you a league table and you can save it and all. So turn it to actual wallpaper. I think it would have to be, honestly. Yeah, speaking of actually Premier League things from this year, I got a little bit jealous seeing Tony open some Topps trading cards and stuff for the new season, and I've never collected anything. It reminds me of Smogfather the other day asking me about collecting things. So I purchased a little tin with some packs in of some Topps trading cards for the Premier League this year, and I might just occasionally open one of them on the stream because fun, basically, and it means that I could potentially write them off as an expense. Who knows? You've got to think about these things, friends. You've got to think about these things. So that might potentially be a little segment we might do from the future, depending on how that actually works out, potentially, as an option. Open, yeah, indeed, yeah. I mean, we don't get enough penalty shootouts for that, potentially, but I'm sure there'll be a reason why we can trigger it at some point. It could just be like a random thing that happens based on certain things in streams or something. Because I think the tin you can buy has like 5 packs. So that should be coming today. It might even arrive during today's stream. Who could say? Lisa. I mean, hey, Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa. And such. For the EFL League. Ooh, I don't know, actually. Probably not. My slutty little shorts. You love to see it. I've got my non-slutty little shorts on today. Just normal linen shorts. Although I did, yesterday, buy a pair of olive green chino trousers in a sale. Because I've been wanting a pair for a while. And Pog said that I was serving cake. Now, I think she's being extra nice to me. Because I've never served cake in my entire life. But maybe finally now all the gluteal... all the squatting is finally paying off. Your boy's launching a bakery. 30k channel points, but maybe. Although I'd have to limit it just to the number of them I actually have on me, I suppose. RNG on the beach. I think you find that's the exact same thing, Crab Heat. Silly. I think we've already established that. I feel like it's weird that we haven't had that. Let's see the cat. I couldn't possibly. TOS, innit? Nobody needs to see that. I mean, they do, but like, you know. Tune into the charity match perhaps next weekend, or technically, yeah, weekend after, I suppose. Maybe there'll be a cake cam. I don't fucking know. Words are hard. Check the Discord. Oh, I don't think I have the Discord open. I need to add that to my startup. It's the one thing I always forget to have open during stream is Discord, because it isn't set as part of my normal setup. For the Willians as well. I mean, at least we got the emote for that now. Let's see. Wait, where's it gone? Oh, in chat. Oh, okay. They're fancy ass shorts, to be fair. I can't lie. Those are decent shorts. Mike can make a full-time print of the fixtures. We did. Yeah, but like, hey, Mike, could you make me this giant wall-sized print, please, that takes up my entire wall? Me. I will mind you, Joe. I'll mind you very much. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. That's super nice of you. As it happens, Andrew, I actually have that exact thing. I have a button on my Stream Deck here that's just called Stream Stuff. And it basically is a multi-action that opens... essentially everything. So OBS, Spotify, Streambot, Songify, Steam, FM in a very specific order. It also turns the lights on and stuff, but there's a few things I need to add to it because I've not actually updated it in a while. So things like the temperature sensor and stuff aren't part of it at the moment. The back-end thing for the Whiz Quiz isn't built into it at the moment. I have to do all that manually currently. Not that that's much, it's just a load of bat files, but I should just add the clicking of the bat files as part of that, basically. But it's super useful to have things like that around because it is just a fucking pain. Although what I will say is, like, does always start FM twice no matter what I do, because I feel like FM... Does everyone else have this issue where you're trying to load FM and it just loads twice? So it loads... crashes midway through the actual loading and then loads immediately again without you having to touch anything. Because I feel like that's what happens if you accidentally trigger it without Steam fully loaded. No fun sound effects. The only sound effects I have on here now, or did I get rid of it? No, I think I got rid of it. We used to have the Patrice sound effect button, which would just play all those random yelling at Patrice things. But I think I had to move that just because Stream Deck have actually updated a few things. I've now got these built-in pages to it, whereas before you had to build them yourself. So I need to go redo my entire Stream Deck at some point as well, actually. Let me pay out the points as well, because I'm an idiot. And, oh, that's far too... Oh, wait, there was a lot of belief in me messing up today. Fair. I thought I might have won you over with 3 consecutive successes, but apparently not. Hello, Eric. Remove the ability to sort by contract on the national team view. Okay. So, let's just sort of... So we're going national team, so just, for example, Poland, right? So men's national team. Josh Shadow mode still is in there. Unfortunately, the music for it doesn't trigger the lights properly anymore because of the thing in the background broken. And in addition, I now get copyright claimed every time I play it. So I need to figure out how to... I need to route it through the same thing that does with the music you're listening to right now. So let me try and put in my... Oh, hang on. Wait. I just realised I don't have the contract on these anymore, do I? Even though I should have built that in. So... Sort by contract. So maybe the reason I didn't put it in here is for the exact same reason that you're struggling, which is that it isn't there anymore. It would have been under contract type, wouldn't it? I think you might be right. Let me check, actually. Is it? There's... General? Yeah, I think you might be right. In fact, I believe this has been like this the entire time. Unless one knows any different. I think that's what's happened, yeah, because I used to have a column on here, didn't I, that was like, it showed their contract type, whether it was part-time, amateur, or whatever. But the fact that I don't have it built into my current version of this view, which admittedly I don't even use that often, but it's there. The fact that it's not there suggests that when I went to make it, it wasn't available as a view, or even as a column, and they haven't presumably then added it back in. Yeah, it's strange how they just hide certain things. I know that in their head they're going, no one will use that. But then ultimately, it feels like a lot of these things are more difficult to take out than they are to add in. That's one of the things with the sort of curated kind of experience you get with the UI at times. It's like, it feels like sometimes they've gone out of their way to make things not visible that you would have wanted in the first place, or has a smaller use case, but surely would have been more difficult to take out than it was to just leave it as it was, right? The big clean Thursday. It went all right, actually. I still hoovered for an hour and a half because I was doing we're doing corners of rooms. I'm doing it in places I didn't even know existed, but it went reasonably okay. Other than the fact that it was like 36 degrees while we were doing it. I was full tarps off, just shorts and a hoover. That was me. That was my inventory that day, was just shorts and a hoover. But it did the trick. I mean, admittedly, literally, they rock up, as usual with these things, they rock up for about 5 minutes, take a couple of pictures, say, is there anything to anything that you need to report or whatever, and then they piss off. The worst thing is, though, that they hadn't told us what time they were coming on Friday, which is really annoying, and then finally gave us a 2-hour window, and I'm just like, this is a work day. I have things to do. You saw my contract then? Really? I don't know how he did that then, because are you sure that was on that specific screen? Because you can do it on other screens, but you can't do it maybe on national teams. So, for example, if I go to Corona Kielce's squad, and you notice that I have a contract column here, which I won't add on this column, but if I just go into like general attributes, as far as I know, I can add things like all that information exists on club teams, but not international teams. Which again is why it's weird, because the thing is, the game treats international and club teams differently this year. Hence why I had to build a separate view for national team squads. Do you remember during the really early stages of IFIM 26, you'd get like the national team view would be like a pop out. So the squad itself wouldn't be like built in like this. It would be in like a weird hybrid between the two different cards. Hello, Pog. Are you okay? Okay, she's just waving at me. He's gone to see the thing. Sort of. Oh, actually reminds me. Oh, speaking of that, there's a Pog. Good eye. Good eye. I'm here to talk about contracts. You all right? Mm-hmm. I've got a backpack, apparently. Is this part of my new squatting regime? Just doing back squats with you on my back. It's a great way to knock a shelf down.
I don't think you'd be able to do that.
I probably could.
I don't think you could.
I could do one.
We're not doing that on stream.
I've been put back there. No. I mean, I don't want to actually. But you have to get my back. I can piggyback. Go on, up.
I can't get on.
You really can't get on.
I can't get on.
Come on. Right, up we come. Right, you reckon I can't do more than one? This will be easy. Oh shit. And there they were.
This will be easy.
Famous last words. Turns out it won't be easy. Who knew?
You did realise I've weighed myself this morning. I'm a good 11 stone 12, right?
Well, you've got to test yourself. He's broken his spine, chat. Okay, well, there we go. I may have been quite literally hoisted by my own petard there somewhat. Oh, dear.
Happy Sunday.
Indeed. Well, at least now we know. What I was actually going to do was show fantasy points, because there was an update on there and I forgot to show it. Things are happening. Remember my age, indeed. How dare you? I'm fitter now than I was 10 years ago. If I was 26-year-old Matt would not have been even able to come close. Could Pog lift me though? Probably. Like, just straight up lift me? Yeah, absolutely. I'm a feather and such. Ah, dearie me. National teams. I'd love to see this. Eric, have you got a link? Because I'm curious now myself about this. See if we can figure out what's to the bottom of this. Maybe Z found a way. Because there's always ways. It's just sometimes we don't know what those ways are. Oh dear. Yeah, a screenshot would be cool actually. That would give us a pretty good indication, because if given it was the start of the game cycle, it was likely the early skin anyway. It just looks like I'm being strangled. It was never seen again. Yeah, it could be that they've hidden it under a different column name or something, so that it shows up in like something random. It's like my whole team.
Can you show me that picture again?
What picture? You mean that? Just the animated emoji version of that. Sorted. I think I'm running out of slots for those. That's
Just
it.
collapsing.
Just the collapse, yeah.
Yeah.
Poland's finances collapses. Matt's back collapses. It's all going off. Oh dear. Right, yeah.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Pog. I'll just keep it on that screen for a second. Actually, I'll tell you what. Because after last stream, I forget which actual... Like, we played the GKS game, but we also waited for something else, and I forgot what it was. There was some kind of event that we were anticipating happening, and I've now completely forgotten what it was. Let me just check the transfer in case it was something to do with transfers. Oh, I'll take... Oh, it was the goalkeeper, wasn't it? Also, by the way, check this out. I found another goalkeeper who was released by Barcelona. And I thought, well, it can't hurt to have him here. He just got released by Barcelona and was available. I think it was Barcelona. It might have been Real Madrid. It was one of the two. Oh, no, it was Real Madrid. My apologies. Real Madrid. And I thought, for the price that he was available for... And the thing is, we already had him fully scouted, and I assume it's because he was a player that I'd probably been shown in a scout report or something. And then just, he's 25, we don't care about him. Plus, he probably had a huge value at the time. But then he just got released and no one wanted him. Yeah, he's worthless, I think, because... I actually don't know. I think he's only just signed for us, which is probably a factor. But, like, his attributes aren't bad. He's consistent, doesn't like big matches. So, he's pretty... I think I already loan lot. Did I loan list him? Yeah, I did. Just in case. Oh. Who actually plays? Well, the lineup's subject to change, obviously, on account of the XG on the beach today, which is not complete. We still need 4 more members of the XG on the beach. So, the 15-year-old. Which one? I think we did. But, there was a 15-year-old we signed, wasn't there? Oh, this guy, the goalie. Yes, we did sign him. Who's still 15 now, actually. Yeah, he wasn't great. That's just strikers, yes. That will do it. Fuck assassination attempts. Trick him into it. Trick him into it. Apparently, I need to do more squats. That's the level we're at now. I found my... That will be my goal.
No,
once I can squat a pog. Yes?
Because I'm like 74 kilograms. Or something a bit more than that.
Yeah, I must admit, I don't normally go beyond about 45 when I'm doing... So that's with dumbbells, so... But obviously, yeah, of course, but remember, that's not 1 rep maxing. I'm doing that to like 3 sets of 12, so... Oh. Especially just closing in 0. I don't know. I've already paid out the predictions, in fairness, so I don't know what's happening with that. That could be another Twitch thing, basically. But yeah, that is Eric, our 15-year-old goalkeeper, who is probably the best goalie I've ever seen at this age, I would say. Genuinely. Hello, Josh. 8-month-old, very busy. I imagine so, yeah. Happening with the stream this year. So, recap the entire thing. That's a toughie, obviously. Best players at the moment, given that this is the beginning of season 17. I still think it's probably Montparnasse, isn't it, realistically? Hang on, we'll just turn off the unavailable so we can actually see him, because he's actually currently injured at the moment. I think our best player is still Stefan Montparnasse, and has been for about the last decade. He's just probably the best player I've ever had in FM, honestly, and has played like that. I mean, he's got nearly 200 league goals from central midfield, which is outrageous. So, Joseph Piper, thank you very much for the 24 months as well. It's super nice of you, my friend.
Hello
To
there.
recap it all. Hello. We've got up to third in the coefficients really quickly. But then we slumped down a little bit once the Spanish Scourge situation happened, which is where basically Spain became so overpowered with their regens that everything, we sort of felt bad about even signing them because they were not realistic. So that's still kind of going on in the background, which made it more difficult. But we then slipped all the way down to 5th and have slowly been working our way back up since then. Poland now as a country is back up to 4th place as of the start of next season, likely 3rd place as well because Germany had an absolute stinker of a year. It took till season 16, i.e. last year, for the first non-us side to win a European trophy, largely because of that, I suspect, which was Radomiak. They finally took they won the Conference League last year in one of the boringest games I've ever watched. And now Poland has entered a financial crisis situation, which means that basically all of the club's budgets went super conservative. They sent loads of the loans back that weren't on the 2-year ones, or were in the wrong year of their 2 years. And as a result of that, this year is largely going to be about, for Poland at least, whether they can stand on their own 2 feet and what they do without as much loan farm help. They'll still have it, but not as much, because some clubs simply can't afford it. Durgashan Özcan, ooh. Good jumping, really good jumping reach. I'd still kind of feel like Eric might even be better, given that he's younger. But they're very closely matched, for sure. Watch the Community Shield match there. It's going to suck, isn't it? I will probably watch it just because I'm at that stage now where I just kind of want football. Oh, speaking of football, I renewed the FPL League. So if you're already in it, it should just push you straight into it again for another year. But if you want to join it, !FPL, and that's our like official sort of FPL league as well. So that's now been reset. Wow. Hang on. Panathinaikos are bottom. Not just bottom, but like they are heavy bottom. Like they've got lead glutes. That's actually also shout out to the fact that you're not even. I suppose if you win your game in hand, you'll probably go back on top on goal difference, right? But still, competition prediction, right? So did I see that the Community Shield's not being played at Wembley or something? I swear I heard something about it was being played at some other stadium. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Cardiff, yeah, I thought I heard something about Cardiff. As in at the Millennium Stadium or something else, or has it got a different name? I heard something like Principality something. I'm guessing that's just what they call it these days. The Weekend's playing at Wembley when that's... You think Wembley would have that date locked in beforehand, but hey, whatever. I think it's kind of cool, honestly. I actually miss Cardiff's... I miss the Millennium Stadium and that as a venue for matches. I miss the days when, England, you moved around a lot more. So 20 years ago. I mean, I guess it was actually 26 years ago, arguably. And predictions for the... Arsenal are missing quite a few people. City have got some injuries. So, I mean, it's giving 1-1 and then a penalty shootout. It just feels like one of those games that there'll be a set-piece goal for City, and that'll be like a story point because Arsenal concede one instead of scoring one. Arsenal will get just a normal goal back later on, maybe second half, and then straight to penalties. Just like, yeah, whatever. Like... to find the best ones. It depends, because ultimately, like, oh, hello. Jesus! Love that. I like that he has the same exact problem as Montparnasse as well. Actually, to be fair, as far as players that have more, like, over a certain amount of attributes, right? Dusan Obradovic actually has more attributes above 10 than Montparnasse does, because he's got that extra little sneaky bit. He doesn't have a single one that's below 10. So, yeah, ultimately with Nugent Scouting, obviously there's like the things you want to do to get the best ones, but not all of them apply at every stage of a save and at every club, right? Because there's certain things that we can do now that I couldn't have done, say, season 2, or even if I was at that same state at like season 6, for example. So I think it's really helpful to know like where you're at in your save and with who, because then you can kind of get pointed in the right direction towards what might actually be more beneficial for you. Because in the early stages, seasons 3 to 6, the amateur scouting thing for Belgians is absolutely fucking lit. Whereas if I did that now, it'd kind of be a bit pointless. One thing I do want to do, though, is potentially set up a transfer room in before we progress at all today, because I recalibrated the script. So it should actually not screw up this time. And before I do that... Oh, excuse me. Burping like crazy today. Let's grab that up there as well. And let's do a Harold Bush of Ultra, so I can try and sort that out in the background while you're doing that. Harold, take it off. Don't have Belgium loaded. You don't need Belgium loaded. That's the neat part. Right. But what I will need to know is what sort of database setup you're running. Is it like my optimal one? What's the sort of structure of what you've actually got loaded? Because it should still work, but it's the... efficacy will vary.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
True facts. Right, so Cassiopeia, actually, great shout. Cassiopeia could be one of the clubs that I'd wouldn't mind doing for the beta next year, potentially, for 27. Let me just quickly load my script to get that running in the background while we discuss this, because, where's it gone? Get that. Hopefully this actually works this time. Press the right button, Matt would help. Nope, okay, cool. I may have to progress. I think it's because I calibrated on this exact same screen and now it's all messed up. God's sake. Right. F10. Oh, is it escape? That's the one. Right, okay, let me try that again. It's because I calibrated on this and I was dicking about with the actual requirements before, so I might have moved it into slightly the wrong place, which is a little unfortunate. Yeah, I think it's because what I often do is I take the intro songs out of the play queue, so if it's 10, 15 songs after that, it sometimes appears twice because of it. What have I done? I did recalibrate this morning, but I may actually have to progress it. Remind me after the match and I'll set it up again. Because I think it's because sometimes when you dick about with certain things on this screen, like adding things and removing things, it does just subtly move certain parts of the screen. It's really annoying that FM does this. Hello, Basil. Garden was in the relegated Portuguese team before. Oh. Do you mean Mr. Pimenta? I think I had a requirement first, didn't I? Or did I not create? I think I did create one. You normally have to have a dummy requirement. Unless I accidentally built the... Maybe I built the validation without the dummy requirement. I don't think I did, though. Can't even use my own tools. This was the guy that got relegated. Unfortunately, his PA is looking a little unfortunate. But it is what it is. Oh, did you miss this? Oh. His dad. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait. Well, you're right. There is actually a... wait, further personnel... None listed. But in my headcanon, absolutely, he is. Oh, now I can't scroll chat. I mean, he is to me. Been having a rough time this year for a rough start. That's good though. That's what we want. We want a tough team. I don't want to take over a team that's going to likely get promoted straight away. I mean, they will because we'll do it, right? With county promotions got installed and champs have resigned to the Cassiopeia job, got relegated, won the cups, playing Europa League football second division. Okay, oh that's kind of sick actually. So the crucial thing is though, what sort of setup are you running database-wise in terms of leagues loaded? Sorry, forgive me if you already told me and I missed that. Because it doesn't matter entirely, but it will matter a little bit. So the Belgian thing I talk about, you don't actually need Belgium loaded. In fact, arguably, by not having it loaded, it's better, weirdly, because it triggers the game to do weird shit. Judging players CA and PA. Somebody, I don't know. Ultimately, they've all got reasonable judging of that, so it's not likely to be the biggest issue in the world. We suspect it's more likely that he has maybe a slightly lower ceiling, basically. But yeah, this is he. This is Pimenta. This is his agent, who's 41. I mean, again, headcanon. He's 41. Definitely his dad. Who else does his dad represent? Is there any other Pimentas in there? His dad actually looks a little bit prolific. He's got 133 dudes on the book. We just sort by name. See if there's any other Pimentas. Has Bro got brothers? Oh, no. No. Oh, wait, hang on. He's got a... Oh, there he is. He's literally right there, mate. You melon. Silly. How many strikers have we got? We've got 7 for it currently. I believe. Let me just check. I've managed to get them all on the bench and they're all registered. So at the moment, there's 7, which means we've got 4 more slots available, essentially. At the moment, these are those. Let me just... show you the 7 that we have currently, and then we can sort of work out what we want for our requirements for the other 4, because we've got some guys that hit certain targets, as it were. Let me just do all positions to get rid of them, and then just bring in attackers. So obviously that's going to include some of the these guys. So you've got Blanco, obviously, who is just, he's here because he's good. Giocan, who is here because he's tall, aggressive, mental, and actually still quite good at the same time. So he's our giant guy. Then we've got Mwanga, who is here because he's young, nippy, from an interesting sort of background, and also looks like he's got decent PA. And he was just here as well, which kind of helped. We've got Okada, who is a similar story, but he's really, really small. 5'3", no jumping reach. He's a proper, diminutive type striker as well. What we're doing with the original strikers, how do you mean? Bear in mind, this is only to add to that. The original strikers are still here, obviously, and will play. These guys are sort of filling the extra slots, basically. That's their play over the course of the year. And then Pimento, obviously, is number 7. He is here because, well, he was worth £72 million, and we got him for 6. Now, I think that 6 is actually more valid, to be fair. And then lastly, well, for the moment at least, we've got Stig Gunnar Krutor, who is more of a winger/striker, but also he's here because he's really good too. Like, extraordinarily good, basically. He's actually insane. So he's also back in the fold as a result of his loan farm ending. So I guess that leaves the what are we looking for from our last 4. So the Tanzanian Bulgarian dude, he's already here and I can stick it in. Pair with a new guy. Pretty much, yes. Depending on certain games, obviously, that's likely going to be the play. It'll be one of them paired with him. Although, I am entertaining bids potentially for Gomez, which would lead us with just El Shankiti and Sharpak as our striker options, essentially, which I'm fine with because it would allow us to sort of really clear the debt, essentially. Yes, Dusan is back, baby. If you missed this, Dusan Obradovic is also back on a free transfer from Arsenal. We sold him to them 4 years ago, for 45 million, and now he's back for free. And he can still 100% do a job. He's my guy. Boss in the league. Maybe we should manage the women's team instead. At least we'll have that as an option, I suppose. Or probably not, actually, will we? But level on the wheel to be the name guy. Yes. So the Bulgarian Tanzanian guy, let me just see if I can find him. It was Panev, wasn't it? I think you're right. He probably should be in there. There is a couple of, obviously there's other options of players that are already at the club that we might want to consider it a part of it as well. Where's he gone? Was he before then? He might have been... I think his name was Panev, right? There he... Oh, Penev. This is he. He doesn't have the potential, but he's certainly worthy of a look. I think you're probably right. It's good to have someone in there like that, like a kind of like a Rim Kim Song type beat player, right? Because we'd at least learn things if he won, because it would be very surprising if he did, to be honest. So I think he might actually earn number 8 to give us that extra option now. We'll have to try and find a register him. Oh, no, I won't need to register him. He's only 19. Love to see it. Normal target when I get promoted. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, my apologies, Callum. Did I once again miss the part where we talked about database? Shit. I'll do it on my other screen. I'll scroll and find it. Have I won the Champions League? Okay. We still haven't got anywhere on the actual database setup, which is what I'm trying to get at. But yeah, we have won 2 Champions Leagues, in fact. One I sort of put an asterisk by a little bit because of the way that it came about, but the second one was much more satisfying. I very much enjoyed that one. Oh, the Tartariori type dude, yes, for sure. Absolutely huge striker. We actually already have that. Chiokan is 6'7". He is basically the tall guy, basically. And tall and mental, too. A strong boy would be quite good, yeah. Number 2 best candidate. Probably Basil. That's how we ended up with Sven. Well, sort of. That's how Sven ended up being there. Either the number 2 candidate or the most memeable candidate, I suppose. Got to give him the job, right, at that point. Yeah, we need to have someone... The thing is, you want a couple of vibesmans in there that have like weird characteristics because they still tell you information. Because if those characteristics actually work in their favour, even if they're not good, it still gives you a blueprint for the future. In the same way that we had some bad but tall dudes with good aerial stuff on the goalkeeping one, and although they didn't win, they did way better than the other bad dudes. Dribbly guy. I think you're right. We want strong dude, dribbly dude, and something else. I'm holding up 3 things and I don't know why. Let's see if we can do some like just basic scouting here. Let me just see if there's anything else that needs to be clicked on this one. I mean, other players may come across it. Krutter's kind of dribbly. I don't think he's like... He's got like 16 dribbles, doesn't he? 16 dribbling. He's pretty good. Pure pace. To be fair, he's not pure, but he's as close as you're going to get to it. It's tough though, because you've got to be trying to find a guy that's got that and has a little bit of quality about him at the same time, or at least has PA, perhaps. Let's clear this for the time being. We want them to be like 21 or under, ideally, because we want to have the future, ideally. Although, I might put it to 23, just in case, because we could find a guy who, while isn't actually going to be the guy, could give us information to be the guy. Flair as well, yes. Composure focus. I feel like that's too sensible. As in, like, we have all of our good strikers already have composure, and it's kind of like we already know that composure is quite important. I guess what we're looking for is things outside of that might be not intangible, more tangible than, say, it'd be like I was looking for one with good finishing. Like, we kind of expect that they're going to need to have decent finishing, I guess. Let's do that and just say accomplished at striker, so we don't get, just in case there's a winger that's like usable as well. Yeah, a couple of the tall boys have good composure. I think Sven does. That's for Sven. Wait, is it Sven? Stig, not Sven. Jesus. Set up 3 centre backs, 2 DMs. Jesus. I mean, hey, if it works, then it works for them, right? Right, let's go attributes. Try and see. Did we look for flair, or was that on goalkeepers last year or something? I feel like we might have done already. Or did we find a flairy dude? Minimum 15 flair. Okay, that's way too many people. What am I doing? Let's make this more like 20. Fuck it. Still 300 people after all, right? Not recognized as a striker, but with striker attributes. 100%, the problem becomes actually finding that player. That's the downside. It's like, how do we actually locate? I mean, Carlos Zambrano has quite high flair, possibly. If nothing else, he's worth a... Oh, I'm already scouting him, apparently. Sure. Obviously, those are guys we already know about. Let me just... We know they've all got decent-ish flair. Short Japanese guy probably is quite flary as well. I think that's maybe how we came across him, because we were looking at... Didn't he just keep showing up on several different attribute searches at the same time? Let me just put a striker scouting view on so we can actually be a bit more sensible about this. What was the one I use? Because... I think it's this one, right? It might not actually have flair. Oh, no, it does have flair on it. So there's a couple. There's a guy at Atlanta United. Alejandro Ruiz. Actually, I tell you what. He's actually more likely to be kind of decent. 18 minimum of flair. Very fit as well. Decent finishing. Alejandro. He's from the media. You may have seen him on the telly box. There's Jess Moncourt. Wasn't that why we were scouting Jess Moncourt, maybe? Because of the flair. Tondela, dude. I'm looking for like any kind of patterns I see. He's okay. He's probably Spanish Scourge, isn't he? Technically, no. Because there will still be some 23-year-olds that probably do count for that. In fact, I'm noticing quite a few random Spaniards in here. So I might just nudge that down to 22 just to clear those guys out, because we are still just on the tail end of that. Alejandro from the telebox. Yep, I think he's earned... That's definitely an option. So it's Alejandro from Atlanta United. Now, he cost us a bit of cash, but we've got money. We've got Dr. David Kelly here. I mean, he's a bit of a weapon as well, actually. Not that kind. Quite a few MLS-based players actually showing up here. Very high flair on the lads. There's this guy here with really good determination. I guess dribbling, finishing, first touch is like the trifecta type of thing here. So he's got very good finishing. Does... Who's this? Said Awad. There's some quite good players just cutting about. I guess because they've got decent CA. I do quite like the idea of Alejandro being the flary man, particularly as we know that he has minimum 18 flair, whereas I feel like the others, realistically, it drops to minimum 16 quite quickly. The only one with minimum 19 is the guy at the top, Tiago Dobler, but that is really the only thing he does. His job is beach and techers. I wouldn't be opposed to just punting on Alejandro. Now, if they want 8 million, it does start to get a little bit more feisty there. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, he's got, like, he looks like he might actually be an okay striker outside of just his pure flair. 21. Let's see what they actually want. 5 million. Oh, he's got release clause of 5 million. Were they set slightly less? No, okay, that's fine. To be fair, they have made that very clear. Wait, hang on. Yeah, 5 million. We'll offer 5 million for him. We've got the cash. And we'll probably get some more as well. Okay, I like him. Yeah, if you could get, maybe we could call him Alejandro Rick Ruiz Flair. That doesn't really work, does it? Okay, so flary guy, potentially, if he doesn't want something stupid. Strength guy, maybe. I do like the idea of a proper Adama Traore type player, perhaps. Right, strength. This one would be a bit more niche, perhaps, as well. 36 people with high strength. And we haven't had a good American for a while, too. Now then, we don't have strength listed on here, annoyingly. But I can add it. Because that's what we're doing, right? Physical strength. Okay. So the strongest, in theory, player... Oh, there's a guy at Rakov! Not that I'd want to take them from him, potentially, but... He's very strong. Is Pavel Trompt. Polish Akinfenwa, yeah. Or there's also Walter Tavares. He's a bit intriguing. Problem is, these guys we've got a bit less knowledge of, annoyingly. There's also a guy, Dino in Moscow. Vadim Kravchenko. Yeah, I think these guys are definitely all options to scout. Is he actually... This guy's actually represented by Pimenta's dad. He is! I wonder if we can get it in there. Potentially. Because he's alright. So knowing that we don't know more information about these guys, I guess it's because the sort of players you'd know strength on is a bit of a weird one. Anyone else sort of really... The thing is, no one else is really showing up as being... Let me just set it to 19, because there might be some guys we know more about that have got closer boundaries as far as their strength goes. Although, for example, like this guy here. Alexei Hamidov. He's not bad, actually. Uzbek as well. Minimum 15 strength. Good finishing. Good composure. Can finish. Alexei's... And it's minimum 15. Which means it's possibly going to be closer to... And I'm just not seeing anyone else that's really standing out as being... Obviously, there's some players you could take risks on. One star weak foot, which is... That'd be quite a fun one, actually, where he just... It's only used stand-on for his other leg. Volta Anapimenta, he's trying to rebuild his son in the aggregate. I don't hate the idea of Hamidov being the Stronk boy. Cheap enough. No Uzbek cap, surprisingly, which is a little concerning. He's going to have no PA, but he does offer... Oh. Alright, sorry, Alexei. Didn't realise that you weren't... Oh, great. Just when you think you found the man, and then that happens. What about... Have we considered Wally Huffer? I think we might have... It's Wally Huffer of Reading. I mean, he's from Uxbridge. I'm not sure. He might be a little... He actually has played for Reading, to be fair. Whoa, hang on. Jesus Christ. He hasn't actually scored for Reading, but he has played for Reading. Like, when he was probably about 16, he played for Reading. Okay. I'm intrigued by Wally Huffer. Yeah, the loan to Tutor as well, over in Albania. Maybe Reading have an affiliate agreement with them. Oh, let me just offer you 5. Okay, you want 6. Tell you what, just for you lads, I will just, to make sure that we're being financially sensible about this, I'll offer you, that's not what I meant to do. I'll give you 7.5, but you've got to let me pay through it like that. Like, they could have had him a bit more, but like, I like the... He's got the name. He's likely going to have at least 16 strength. I know we could have maybe got a guy that's a tiny bit stronger, but it seems like it's tough to find... Particularly on younger players. Like, older players, I bet we probably could find a stronger dude. If I was to just dump this up to, say, 26, I'd be willing to bet that we find some guys with slightly higher strength here, but mostly Spanish Scourge players, it would seem. So we've got Wilson Moreno, is an extremely strong boy. Oh, there is the option of do we just go for an older player, because they tend to develop strength slightly more as they get older. Just because it is like one of those things that comes with time. So we've got some guys in this sort of range here, like Walter Moreno. Barca dude. Oh, yeah. Juan Ramon Benitez. He's £90 million, unfortunately. He's a little out of our range, sadly. There's a freebie here, though. Enrico Mek... Good name, but probably Scourge, right? I'm assuming these guys are all sort of Scourgy boys. Actually, wait. He's not Spanish. It's probably not a wise idea, actually. I don't hate this dude. He's very cheap. But he's absolutely Scourgy, right? Yeah, from Meia. No, I like Wally Huffer. I like Wally Huffer. I think his name has won me over with old Walster. Let me go to 22 again. So, what was that? We've got Strong Guy, Flary Guy. What was the third one that we decided was quite a nice little rounding things off? Blackburn, thank you for the 16 months. Ooh. Oh, hell yeah. Oh. Some of the managers in your league in a couple of seasons are going to be fire. Not be any good, but they'll be fire. And that's the main thing. That's insane. Right, let me just catch up. Was there a look-up? There was a look-up. Region top flights, if Bodder still is good there. I imagine they probably are, just because Norway, with it not being switched on, will largely have been dominated by whoever is the best team incumbent, sadly. But we can find out. Maybe there has been some changes. Oh my god, I tell a lie. It's completely gone the other way. Don't know why I even said that. I suppose when it not being turned on, it actually sometimes does the opposite. You either get complete hegemony or you get complete chaos. Norway have chosen chaos. So yeah, Bodder, 2 titles for Rosenborg, then 1 for Mulder, or Mold if you're Ed Chapman. Another 1 for Bodder, back to Mulder, Braun, Mulder, Bodder, Viking get 1, 3 straight titles for Mulder, then Braun, Bodder, Mulder again. Tromsø got 1 second place in there. Fredrikstad got a... That's real life, isn't it? Anyone else really? Christiansen got a couple in there too. Shout out to Tromsø. Did I see correctly that Tromsø are playing Brighton in the Europa League or something? In the gob, indeed. I love Ed Chapman. That's going to be cool. Quite literally for the away leg, especially. Without a good team. Oh. Jesus. Seems like it may have hit the league form quite hard as well. I guess rotation is kind of imperative at that point. And you're like, you've got to prioritise the Europa League because you need the money. But at the same time, you don't want to get relegated. That's a toughie. What was the previous one? Sorry, I can't scroll very well. Twitch is an absolute nightmare as far as... oh my God. The third tier. Oh, that's insane. They won the DFB from the third wow. It's like you occasionally see those second tier cup winners, but third tier is insane. Yeah, it does tend to happen. See, for example, Hadrian showing earlier that he had in one of his saves, or his current save, Greece are like, what was it, 6th in the coefficients or something crazy? It's very Coupe de France. Parsi boy. A Parsi boy could be... Let me just look at the attributes, see if anything stands out to me as being... So we don't need goalkeeping ones. Technical stuff is fine. Passing sort of stands out there. There's work rate as an option as well. Potentially. Passing. Let me just set this to 20. See if we can find an absolute pass box. This Matt Green is at Manchester City. The annoying thing about him is he's probably actually good as well. But he's also £30 million. I might scout him anyway, just to see what his PA's like. But he's quite fun. He's a proper, like, advanced... He's actually a wide playmaker type of player. He's fast as well. There's also Tufik Meyer here, who's got good passing, but the rest of him is leaving a lot to be desired. He's only 15, actually, so we'll scout him anyway, just in case he does turn out to be potentially quite good. This guy's got... There's a guy Maribor, a guy Godoy Cruz, Daniel Dorrego. His passing's passable. A dribbling. Yeah, a guy with really good dribbling could work. Like, really good dribbling. It would have to be 19 plus realistically for me. Otherwise, it sort of doesn't differentiate them enough from the other players that already have reasonably good dribbling, I suppose. Let's do a bit of that. Oh, hello. The highest we can see is 16. Doesn't mean they've got 16. They could have higher than that. He's a Dakosuke and he's wanted by... Oh, that's not a good sign. Alpha Baldi is a good... Alpha Balde actually is an exceptional name, which is helping his cause slightly, I must admit. There's Harbottle. That's a good name. It's always good when you see footballers that have your surname when you don't see a lot of people that actually do have it. I can't remember the last time I saw a footballer with mine, which is weird because it's a fairly common name, I guess. Hello, Hazard. I'm fantastic. I found this in the bottom of the drawer today. I was like, I'm one of those people that goes into the clothes drawer and just usually takes out what's on the top 2 layers, maybe. And I noticed that my Cambridge United dinner plate shirt had been pushed very much to the bottom with all the new stuff I'd been buying. So I decided today was a good day to bring out the other shirt. He's not bad, but 21 second tier team looking after him. What about Suniusk? Nikolai Hansen. Nikolai's a bit better. Off the ball's very high as well. He's certainly passable. Because I want to get them locked down as soon as possible. Because that way they can start getting involved, pretty much. Because obviously we're going to today's game with a slightly depleted amount of them. This guy here, actually, Stan Myers. £31 million. God damn it, man. I got excited then. But he's probably part of the reason that Utrecht have done so well, though he's never actually played for them as it happens. High dribbling and balance. It could do, yeah. What about if I do high dribbling and balance? So I add a secondary one. Or agility, perhaps. We go for high dribbling and high agility at the same time. And that should really narrow it down quite a lot. That leaves us literally with 15 dudes. Some of whom actually look quite good. Balance was the winning penalty stat. Oh, interesting. In that case, maybe we could switch to 2 balance then. If the game would let me. Oh, I have to do it on the other screen, don't I? Let's try balance then. None. Okay, that sort of shows how it's 2 guys in the entire database. There's a guy called Thank God and Woke. Now, the thing I like about him is that he's bad as a striker. And that's actually weirdly beneficial. And he's called Thank God and Woke. Also, I feel like we looked at this guy last stream. Because we looked up Thank God as a name. And I'm pretty certain I literally joked about this guy's name during that stream. he might be the last one. Thank God. No. Okay. Sean Dyche would hate him. This is perfect. Go on. Yes. I like the fact that he's got bad actual striker attributes too, because it means that if he does do anything, it's going to have to come from his standouts rather than just pure strikery stuff. Because he doesn't have any. And the name. Him and Wally Huffer. Superb. Okay. Now, obviously, we can't do anything because I've got to go into today's game. But it means we have to spin the wheel, of course, because that's just how it goes. So, we have currently got 8 of them, I think. Let me just make sure I can find Mr. Penev, make sure he's available as well, which means I can now stick him on the bench too. Instead of, who do I want to bring off the bench? Probably Akbash, because I'm not bringing on a centre-back realistically, am I? A long shots merchant. Maybe, but we're running out of spaces now, basically, because that would be the last 3, because we've already got 8 now. Now, obviously, we could maybe move out Penev, but because he does kind of offer a lot of the same things as the tool. Does he, though? I think the problem with Penev is that he might be not offer anything specific. He's just kind of got an interesting nationality combination, so he might be the one that I potentially would switch out as an option for someone else. Watch him come in and do something absolutely godlike. Right, where we at? That'll do that. We'll get us going. Now, we didn't decide what we were going to do for the other boxes this time around. I guess free was always my choice. The dark red one was always chat's choice. And I guess the push your luck one, what would that be? Maybe just, I don't know what would even put at that point. 20 pace and acceleration guy is probably unlikely to even be able to find one because it is so rare. But we do have some pretty fast guys. It's going to land on it, isn't it? Oh, it's 9. We don't have 9 yet. God's sake. It was nearly your choice there, chat. But we do have some fastish. Most of our players are quite fast anyway. Stig's probably the fastest of them. Actually, Gomez is pretty quick, to be fair, but obviously, no, he's not part of it. See my son. Yeah, it does seem like it's an odd one. Oh, God, not again. It's going to be 9 again, isn't it? It's 11. Ah, dear. This is why I want to try and get these guys signed. Thank God we're going to get these guys signed up, because it's just going to land on the tiny segment that it wasn't before. Will we both strike? Oh, that's a good shout, actually. Yes. Okay, I like that, Anarith. So if it lands on the push your luck thing, this one, then it's both of them get to be from XG on the beach. I'll choose one and the wheel can choose the other or something. I like that. That's a cool idea. Oh, hello. Okay, this is getting stupid now. Oh, dearie. Statistically, this is actually quite unlikely now at this point. I'm very good. I just wish this wheel could actually land on something useful for us for once. That would be fantastic. The wheel will keep spinning until morale improves. I have noticed that even over the course of the 15 or so times I've had to spin it from my other save. Here we go, finally. Oh, very close. It's number 6, which... It's the guy who's already in the team. Now, since I don't have that rule this time, because we're switching it after every game no matter what, how did it balance? You're right, I should get myself down to quick fit with my wheel. They would laugh me out of the shop. It'd be brilliant, actually. Okay, that will do then. In you come, Jacob. Love to see... Oh, shit, not this again. Yeah, I suppose I can't have all of them on the bench because it probably will get a little bit silly. Mostly because I wouldn't be able to register enough players for it. That's why Olakovsky was on there, wasn't he? And then I have to leave another gap, don't I? I was trying to have as many of them on the bench as I could. Maybe the top-rated ones get to be on the bench or something. The ones who've done the best or something, after a certain period, they get to be the one... You have like 3 of them all on the bench or something to just kind of fill that slot out, because obviously the league will be a bit more difficult otherwise. Oh, new AC1. Good for you, buddy. Negotiate contract. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, let's do it in the middle of the game. That seems like a great idea, FM. I swear this never used to happen on FM24 and such, where you'd go to a game and the game would be like, oh yeah, now you've got to negotiate contracts. Like, can't I do this after? Loaned out this season? No. You're part of the big deal, buddy. Loaned out indeed. Bloody hell. Let me offer you a bit more cash up front to try and get rid of that absolute heinousness. There we go. That didn't even take that much, to be fair. They want a loan back. I want him to not go back. Right, Wally Huffer. I'm very curious about Mr. Huffer here because we're paying quite a lot for him because Reading. but I just know nothing about him. He could be good or absolutely terrible. He's most likely going to be terrible, but he's got what we want, and that's what matters. Right, you're a youngster. You're going to be loaned out. You're not, obviously. I can offer you a big 5-year contract. And they will just fall into the loan farm as well. You have a youth and day player we're at 81. I love that. Oh, I thought it was going to screw us there. 3-star PA incoming. I mean, to be fair, I've had some really good players ask for youngster contracts, and it's usually down to do the world rep, but I've also had some absolutely shocking players ask for, like, regular starter. Quite a lot recently, and I haven't quite been able to figure out why as a result of this summer. I wonder if it's something to do with the finances. They just assume we're bad. I mean, we kind of are. Lesser than we were, but it's also worth keeping an eye on the other Polish side's transfer spending and stuff. Also, something I've noticed, you know this early match highlight you get no matter what you do? If you just go into tactics and then click cancel, it skips it. And I know that's not going to save you a huge amount of time, but sometimes that first highlight of the match highlight can go on for like 2 minutes for absolutely no reason. So I just go into the tactics, cancel it straight away, and it skips straight through the highlight. Also, new kits today, courtesy of Pass Pro. We're rocking another brand new set here, and we're already about to go behind, aren't we? Good tackle, actually, from Coffee. Holy shit. I didn't... Sorry about that, Tom. We'll get right back to that afterwards. I'm not sure who our fastest boy is at the moment. It's probably someone like Stig, honestly. Once you play the least to give him a chance? Possibly. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad shout. It does become a tough one for the Champions League, but we should get enough data, given that we'll have more people playing. We'll know who's actually doing the best when it comes to register players for the Champions League squad. Because we'll do the same thing as last time with the goalkeepers, where we take... Well... Because we'll be taking El Shankiti, we'll be taking Sharpet guaranteed. Gomez, if he's still here, will also be coming, of course, because you can't really not register him. So you've got space for probably about 3 more of them, especially with them being young. They'll likely either not have to be registered. Actually, some of them probably won't have to be registered. The newer ones will absolutely need to be, unfortunately, because they won't count as like having been in the nation long enough to... What's it? Been in the nation for 2 years before the age of 21 or something. Obviously, the new guys will fall foul of that, but we should have some people like Stig, for example, that won't need to be registered yet, although he's 22, so maybe he will need to be at this point. We'll investigate that bridge when we come to it, potentially, because we've still got at least another 5-6 league games between there. Is it 3 years? I thought it was 2 for that specific one, and it's a... That is an unbelievable stop. Good... What? The keeper's just saving things at point blank at this point, but it's nice noting as well that Keita is on a 6.9 in this game so far. Now... I don't really know what he's done since we've seen no highlights of him thus far, but I think it's just a good... I suppose he's made some saves. Oh, look at this. It's just nice having a goalkeeper that I all of a sudden just feel I can trust a little bit more. Now, it's early days yet, but I don't think he's conceded a goal yet. Admittedly, I think he's only played 1 game. Go on, Jacob. Save Poland's economy. It's getting there. We've certainly saved our own economy slightly. Oh, go on. Oh, lovely. That might be offside, but if not, that's an absolutely gorgeous piece of football anyway. Lovely football. I love the name bit on the back of the shirt. It reminds me so much of... it's going to be offside. No, it's given. Like, early noughties Nike kits, specifically Arsenal. This is beautiful play. He's absolutely offside there, isn't he? Oh, no, he's not. He just holds his run. Wait, no, it's the wrong person, isn't it? It's not even close to offside. I wasn't even looking at the right player. Nice. But yeah, mostly we've been selling a few people. That's how we've saved our economy. It seems that the other Polish sides are starting to... They're coming back in for loans again, even the ones that were struggling financially before. So it does appear that they've sorted themselves out a tiny little bit, with the exception of Górnik Zabrze, who were never really not interested in loans. They just continued to sign loan players, which is concerning. They're the ones to watch out for, I would say. Honestly, good first half performance. Still underperforming the XG, but... Wenger doesn't seem to be getting involved a lot, unfortunately. I think that's possibly causing us problems. Not causing us problems, we're winning the game, but what's he actually doing in this game? He's had 0.17 actually. He's actually had more than Al Shankiti has, but I suspect he's just getting involved less because Shank is on a much higher rating than him, which means the key passes, I'm assuming, is where he's really racking things up. And crosses, apparently, too. Yeah, I mean, 3 key passes, 2 progressive passes. Mwanga's just doing not a lot of that. God, no, Zad, look at the progression from our midfield 3. They really do just chef these things. Cabezas is doing okay. He's certainly a very useful deputy when Montparus is not around. That is for sure. He certainly shows that quality that he does have. 2000... Around in... Oh, my... Ooh. Yeah, the wage spending of AI clubs or our club as well, seems to be quite bad. What I do find strange is why the game has this arbitrary, seemingly arbitrary, 2041 like check, where all of a sudden they actually wake up and realize the sort of money that they're spending and then take drastic action immediately. I don't know what triggers it specifically in 2041. Maybe it's just something that's caused by the player hitting a certain amount of like, not debt, but certain amount of bad projections, and then that triggers the game to go and run that same sort of check over the AI the AI clubs essentially. Because we had what, 130 million pounds in the bank, and it was obviously projecting us to be spending, well, not even projecting, we technically were going to be spending 180 million pounds on wages. Right, okay. Don't know what Cater can really do about that, but just occasionally it would be nice. That's the way I do. Yeah, that's how you do it, right? Like, okay, substitutions likely soon. That's a tough one for him, bless him, but that's not what you want to see, especially not another one to concede. Mwanga's not really chef today. But the thing is, he's getting an early opportunity at least, so he's at this rate, having played a good amount of minutes, going to struggle likely to get in the Champions League squad. Oh, go on, Alshank. Go on, lad. Oh, dear. What has happened to him, man? He actually is technically our top scorer this season, if you discount the Club World Cup thing, because the game obviously doesn't like that. Right. I'm going to go Uche for a bit, because he's knackered. And Blanco for Mwang. Actually, do I want to do Blanco? He does play quite well. And we do have Gomez on the bench too, who probably should come on. Maybe Johnny for Allen? There's a lot of tiredness throughout the team in fairness, but with Naeem not playing... Ooh, I don't want to bring on Krudta there, because obviously that would give us bad information on his role. Like, I don't want to accidentally play him as a winger, because that would just mess up all the stats. Wow, we're actually a bit light there. Okay, fair enough. I think it's because I couldn't register Santelli. And with Janicic going on loan... It's a problem when our bench is full of players that aren't actually in the roles. Maybe we'll get Cabezas, even though he's played quite well. Screw it. Mr. Miyagi Jr. And who would that be exactly? I'd like to know. Yeah, if you feel like you see a shot and you go, I think I could do that, then you know it's probably not the best shot in the world, is it really? Drawing here would kind of suck, actually. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's a penalty. Well played, Tobias. Did not think of him being... Usually he's the one giving away penalties instead. We'll absolutely take that. I have no idea who's taking this. Presumably El Shankiti, given that Montparous is the penalty taker, usually. Although, when El Shankiti first joined us, he was the guy that always took the penalties. But then, for some reason, it switched back to Montparous, and I'm guessing that's just because his penalty stat crept up on like a decimal level or something. So it's another opportunity for... Unless maybe Blanco's got better penalties than her. Oh, it's not, I don't think. Number 61. Who in the hell is that? Is that Nozadze? It is Nozadze. Georgie Nozadze from the spot. Okay, go on, Georgie. To be fair, can't argue with that. That is about as good a penalty as you're likely to see. Maybe that's why Georgie got so many goals when he was in the team last season. He was just taking penalties the entire time. Not going to knock it. Ooh. Now, it is a crime against kits to have that name panel on the back and for the game not to recognise that that's where the name's supposed to go, and it just puts it below it. No, obviously it doesn't have that level of like knowledge, but it is just funny. It makes them look like they're wearing a little shawl around their necks, because it goes into their underarms as well. Okay, I mean, a win's a win, I suppose. Can I just point out, Pushchiniapur Mitsa are 2 for 2. They've actually won both games this season so far. If they somehow stay up, that will be the biggest miracle of all time. Because last time, it took their goalkeeper to have one of the best seasons I've ever seen from a keeper to just not get them relegated by January. They did still get relegated, of course. Go on, Stefan. Oh, lovely. Off the bar. That was nice, actually. More of that, please, bud. A win's a win, exactly. And it was an opportunity to see a little bit more out of one of the strikers. What we've seen wasn't especially impressed with. But maybe that's because Mwanga is just a young striker who doesn't really have any like outstanding attributes yet. He's just kind of good. Oh, go on, Georgie. Oh, I love this man so much. I love actually having a decent Georgian. Could do with a third goal, though, just to get a little bit closer to this, because Cater's not exactly covering himself in glory here, really. But I do feel a bit bad for him, because he's not facing a lot of shots, and it's a tough one when they just roof it straight into the top of the net. Good performance, though, from Al Shankiti. He's not got a goal or an assist, and yet he's on a man-of-the-match level performance here. That's more like the sort of form we want to see from him this season. He just needs to, and say it with me, avoid injury. Oh, no. Just avoid injury this season. A guy called Plonker has just scored the equaliser. think. And he has. It's 2-2. Tough one for the keeper. They just got caught out there. That's why you don't give the ball away in certain positions. It's a really nice cross as well. Great cross from Blanco. Good finish from Plonka. Ay. It's a tough look. But it's what happens when you don't take your chances. That's basically us just not taking our chances in this game. They had their little moments and they took them. Ay. What's this? Age, value, and the nationality. Ooh. Mentici, Cambodian, and Strasbourg, which presumably means French youth rating. Hell yes. Just see Daishi in the background. Exceptional work. Things you love to see. Dearie me. That is... Yeah, maybe Eric wasn't the problem. Eric probably is still worse. Right. It happens. We have shit time sometimes, but that one's not ideal. It's like, with the goalkeeper there, I just don't know what he's... I mean, okay, maybe he can get down a little bit quicker, but it does kind of suck when you put your keeper in these positions, I suppose. Let me paste this screenshot. Get that in there. Get that going to begin with. Okay, frustrating. Although it does feel like Motor are always that team that just kind of do that to us sometimes. I think this exact same thing happened last season as well. And I can't even blame the lack of goalkeeping this time on having a bad keeper. No clean sheet. Man of the match award. Did we get man of the match or did Marty get it? 7.8. Oh no, Blanco got it for 2 assists. Blanco looks like quite a good player actually. Their Blanco, not our one. I mean, our one's also a good player, just not in the same way, I suppose. Hello, he's a farmer. No expensive keeper worked out. Honestly, he kept a clean sheet in his first game. That one was a toughie because I don't really feel like there's a lot to blame him for. More just us bad defending, really. It's one of these games where we obviously play this tactical approach knowing that it is going to be reckless and aggressive the other side. The idea is that simply both individuals like, no, but he's simply not good enough, is he? He's not as good as the 2 players we have in the team, and ultimately, if we're not winning without him in the team, then adding him in there is just going to add another layer of us not being able to win matches, and we do still need to win games, otherwise we will simply not keep our job. But he is here. He was injured at one point, though, but he is there. I mean, he will get better, but he will not make us better in the team currently. It's a tough one. So the problem is basically with playing only 2 centre-backs in this system, it's tough to rotate too much because you reduce the quality so much with a single rotation. Yeah, Mulcher, maybe they just play a system like that. We just need to take our chances, in fairness. Maybe I can have him on the bench so we can bring him on in games where we're a bit more comfortable in, perhaps. Oh, he's absurd. He had that at 15. We're hoping he grows a little bit more, which would be ideal. Ball-playing goalkeeper gets better rating but still underperforms. Yeah, I think it is mostly tactic. I mean, we could bring him back to ball-playing goalkeeper again at this point because I think we only did that because I thought that was going to make a difference. This would probably actually make us slightly better in general with the passing build-up, allowing to sort of play as that because he has the attributes for it. I'm certainly not opposed to that as an option. I might put it in both of them, honestly. Because I originally had him as like some crazy aggressive keeper that was doing all sorts of bollocks, but that was bad. That just didn't do bad. Didn't do good things for us, unfortunately. What's this? Oh yeah, that is a hella good shirt. Are they going to be getting a front of kit sponsor, or is that just not happening this year at all? Enjoy Sven Bender as well. I saw that he'd signed for you guys as well, which is an interesting one. I guess it's just because you need presumably a third choice goalkeeper, right? Not Sven Bender, Steven Bender. Sven Bender? That would have been quite a sign of putting goal. I think it's just because I associate the word Sven with goalkeepers. I tell you what it is. It's because no Hunt. It's because no Hunt. He's the guy. Dribble more often. I mean, doesn't he actually have quite good dribbling? Redelmate doing bits again. Cool. See, Motor, they've started well. I mean, it happens. Get one of the Benders. They were very well known, yeah. Lars and Sven. I like footballing twins. Oh, God, here we go. Improved contract. No. Not today. No, thank you. Ooh, O'Loughlin's training report. This better be good news. Because I'm quite excited about my guy here. Oh. Some improvement. There's a little boop. He does still struggle a little bit in games, but I think there is a very bright future on O'Loughlin. What's his out of possession training? Why is he on out of possession training? Is this because when he went into the other squad, my assistant put him on some bollocks? Screening central midfield. Okay, we'll get rid of that. We'll not be doing that. He's actually not got any training right now. He's fairly quick already, so that's not even needed. I mean, what he needs, I think, is a bit more attacking movement. Oh, actually, is it final third? It might be final third, actually. Yeah, final third. Getting that Montparouse type beat, if we can do at least. Stretch fracture of the foot. Nope, been there. Sponsor somewhere. You'd think so. Or just write the words Marinakis on the shirt or something. I guess, I mean, the likelihood of actually having two footballers from the same family being elite, I guess if they are from at least a footballing or like a family where their father or mother was a footballer, I think obviously the odds of that. So I'd be curious to know if there is any data about that, like how much more likely than just the average Joe, a kid that grows up in a footballing family where either their mum or dad was a professional footballer, like how much that increases the likelihood of them becoming a professional. It must be a huge difference. And obviously it doesn't make you talented, but the training from an early age will make a huge difference, because after all, it's purposeful practice. They're getting their 10,000 hours in with purposeful coaching way sooner than anyone else. Right, we're going to check it out. I guess that would be on physicals, wouldn't it? To see the fastest pacey boy. We just actually tick every single squad on and remove all of these so we can see who the overall fastest player at the entire club is. So it's actually Christian Gomez. He's the only player we have with 19 pace. As for acceleration, Naeem has 18 and Stig himself has 18, but they're a little bit lower on the pace. They're just quicker off the draw because their agility is insane as well. God, Gomez really is just an absolute speed demon, isn't he? Like 19, it shows you how hard it is to get like maxed out pace though. In fact, the fact that we don't have a single player that's got 20, but 20 is almost, not impossible obviously, but very, very rare to see. I feel like, well, you see like Mbappe obviously, but that makes a lot of sense actually. The Laudrups, I mean, you've got the, there was the twins at Man United, Fabio and Raphael, who did things, but I suppose were they elite? I mean, ultimately, if you reach the top of the game, in some respects, just getting there in the first place, right? The Neville brothers and their sister as well, who was a professional netball player, was she not? I think, was it Tracy Neville, or am I thinking of someone else? 67 players whose dads play football. None made it with us. Pretty much all have made it careers. And they get, yeah, bro, Beckham's got, of course, I forgot he was there. RZ are now in for Steve. I love the little tour of Dutch football you've been doing. Ajax, PSV, Feyenoord. Time for RZ. To be honest, that kind of completes like the tour of like a lot of the top Dutch clubs, I suppose, realistically. I'd really like that for you. Surprising, considering you actually were playing for Feyenoord last year. But going to get profit out of you, I guess. Well, not profit out of you, profit out of them. Hanover Park. Okay, get that. Meira's going to go out on loan. Meira's such a weird player, because I thought he looked like at one point he had really good PA, but I just think that he's got the balanced personality, and I wonder, it's just a lack of football. That's what's cooked him, unfortunately. He just has not had the football. Right, let me try and run the transfer room in thing again as well. Groningen, I don't know. I mean, in terms of current Dutch football in this save, Utrecht would be the one that stands out, because they're the only other one that have done anything. I mean, they reached the Conference League final. Admittedly, that was the first thing they had done in this save. Like, they'd gone nowhere past even a single knockout round prior to that. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah. Transfer room in. Just see if I can get it to work this time. Or I've somehow balked something with my script and I need to reassess it. Let me just put a requirement back in. Put a random one in here for that. That doesn't matter. We just need it to sit there. Oh, you're right. I think that's what I did wrong. I deleted the one that was in there before I ran the script, didn't I? I'm an idiot. Right, let's get that in there and we can hopefully have it work this time. There we go. Yeah, I was an idiot. I slowed it down a little bit as well. I didn't think about running the Ultra version just because last time we tried to run that, it did screw up a little bit. It probably could be worth running, but ultimately this one's pretty much guaranteed to not screw up, so I figured that's probably a little easier rather than me having to restart it all the time. Oh. To be fair, at one point he was also linked with a large move for... There was a stage where, I know Feyenoord got him for free, but they also at one point the year before had a bid of like 14 million on the pound, 14 million pounds on the table for him too. He's just having a lovely little tour of Dutch football. I'm here for it. Do the team scout reports. Tried a few times on getting no info about the team or players. You should have to do it once. When you say no info about the team or the players, what do you mean by that? Like, so are you getting an inbox item that says report on the club? Because that's the crucial thing. So you notice when I'm going to my, well, I can't show you right now because I'm in the middle of this, but when I go to my inbox, you'll get a thing that will say Hanover Park team report, and it won't have anything. Sometimes it has nothing in it, but what you're looking for is not the report itself. You're looking for the data it gives you. So the reports are often blank, but you still get information about the players, generally speaking. Most importantly, you get like a really, really vague idea of their players' star ratings. So if you were to go into the club's squads, you would now, in theory, if you've got the right view set up at least, be able to see the star ratings, or at least the very vague outlines of the star ratings of the players, both in and out of possession positions. I haven't really done the full test with that one, Luke. But if you're looking for a role that requires him to have different in and out of possession, then absolutely, obviously. But I don't really know. Like, I only ever do in and out of possession anyway, because it's super easy to set up and I don't have to worry about it too much. But that's correct. Hang on. Sorry. But that's the information you're looking for. As in, the information you're looking to see is the star ratings of the players. That's what team reports are for. As in, unless you're using them for a different like purpose, of course. But then that's not why I use them. I use the team reports to get that little bit of vague scouting knowledge so that I can then take it further. Let's do one. Oh yeah, for sure. Because it is extra clicks, right? But obviously, because I'm not doing any clicks, because my hands are up here, it's minimal extra effort to have that set up, especially as some of the roles that we do use do require slightly different in and out of possession. It's less so now. It certainly used to be worse. But it's just easier for me to set it up like this. Now, one thing I haven't looked into properly, though, is if you set up actual roles, as in, say I'm looking for a striker and I actually add in channel forward, I'm curious to know what sort of differences you get, because I haven't had a chance to actually run those numbers just yet. I think it's about 118. Basically, it's every single position in our team, plus a couple of extra ones for roles that are a bit more extra out there, and it hits every single squad role. Sorry, squad role. Every single playing time, because you get different players for each one. So it comes out to about 119 or something. It takes about 3 minutes to run the script with this many. It can, if I run the ultra version, it would probably be about a minute and a half, but I just wanted to make sure it worked today, because I was recalibrating things. And last time I tried to, my computer got a little bit squiffy with it towards the end. And the Ashley and Joe Collar. Wait, you mean they're not? It's the first time learning of this. In my headcanon, every footballer with the same surname is just... they're brothers. It's just how it works. But yeah, the team report thing is the most basic possible scouting, which is what the reason we don't really even go into. So, for example, I used to actually look at team reports individually, and occasionally we will still do, but it's just harder in 26. Oh, is it done? Nice. But now what we just use is a single filter inside the database, player database screen, that basically catches all of the players from the team report scouting. So any player we see in here, for the most part, 99% of these players are just players from the team reports. Thank you for bringing the bin up, Pog. So you'll see these are just players that in the last 30 days have come through the team report scouting, and they all get pushed straight into this particular filter. And so that way you can have a much easier way of just looking at some of them at a quick glance. I would personally be ignoring most of these guys at this stage, but if you were much earlier into a save, some of these guys might actually be quite good. So GRT ARU, thank you very much for the follow. Who do you support, my friend? Let us know. Hello, Pog. You right? Yes? Words? The loan farm has actually shrunk again. I think we're down about 150 now, but it will extend towards the end of the window, of course, because I haven't done the push to loans yet. 136 now, actually. But that's likely because we had quite a exodus of players due to the financial crisis in Poland. Annoyingly, a lot of the really good ones, sadly, which is unfortunate. But that's the current numbers. It'll probably go back above 100 again towards the end of the window, because what I'll do is once I'm kind of content... Actually, we haven't checked at transfer round today, if there is any new options on the table for us. Oh, hello, GKS. What are we saying? No, you can't have him. You can have him. Feel free. Anyone else interested? Oh, if they're both interested as well, that's probably a good sign. I'm starting to enjoy GKS. Comrade Limer's got something going on there. The incident, indeed, yeah. One of them Musa. Yeah, I mean, if your surname's Dembele, you're going to land on a Musa eventually, right? I do like the fact that when you have more than one player with the exact same name as well, who've got to, like, a reasonable level in the game, to the point where you have to start differentiating with them. New contract for you. Again, 3 years, buddy. 3 years. Who's some of the lower rated loans from them? I don't know, but also it's such a... They won again! I don't think they do. Generally speaking, they'll take loans. We have never really been able to figure out what causes teams to take loans more than... I mean, there's a little bit of things you can do. So, for example, the teams that are mostly interested in loans for us right now are the teams that are slightly more stable financially, and Gornik Jabja, who apparently don't care about their finances. But the quality of the player they take is largely based on how good their existing squad is. So if you make their squad better by giving them good loans, they can then get better loans as well. The best situation is where you get a load of really high PA guys out to them while they've got quite low CA. They develop at that club instead of you, but they stay out on loan because the game likes to keep them in the system. And then, because they've got some of these 3 or 4 star CA dudes there, they can then start taking better loans from you because their active squad value is basically better. It's how some of the teams get sort of quite overpowered in many ways, in a good way. Now, how that's going to work out this year, I don't know, because pretty much all of the good ones came back to us, and a lot of them have already been sold on because we had no choice. Hey, Wally's coming. I'd like to get them all in before the next league game, ideally. Oh, that's not looking good for old Wally boy. Polonia Warsaw. Because I'd already managed Polonia Warsaw. I did a save with Polonia in 2018 when it was a Building a Nation save, as it happens, actually, on YouTube. And so, obviously, I wasn't going to do the same club again because it just felt like, I wanted to experience something different. And Wisła were just in such a perfect position, and we've paid a lot of money for him. The fans are baffled, and I don't really blame them on this occasion. Do you know what, right? His attributes are actually pretty good. Why were we signing Wally? I've forgotten the reason why we signed Wally. Was it strength? Was it dribbling? It wasn't flair. He's actually not... I mean, he is bad, but he's not that bad. Was he a strong... he ended up with 14 strength. He's quite a goodish player. The name obviously adds at least an extra million to him. So he's number 9, yeah? For the time being. Wally Huffer. His vision... It's because he's been huffing a little bit too much of the older paint. Right, Unwoke is in. Oh, I need to put him in the... Put him on strength. Good shout, actually. Let him... He's just here to lift weights. That's all he's here to do. Right, let's get Wally and make him into the first team squad as well. His job is gym from now on. He's young enough to where strength training might actually work. And it might help his jumping reach. Can't help with that. And Unwoke is in. Yep. Cannot understand. You don't understand. You couldn't possibly get on my level. High dribbling, reasonable balance, no striker ability whatsoever, which is perfect. He's more of a central midfielder, kind of, not really. So I guess we just stick him on dribbling training, presumably, right? I guess with all these guys, it would also behoove us to keep them training in the area where they are already supposed to be good. So we'll keep him, I guess, ball control for him, right? And then make sure he is also first team squad as well. Oh no, we already did that. Sick. Now I need to give him his number, which will be number 10. Which just leaves... Who was the last guy we were signing? Was it the one that was... Oh, it was the American dude, wasn't it? Not Pimenta. You know who I mean. Alejandro. Caradaboyne's into make it... No, stop it. I will have to work on a contract for him later, though. Alejandro from the telly box. Exactly, my guy. Oh, Liverpool are after Giovanelli. That Giovanelli guy was the other big problem with Atletico in this save during that game. In aggression. I guess you could train him on... What could we train him on, actually? What would bro do? What weird training could I give him that's actually appropriate for this? Strength probably works as well already, doesn't it, for him? Plus, that would help. That would work on his jumping reach, too. So actually, it would probably make sense to put strength on Chiokan as well. Forgive me if I'm saying his name wrong, too. What about the others? Penev... I'm still not convinced Peno actually does make the cut in the end. He may well be the one guy that gets dropped. Pimenta's a tough one because he's kind of already very good. I might just stick him on one of our default striker ones. Bit of attacking movement, maybe? Get that added up on there as well. Because he's just kind of decent as it is. Blanco's already goated. I think he's already got training, actually, doesn't he? Oh, he doesn't. Like he needs it. I mean, I guess that's the one that's slightly weaker. Considering his composure is already 17 as well. And he's already... I swear Blanco was quite slow at one point. So let's see that's changed. Okada, what could he do? Yeah, Blanco's been out on loan for a couple of years, and that's really helped. He could probably do with composure, actually. I think he's only just turned 20 as well. Final third for you? Oh, yeah, 100% final third for you. Hello, Smogfather. I'm fantastic, my friend. We are just completing the last couple of signings for XG on the beach. Ooh, I guess with Krudte, it would make sense to get him working on... I mean, it could do finishing, I suppose. That's passing, Matt. His long shots aren't bad either, actually. Like, composure we could do later, but finishing... He's a little bit Svenny-like. Yeah, Okada looks like he could be actually quite good. And what was the last one? Oh, Hansen, of course. Yeah, we already got Hansen doing... Hansen's doing what Hansen does. There's one other guy... Oh, Mwanga. He probably needs composure. And he's already getting it. Fair enough. There's a decent batch there. Yeah, Blanco is part of the reason I thought... if there was a really, really good bid for Gomez, which is still totally possible given some of the bids we've already seen, there is every chance that I could sell him for enormous money. But it does require the other clubs to have enormous money, and that does seem to be part of the issue right now. Our Vibe King so far, tough to say, because so far the only players that have actually played in the role, I think Hansen played once, Mwanga's had a couple of games, Blanco's had a couple of games during the Club World Cup. Those are, I think, the only two that have actually won it so far. But that'll obviously change next time. Will he want to leave every summer? I guess, I mean, he's a goalkeeper that's won the World Cup. He's a solid keeper. I think maybe just cash in. Oh yeah, Stig's probably the one, actually, because he's come off the bench a couple of times, hasn't he? And done bits. Also, shout out to Waterford. 3rd round qualifying of the Champions League. Also, I put this in the Discord, but I'm sure a lot of you would have missed this. Right, check this out. Oh, wait, no, was it the Champions League? Or was it here? Where the fuck was it? This, yeah, here. Oh, what the fuck? Is it Champions Path? Yeah, Lincoln Red Imps are in the 3rd round of Champions League qualifying, which means they, as far as I know, are guaranteed a Europa League spot because they beat... Oh, fuck's sake. Olympiacos. Lincoln Red Imps knocked Olympiacos out of Champions League qualifying. Obviously, because we're in the Champions League, we get these come just across my screen sometimes. And I just saw it and was like, that can't be right. And then I realized they beat them on penalties. They were actually quite... I mean, they still didn't deserve... Oh, my God. A penalty for Olympiacos. Then Hughes and Rose get a 90th minute, basically a 90th minute equaliser. And then they beat them on penalties. Insane behaviour. Things you'll have to see. That's just cool. Oh. But I'd say he's certainly up there with the Vibe Kings, for sure. But basically, so far, Babs, that's where we're up to. What? Waterford just beat Partizan? There is a non-zero chance that Waterford make it to the Champions League group stage. Who's building Gibraltar? I don't know, but they're doing a better job than I am of building Poland. As if. Obviously, they still have one more round to get through. But that's guaranteed. Well, they're pretty much guaranteed Europa League anyway, aren't they? Either way. League stage, not... Champions Path round guarantees league stage, not Europa League. What? But what else would it be if not the Europa League? You're not going to drop into the Conference League from there. As far as I know, Champions League 3rd round does guarantee Europa League. I think... What? Aren't we agreeing? I'm a bit confused. It's probably a different dude, unfortunately. Oh, I'm good, Venthram. I'm very good. Drop into the conference. What? I could have sworn that I swear there's a round where if you drop out of the Champions League, and I swear it's the 3rd round, it takes you straight to the Europa League group and you don't have to do the playoff round. I could have sworn that's how it works. Like, I'm pretty certain that's how it works. There is a round of the Champions League, and I swear it's the 3rd one, where you get to skip it. Needs playoff. I don't think it does, though, does it? Champions League playoff. Final round of the UCL playoffs. No, because that's the final round anyway. You'd already go into... If you lost the final round, you'd already go into the group stage of the Europa League if you lost it. That's always been the case. There's a round where if you are a round before, you also go straight into the group stage of the Europa League. I swear it's the 3rd round. I feel like we're missing something here. I'm pretty certain that's how it works. Is it because it's one's Champions Path and one is League Path? Yeah, because didn't Olympiacos go straight to the Europa League? And that was the 3rd round? Or was that only because that was the League Path and not the Champions Path? Because I didn't realise it was different for different paths. I thought it was the same for every path. It's just that the 3rd round you went straight to the Europa League group stage. Because that's happened to us. I thought that's how it works. Champions Path goes... Oh, does it? Okay, I actually didn't know that. I thought it was just... they all did that, basically. League Path, Champions. Oh, fair enough. That seems strange. Why would the champions get... That feels like it punishes the champions rather than helps them. How weird. So you have to work harder to qualify for it if you're the champion of your league, but if you're only in the League Path, you have to do less things to get... That seems very strange. Yeah, how weird. We're not selling him to them because we want to be... Wait, isn't he currently under a loan bid? Or is that a different dude? Yeah, I'll loan him instead because that would be beneficial for us moreover than the other things. How weird. I guess I've never really been in that situation because I'm almost never in the league, the champions path. Because by the time we're in that stage, we're usually at a point where you just get auto-qualifying. The path is better teams. I'm like, yeah, but still. Feels like it's odd that you'd get punished for being a champion, I guess. It certainly favours the big countries for sure, yeah. I think they should get a little extra bonus. You've won your league. You're entitled to that. Well, you're not, but like, you should be. Help out those teams, I say. He's 30. Why are you there? You're a striker. Oh, that's Streibel. This was one of the guys we started scouting originally, if I recall, and while he's fine, doesn't actually offer much. Anything new? I did do a little bit more 20 years plenty as well, so probably won't come through straight away, but we might see some of those guys at some point. Hang on, is that a guy? Chap, there's a player here. This man is called Wendy. Sir, this is a Wendy. He's terrible. Well, he is terrible, but he's called Wendy. Wendy, who plays for... What's he play for? Real Hope. Wendy Simius. I mean, he's not... Oh, he's 60. He ain't going to sign for us, is he? But, like... Bless him. Did he have 4-star PA? Fucking hell, alright. I'm going to scout him further. Because he gets an extra scout because he's called Wendy and he deserves it for my money. What else we got? Passos, that's going to be expensive as hell. You're Belgian, obviously. He gets his food delivered. Incredible. I mean, to be fair, he looks a lot better than some of the other F-rated players I've seen. He'll have 1-star PA hiding behind his... Yeah, probably. But I'm willing to scout to find out. We're at the stage where we can afford to spend the time doing that now. Thankfully, our scouts are not as busy as they used to be. Circle Bruges... Mauro Escobar. He's quite good, actually. I might scout him further, too, actually. I mean, a lot of these guys are already in this 4-star range, in fairness, so I'll give them all another scout regardless, unless there's some crazy old dudes in here. I knew you were sneaking through. Oh! Hang on, what the fuck? Who the hell's this? Are they just, like, releasing goalkeepers for fun now? Michael Holmes Burton. And it baffles me that he hasn't got another club yet. I know he's 23 and he's only played 4 games in his career, but he's not awful. Hello, Kane. Not even wanted, yeah. Trial? Can't hurt to trial him at the very least, since he's literally a free agent. I don't want to punt on him. Like, I punted on that Barcelona guy, admittedly, before I even trialed him. This guy... Hey, we'll have a look, right? Can't hurt. Plus, might encourage another Polish side to take a punt on him if he is any good. 2020. Actually, you can stay. You can go. Rest of you minimals. In fact, is that all of them? Is there anyone with good knowledge of? In that case, I'll get them all scouted again, but I do just want to have a little look through in case there is anyone that stands out. I'm recognising some of these names. That's a great name. But we've definitely seen that guy before, right? It was Mathos. Mustafa Sagan. Porto. Ooh. Pakistani guy at Ranas. Mohammed Ahmad. Oh, look at this. Oh, he's got some quite good attributes, actually. Zeleznichar, dude. This was one of the strikers we were looking at. He's a Moldovan Portuguese lad who came through at Tondela and is now on loan at Zeleznichar. It's quite expensive, but then it's okay. They'll get relegated again and then we can get him on the cheap. That's how it works, right? Lebanese dude. Another Togolese guy. This time he actually is Togolese, for the time being at least. Angolan guy. I think there was a couple of Angolans that were doing they were quite high on the team report scout, and we saw a couple come through. I'm guessing that's where they came through. Is that guy English? Oh no, Argentinian. Just going to say. A few more Belgians. They'll all get scouted again properly because I do want to find out more about them. There's a guy here called Alain Minga as well, which is a good name. Nice. He's still learning. Bless him. He's now a Polish citizen. No, Zaze, you want a new contract as well. You've got 4 years left on yours. Go away. I'm sorry, but I shouldn't have done that. I should have just done the... I think he probably would have gone for the whole, hey, someone else was not a whopper lately. Why don't you join them in not being a whopper lately? I get the feeling with someone like Holmes, but though he is a goalkeeper, so we could still get more information was required. It does like big matches too. With goalkeepers, I'm more likely to take risks on when they're like 23 because they're still only 23 as a keeper. 11 to 14 champ go playoff 1 to league phase Q2. Okay. That was a niche rule that I was not aware of. In my head, I'd always known that the third round qualifiers, if you lost them, you dropped straight into the Europa League group stage. I didn't realise it didn't apply to the Champions path, but there you go. We learned something new today. Well, I did anyway. Oh god, now I have to sign him, don't I? What was his name again? Wendy. How many other Wendy's are there? Well, there's loads of Wendy's, but not... Oh, there is a couple. I guess it's obviously in the male name pool for Haiti specifically. Wendy Cox, great name. Tons of... Actually, Wendy's a really, really common name, isn't it? It was this guy here, wasn't it? Wendy Simius. Right. I guess Santa Baby. In a couple of years, I'm going to look on that and be like, why was this guy on the Santa Baby shortlist? And they'll be able to say, Matt, at one point, he actually looked... He didn't look good at all, did he? At one point, he didn't look completely appalling. So there's that. That is indeed upset. Lincoln Red Imps just took a draw with Rapid. And Lekia, oh, speaking of that, Lekia just lost to Brumby, which is, yeah. Then again, the team always seems to get knocked out of this round. So since we moved down to being a 5th place team and our 4th Champions League side goes into the actual qualifiers, not once have they actually managed to qualify for the Champions League on their own back. They just doesn't have. Steve's staying at RZ. He's signed it. Wait, no, he's not staying at RZ. He's signing for RZ. New club for Steve. His 4th Dutch side of the save. At least he's got more actual appearances now than he had before. Volkanov has now turned 17. I really do want to find a way to get him to play more because he's got great value. I just need to give him the opportunity, I suppose. I think Mana is... Oh, Ruiz, the last... Perfect. So the last piece of the puzzle is Alejandro Ruiz. Please tell me he's got a little bit of PA. Just a little smidge of PA. Boy's name Soup, maybe? I have to check now. Oh, dear. Okay, Alejandro. He has to be registered too. Okay, buddy. Where are we at? I do have a spare spot for him in fairness anyway, so... Because of presumably me selling somebody. He's not in the first team squad, is he? That'll be white. In you come. Try that again. So you don't need to be registered because you're under 21. None of these guys do either. He's not going to shop in here yet, is he? Because... Where is he? Wait, where is he gone? Or is the game not considering him part of this squad yet? I'm going to have to go to the next day to register him. Shit. Okay, I'm going to have an early wee break because I've apparently drunk way more liquid today than I intended. I'll be back in one moment and we will fix this in no problems. Back in a sec, friends. Okay. He's still out top. How's he keep doing this? I genuinely need to know. How do you manage to keep doing this? At least there's some others involved this time, but it's getting silly. Thankfully, I'll reset it all because, let's be honest, you're not going to catch him up with 24 points in time for the start of the Premier League season. Maybe I'll even switch over to a different pack. I don't know which other league we'd do. Maybe just the EFL or something. From the wake up regiment. You're locked in. Ready to go. I respect it. Jesus. Ah, dear. I'm trying to think what other things we could do with that could add another level to it, but I'm not entirely sure what yet. I'll figure something out. Oh, dear. Charity Shield's 4 o'clock today, right? Aim botting? He's just got a bot that's scanning Wikipedia and just throwing every single name in. Don't know how that would even work. I guess you could, like, reverse OCR the actual... Not the image, technically. 2 a.m. Oh, it's not a good one, is it? Just... What, like, he's got success ballast. Very interesting list. Hey, if there's any other, like, weird player lists for Wikipedia that have some strange topics that have a decent number of players on them, I'm open to it. Because it doesn't take me too long to scrape them. I have a script that can basically scrape them and then clean it up afterwards. It takes, like, a couple of hours sometimes. With that one, it took, like, quite a while because there's, like, nearly 3,000 players. But I think I just ran it overnight in the end and then cleaned it up afterwards. Otherwise, you get those, like, weird ones that say footballer in the title and stuff because some of the Wikipedia names aren't exactly formatted correctly. Kowalski's going to kick off now. Right, I'm going to try and do the thing I did before where Tobias Steinbergen was a good egg. Love to see it. We're getting more influence from the players I want now, which is a good sign. Player faces and slowly unblur them and have to guess the player. That's a tough one, but not impossible. You'd have to have some, like, I guess it would be embedded videos or it would be a series of images, which I suppose is what a video is. The only way that you can... The way that my brain would like to do something like that would be basically the image unblurs more the more people guess. But then you get less points the more guesses have happened before the blur finishes, if that makes sense. So like it starts like 100 points if you get it straight away, and then every chat message removes points from that and then that causes like a progression on the blur until it's unblurred entirely and you get like 1 point. That's an interesting concept, actually. I realise I've just taken that to a really mental level, but I actually think that could be doable. Goal scoring goalkeepers, that surely is too small, right? Okay, that's a lie. The concern here might be with the way that the data is presented on some of them, but it's certainly an option. I like the idea of the faces, though. Now Nathan Allen wants a new contract. Well, Jerzy Kowalski... Oh, yeah, I thought you'd be a bellend about this. No. Don't sign long-term contracts if you don't want a long-term contract. Premier League hat-tricks, that's kind of cool. Oh, that's a good amount. Yeah, because then you're not guessing the player's, like, career or whatever. You're guessing... You'd be presented with the game, and you'd have to guess who got the hat-trick in it. That works. Football version of catchphrase, it is a bit. But I don't think it's... Who the fuck is this guy? I don't think it's impossible. You'd basically... The bit that would be difficult for me would be to create the actual... the images itself. Because you'd need to have the various stages of blur, and I don't know if I could do that using just JavaScript. Maybe? Possibly. I'd have to check. That would be a really interesting concept, though. Maybe I could work on that for 27 or something. To launch something brand new and kind of wild. I like the hat-trick idea, though. This guy looks like one of those players that reminds me of those guys that might have decent PA but just never progress. He's driven. But if I remember correctly, driven is the one that doesn't guarantee they have good professionalism. So he might be one of those rare players that doesn't actually develop even though they're driven. Or he's just not played enough as well. Recruitment focuses. Have we looked at those today? I don't think we have we? Just in case anyone new and crazy snuck in there. That guy we already know about. That's not great. Who the flippin' flip is this? Sid Mazier. Good name. Doesn't sound that Dutch, actually. A couple of 3 matches on that by a Leverkusen dude. I wish there was a way that you could amalgamate these all into one screen. I guess the way to do that would be to just look at the in progress one at any given time. That's still doing the job, though. Just a list of association footballers. Just every football... Oh, that's a really good idea. I was kind of hoping... I feel like it's so close, but I feel like it probably doesn't actually contain that many lists. That's cool, actually. I will absolutely be giving some of those a look. Just to sort of mix things up a little bit. I mean, it's not like you would have covered most of the players in the list. Maybe I should add like a stat tracking thing that actually shows like which players come up the most, which ones are guessed the quickest. That data's all going to be in there somewhere. Drop me facts about them. Facts about them is a more difficult one though, because I'd have to collate the facts from somewhere, and the only way I feel like I could do that would be scraping their entire Wikipedia pages for every player and then finding a way to summarize that, and that does seem a little bit, that's a lot of legwork there, and there's also no guarantee. I'd have to fact check that myself, and that probably one, that might be a bit of a stretch on that. I do like the faces idea though, although the problem is not every person's Wikipedia has a face on it either. Just every Premier League player ever. It's a bit sort of basically just scanning the personal life section of every footballer, essentially. Lars or Sven Bender? They sometimes became coaches, didn't they? Lars Bender. The best I can do is Belka Gary. Is it Sven Bender spelled like that, or has he got like Belgian Sven? Sven Renner, Owen Pender, and Sven Zenner, who's got the keys to Mabima. Yeah, I was wondering if maybe they've just retired. I mean, he says that Gomez should win it again. I don't think he will do somehow. I'd be surprised if Gomez wins another Ballon d'Or at this point. Well, for us. Big win, that's fine. This Chukalov dude, though, he's kind of a chefy number 10. I'm suitably excited about what he could potentially be. Did we pay a decent amount of money? Yeah, we actually paid a lot of money for him. That's suddenly less of a bargain, more of a this guy has to actually kind of work out. Is this guy leaving yet? Please move to any of the Polish sides here. Just not for stupid money. Heck, it might even be better if I just bought him and loaned him to them, but that probably wouldn't happen, would it? Does not have an English Wikipedia page. Oh, that's a good question, Frank. I don't know. Probably not. Just not. If there was to be a Premier League, a player that played in the Prem, actually made appearances and doesn't have a Wikipedia page, I suspect there isn't. Just because of the way that English football is so like regimentally documented, I guess. But it would have to be someone from like the really early years, I would guess. Because now, the tiniest little change is just updated immediately. We're talking like first season Prem, basically. Young players. But if they played, they'd have probably been featured on various other articles because of like, for example, there's Wikipedia articles that chart every single match in the Premier League, have the goal scorers, they're all clickable. It's actually incredibly impressive. And so if they've actually played in a game or had some kind of meaningful impact, it's probably they would need an article. I think I have a fucking Wikipedia, technically, or I might be a red link, actually, because of the FIFA E thing. I can't remember if I do or not. Or something specifically related to that I do. Hello, Dan! How are you, my friend? Did you see any of the highlights of the... Oh, wait, maybe you were at the Stuttgart game. A red link. Yeah. It's the dream. One day to not be the red link. Actually, I don't know if I want that, to be honest. I'm quite happy being the red link. I'll allow it. They're not happy, and that doesn't make me happy either. Right. Do I want to... Is anyone new back yet that actually can come into the team today? Maybe I will do Volkanov today, actually. Because I want him to develop, but it's so tough. Like with Steinbergen, it was a little easier because we could bring him in... I'll bring him instead of Steinbergen, actually. We could bring him in alongside two other centre-backs who were very experienced, and it was easier to get him sort of integrated, I suppose, at that point. But it's not as easy when you've only got two of them. Naeem's back. Lovely news. Which begs the question. Malaga, though. Ooh. What did you make of the penalty shootout drama? What people are saying about, for some reason. I love a good storm in a teacup. And that, believe me, feels like exactly that. I have to spin the wheel in a moment, too. Right. Did I make sure they're all registered this time? Or did Ramirez not actually get the ability to be registered yet? Mostly because his name is not Ramirez. That'll do it. Where is bro? I was looking for the number, and then I realised he doesn't have his number yet, does he? Where the fuck is he? Chukalov, Chala, Chiokan. Did I not put him in the first team squad? Maybe I didn't put him in the first team squad. I'm sure it's an oversight. Coffee on bench? Probably, yeah. I mean, the problem is having space on the bench. Wait. Oh, wrong season. That'll do it. Alejandro Ruiz. So he is in the first team. Maybe he hasn't got his because he hasn't got his nickname, the game isn't recognising it. That's how it works. Fast managing getting started off on a Friday. I know! I'm a big fan of the... It feels like Marco Silva's never left. Criteria significant coverage, so very easy to qualify for if you play for the... Yeah, exactly. I didn't get enough significant coverage at the FIFA-y. I was surprised that they even showed up at all, but I guess it's because it's a FIFA event. Like, someone had made a Wikipedia article for it. I don't want to be that noteworthy. Just give me my blue tick. Actually, I don't know if I want that either. Not having to pay for it. That's extra, that is. Right, is he there now? Brother. Oh, wait, it's because I've got it unavailable. I'm a moron. That is one of the dumbest features, by the way, that you can filter out unavailable players on the registration screen, but it filters out players that aren't registered. But the reason you'd be on this screen is to fucking register them. So it does seem to me like there should be a different filter on this screen that filters out like injured players maybe, but not unavailable, because anyone who's not registered is unavailable. Where is bro? Is he further up? Oh, he's further up. Okay, go on then, lad. Nice. Sick. Hello, Ewans. What's the Southampton score prediction? I'm going to go 3-1 Saints. I mean, the scouting is going to be top notch. And I'm just unsure about Watford. And I do think Southampton will probably be one of the stronger teams in the Championship this season. Just statistically, they're likely to be up there again, aren't they, right? On Getty Images. Am I? Oh, I am, yeah, because the Getty photographer was there. They were very kind of just like let us like use those as well. Well, the scouting be top notch. Do you think they've gone the other way, where they're just doing as little scouting as possible so no one would dob them in? So actually, you can rely on them not knowing what your team's going to do instead. It's a thought. Right, we actually do now have a full one. Couldn't have sporting announcement video. Oh, I forgot that he'd left. It feels like not that long ago that he signed for them. Because didn't Zealand do his like signing video when he went to Watford in the first place? Or am I thinking of someone else? But I thought that was Aaron Kunda. Big progression though. Get more flamboyant with that. Foreign WSL players. I just come back after every single P break and it's just 0. No one gets one ever. Did they at least make a profit on the deal? I'm assuming they did. What was the sporting bid? I won't be able to show it just because what happened with the Bournemouth one when I did. Okay. Oh, now we're finally going to get the low number when we didn't actually want it. Oh, wait, is it going to be... It is. It's going to be 2. We're rocking 2 of the XG on the beach strikers up front today. Okay. More data. We'll let the wheel choose those while we talk amongst ourselves. We'll check in on the transfer room out. Transfer room in. Michael Jackson themed video. Really? What about it is Michael Jackson themed? Most goals in a single game. That would be quite a... 11. Okay, 11 for one of them. Let's get all covered. I would get Simone Soldier and Elle Koopman, who both don't exist. Just said. You know what I mean. I'm aware of Sam Kerr, true. And also, well, actually, the ones I know are mostly just Fulham players, like Stella Gandy Morgan. But I don't know if she's, going to count for that. So it was 11 and... No, not again. We can't have it again. For goodness sake. That's a 1 in 14 chance. But lower leagues, yeah, that sort of stuff is going to be a tough one. The reason I like to doing with the Premier League players one is because that's how we've always kind of done the whiz quiz. Bear in mind, the one we do isn't actually even Premier League players specifically. It's just what it is. But it's foreign Premier League players. So none of the English, or I think it's just... I don't know if it counts like Scottish, Welsh, Northern Irish. I think it does, but I can't remember. So it's 9 and 11. Mr. President. They will be our starters for today. Whoever those guys are. It's 2 new... Oh, God, it's Wally. And it's Alejandro. Wally and Alejandro. Now, he is right-footed with a bit of a left foot. I'm going to at least make sure that, got to give him their chance. And Wally is very, very left-footed. He only does left foot, and he is technically available for this game, I think. The game's just being weird because I've only just registered him. Okay. That's... I don't think I can put anyone else on the bench, though, can I? Because... we're kind of using a lot of the bench. I might take a couple of them off the bench. I'll figure out an exact logical flow for the bench part later. Why is it... There we go. Because we do need some of these guys to actually be around. Coffee, for example, probably should be on there. Instead of maybe Penev for this one. Haven't done this before? I know. Malta national team football captain. Yeah, see, that's going to be a very small list, I would have thought. That's 32 people, most of which most people wouldn't know, and also it's not really going to be very useful for a whiz quiz because again, that's the what works at work is a giant batch, which is why the Premier League one worked and the players in the World Cup squads worked and stuff like that. Right. Yeah, that's the thing. It has to be like guessable as a fun, because if it's just people that no one could ever guess, that it sort of loses its charm a little bit, I think. Let's get Ober on the bench, actually. For you, actually. Just to make sure we've got some options on there if we do need them, because we will at some point need them, presumably. That's where Wally is. He's up front with Alejandro. So that means we're going for Strong Boy. And what was Alejandro? Flary Boy. Today. To see if that has any effect. Hopefully this actually does lead to something good for us. I do worry about playing Volkanov in this game, given that we're now going to be on the defense a little bit more obviously than we were before. But just for that actually in mind, I will put Steinberg on the bench. Just in case. Because there is an off chance that potentially... Christ, who am I taking off here? Maybe O'Loughlin? We may need to make a change. Really? 11 substitutes have no choice there. They're lacking Matt Charles. They'll get it though. Love to see it. Okay, cool. What numbers are you going to get? 90s? 28 for Wally. Wow. Someone's left. From 1973. You mean you don't? I've got a poster of John Paul Butler Gregg. That's the guy. Speaking of Greg. Do you know how I was always saying, chat, about how one of the things that we were missing here was a Greg's? Well, lo and behold, Pog and I were in town yesterday, and wouldn't you know it, we saw the beginnings, the evolution, as it were, of a Greg's. They're building one.
We're getting a Greg's.
We're getting a Greg's. It's good. They've got the signs up outside. They were doing the work on the shop and stuff.
It's so exciting.
Nice little location, centre of the town. Love to see it. Fantastic news. And naturally, the usual NIMBY response to it.
Oh yeah, the
fatty
independent
food.
shop.
Yes, it's like, yeah, I mean, I like the independent shops too, but independent doesn't actually always mean good. As it happens, where we get our coffee is very good, but there's also some really shit and expensive independent shops too. Nothing bizarre happened to you? No. You're going to have to keep playing, Dave. I'm afraid that's just not how this works. I'm expecting things from you at this point. Very consistent. Exactly. Like £1.20 for a sausage roll, and it's decent. Not in my backyard. Because we don't really even have a proper nice bakery here anyway. Not that Greg's is like supreme bakery, but I would like to have one. But at least it's one of those things I always felt was a little bit missing, and now we've got it, or we will have it at some point, which is cool.
Fix the end of this month.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know, like the signs were outside, but obviously it was still very much in progress. We didn't even know that building was like fitted for that type of business. I guess unless we're putting it all in there, because there are actually some like old restaurants that haven't got occupiers at the moment, but it's a good little spot. Like, I'm one of those people that... Oh, what a finish from Alejandro! What an angle! More like Anglejandro. That is an unbelievable effort from... Maybe it's because of the flair. You know him off the telly, but soon you're going to know him off of what he just did there. That was unreal. Good work from Anwar. Stands his man up, gets a little bit of an angle. Alejandro, look at this. This is an exceptional finish. Just bashes it. Portuguese bakery. I think they're unlikely to be many of those around here. Maybe up towards Boston, because there's a larger Portuguese diaspora up there. Perhaps. £3. Yeah, it's like £1.20 at Greg's usually. But even when I was at that service station and I had Greg's there, and it was £1.70, which is expensive for Greg's, but by any other means, yeah. Oh, it'd be the sausage roll. Like, I'm, as you know, a sausage roll enjoyer. I'm not going to pretend that the Greggs sausage rolls are the best sausage rolls in the world, because I just really don't think they are. But the value for money you get for the flavour profile is unstoppable. That's frustrating. We've just immediately conceded again. Straight through Kater's legs. Everywhere, apparently. Oh, when did a video about Greg? I think I've seen that, actually, yeah. Wait, what's this?
Greg's.
We're getting a Greg's. It's good. They've got the signs up outside. They were doing the work on the shop and stuff. They're building one.
We're getting a Greg's.
We're getting a Greg's. It's just Pog's happiness with that. It's good news. Oh, speaking of as well, I was a bit busy yesterday. I bought an armchair. Like, Boston, yeah, as far as I know, Boston has one of the highest, like, proportionally at least, of Portuguese diaspora. Is it a goose? No. So Pog and I went to a charity shop yesterday, and sometimes we'll just nip in there just to see if there is anything furniture-wise. And we found an armchair, but this is the best thing about it, right? It's just a leather armchair, nothing crazy, but it's one of those ones it's for one person, but it's wide enough that you could very easily I'm talking, fit two people on it as a sort of miniature sofa. So what we've essentially done is we've essentially just bought a sofa that's an armchair, which means that it has a smaller profile, fits exactly into living room cuckery. fits into that little nook in our living room, and it's perfect. And 40 quid. Like, you're just not getting better than that, are you? Like, realistically. It's flat arms too, which are nice and wide. It's perfect. The nook culture, yeah. Ruiz started that. Also, another assist for Naeem. He's getting in all sorts of places. The head bashing nook, Mikey, yes. Just to the left of the head bashing nook, just in front of the radiator where the coffee table is, which will obviously have to go. But the best thing as well is it means that when we've got peeps round, we just change the angle slightly, and congratulations, the room's opened up. Or you can move it to in front of the French doors as well. I was just on an impulse day yesterday. Up to 38. Oh man, just please try and stay hydrated. I know it's when you're feeling like shit like that, it's difficult, but trying to get as much fluid in as possible is super important. I really hope you feel better, Sue, though. That's never nice. No, yeah. Or it's just like, I guess someone from specific parts of the north playing with the plutonium or something. I don't know. We have this like pillar in our living room by the door, and it sort of protrudes out from the wall by about sort of, I don't know, maybe 10 inches or so. It's at least 10 inches. And I was sat on a poof underneath it when my friends were around last time. And every time I laughed, I'd throw my head back and smash my head against the wall. So, yeah, avoiding that is going to be good. I'll just bash my head off a windowsill this time instead, I suspect. The lads have actually done okay here. I mean, Ruiz has got a goal. He's set a few things up. The flare's certainly helping him. Wally hasn't shed rating or anything just yet. We're actually winning with Wally and the team. It's Cabezas through, and it's another big save. What a pass. Was that Naeem again? My guy. You got 3 tickets. Nice. That's awesome. Sorry, no, I didn't see that. Congratulations, friend. I'm particularly doing that in the state you're in right now. Impressive. When is the match? Is it this week? Are you going to be well enough? Nooks and crannies. I think it is a Cockney rhyming slang, right? Probably. A lot of these things are, and you just forget they are. Alejandro is definitely linking up the play nicely. Right, here we go. Wally. Wally can hold everybody off too. Poor from Wally there. Oh shit, actually I say poor from Wally, like he had a lot of control there, but there's a lot of space to the back post here, and it's surely a chance now, and it's another goal. It's Cabalida, and it's 2-2. Cater is being left out to dry a little bit in places there. It wasn't great. I mean, as we know, tactically with this one, it is very much a case of if we do lose the ball in certain positions, we are very vulnerable to it. That's why we try not to. But I do feel like we're more at sea defensively lately. Like, they do seem to just be more all over the place in general. It's a lovely finish, actually. Okay, we go again. Of course. Can't lose too much ground in the league, right? Particularly with Pushta and those guys kind of cooking. He might be good, or he might just have, like... Oh, hello, go on. Go on, Wally. Wally! Oh! God, if Wally smashes a half volley in the bottom corner, suddenly this is a different gravy game entirely. He is, however, starting to drop rating a little bit now. Chances are slowly falling away. Their goalie is dressed like a referee, but like a lower league referee. Speaking of lower league, Ely City, 5-0 win yesterday in the FA Vase. Love to see it. Oh, God, that's a lot of space. Is Naeem just not tracking back anymore? It feels like he just doesn't want to do it anymore. Oh, he's offside. Means a gherkin. Oh, yeah, I mean... Wait, means a gherkin? Really? As someone who grew up in Essex for like 30 years, I've never heard that before. Maybe I grew up in the wrong part of Essex. Maybe I didn't grow up in Essex. Wally was probably born in Reading, to be honest, given that he's very likely from Reading. I don't think we can see, actually, without... Yeah, remind me after the match, and I'll have a little look, because unfortunately we can't see in the middle of the game who was from where, rather. They've got a really nice pass map, actually. I imagine ours is much messier than that. Yeah, a little bit squiffy. Signing the 3-star PA guys. It depends, because which 3-star PA guys are you talking about? I very rarely, if ever, specifically go out to sign 3-star PA guys. In fact, I don't think I've ever tried to do that. So I'm not entirely sure, because I don't... Maybe you're thinking of me, because that's not really something I attempt to do. Because generally speaking, if you're specifically targeting 3-star PA guys, they're likely not going to be that good. You do occasionally get lucky with it, of course, but statistically, if you've got decent scouts, they're probably not amazing. Albania is his chosen home. Wally belongs to the streets of Tirana, or wherever Tiuta is based. Forgive me for saying that incorrectly. Wishes that the clubs are TV stations. Wait, what? Oh, that's cool. Probably not enough. Oh, there's still quite a few, actually. There's a lot of options here. But at least it gives us plenty of chances. Right, okay, can we not screw this up? I'll give what... Obviously, he's not going to get pulled off at half-time. He'd have to be dropping a proper clanger of a performance to get yanked at half-time. Volkanov's done okay. I mean, it's not helping that he is him. Low I think. Rarely... I don't think I've ever done that. So I wish I could be more... helpful, but I've never ever specifically targeted three-star PA players. It's just not something I would choose to do. Like, I use 4 stars as kind of like the minimum cutoff for, say I'm looking for just random players. 4 stars PA is about the minimum I'd be looking for, even at this stage, because generally speaking, they tend to fall when you sign them anyway. So I feel like if I went any lower than that, you're kind of just likely getting into a world of not very good footballers. And there's still some decent ones out there. Because at this stage, 4-star PA for us is probably 5-star for everybody else. That's sort of the way I look at it. So Tanta Sports, those were the days. Yeah, so we do sign some meme signings that are obviously that low, but that's usually because... So, for example, like Wally Huffer, he's not here because of his potential or anything. He's just here because... Actually, his attributes aren't even that bad. He's here because of XG on the beach, and he's a very... well, weirdly, he's better in other attributes, but he has got good work rate. So he does fulfill the work rate category as well, potentially. That's the... Is Wally a mercenary? Oh, from the... I didn't know that Blackwater had an office in Reading. I realise they're not called Blackwater anymore. I can't remember. They've changed their name so many times. It was XI Academy. I think that was all the same company. Eric Prince's private paramilitary company. You know, if you know, you know, right? Don't know why this is all about Wally Huffer, but maybe he's their new COO. Who knows? Wally the Whopper. Maybe. To be fair, my best regen intake player on my other save is a mercenary as well, but he's called Christopher Nolan. So, it's one of those things where the game just writes the joke itself. Yeah, basically when it comes to scouting, you don't really want to be targeting anyone that's lower than that. When you're in the early stages, yeah. Finally, at least the meme got some use, James. You love to see it. I think it's also the last of the animated ones I'm allowed to have at the moment. Wait, why am I doing that? Regime changes at Oxbridge. Bro's just trying to, like, sow dissent around the streets of Didcot. Respect it. Boots on the ground in Windsor. I'm just thinking of places around that area now. That looked like handball from Ruiz, but I do love the way he picks the ball up. He actually... Oh, and a get off the bar from Kowalski. Ruiz, actually, he has shed rating since his goal, so that is worth noting, but he doesn't seem completely uncomfortable in the team. Like, he links the play up nicely, he's dealing with his teammates pretty well. I'm a fan. I feel like he might get the full 90 here, and Wally's the one that will likely come off for, honestly, probably one of the better footballers. I'll probably just bring Gomez on, actually, just to make sure that we do have a chance of winning the game. Why did Kowalski not challenge that? We were literally watching Parks and Rec last night. The one with the dance for the senior citizens, with obviously Mouse Rat were playing all the oldies tracks. Pog and I always said that when we finally moved house and got, well, this place technically, we were going to go and rewatch Parks and Rec, and obviously we finally started redoing it because the last time I'd watched it was in like 2014. And as a Parks and Rec enjoyer, I'm glad of that. I've always preferred it to The Office slightly. He's doing okay. I think, to be fair, Wally seems to have gained a little bit of rating at the start of the second period. And Cater, I'm not really looking at Cater. Like, Cater really won't be judged much this season on his performances in the league when we're doing this kind of silly bollocks. The performances for Cater will be much more judged in the Champions League. I want to see how he does in the European form. As Cabezas again. I love the runs that Cabezas makes. Arguably more proactive at times than even Montparous does. Like, he gets into some sensational positions where he always acts as that third striker at times. I wonder if Chuklov could be a bit like that at some point. Oh, it's a good save again. Preseason games mean nothing. Beat Tottenham 7-0. Yeah, that's the thing. You're like, I don't care about this. And then all of a sudden, if it goes in your favour, you think, oh, maybe. Like, I was watching the highlights of Fulham versus Stuttgart yesterday evening. 1-0 win, Timmy Castagna scores the goal. But I'm watching the highlights and just some of the build-up. And I'm thinking, oh, I tell you what. I see the vision. I see what Arbelow is trying to do here. We're quite expansive. We are going to concede a lot of goals this season. Like, a lot. That's a great stop. Because we do look very open. But I get the feeling we're going to be very attacking and going to score a lot of goals too. It reminds me of like early Ange at Spurs type games, and I used to love watching them. Oh, come on. What? Right. It's 3-2 to Pogon now. I don't even blame the keeper there. He's come and flapped at this a little bit, but realistically, someone's got to be getting back on the line. On the up bounce, first time over the keeper from there, as an insane strike. Don't know why he's going to punch. He does have more tendency to punch, actually, than some of our other keepers, which might not even be the worst thing in the world at times. Better than flapping entirely, although he's managed to do both. Okay, right. Olafemi John's been terrible today. Wally Huffer's off. And on will come Gomez. Someone who knows what they're doing. Volkanov has struggled again a little bit here. I might bring Mana on. No, not Mana. He's already on. Who else have we got? Coffee for Naeem, but Naeem's been so good today. Yeah, he's fully... Naeem's fine. Who else is... Obra, maybe? Could bring Stig on for Alejandro. This is here. And then one more, which probably would be either Kowalski or... I'm going to get... Yeah, Diabate off. Obradovic on. Give Dushan an opportunity to try something. I can't believe we're 3-2 down in this game. This is insane. I can still see us winning this 4-3, but the extra work we're having to do to get this, they're very aggressive. They must be leaving giant gaps. After the league starts, though. Yeah, I mean, who have you got opening day? Because we're obviously playing Chelsea, which is a very different kettle of fish entirely. Naeem now blocked. Kowalski blocked. And please score a goal. Finally, it's Anwar Naeem again, and it's 3-3 here. Come on, this is a hell of a game. Naeem has done everything today. Cabezas with the assist this time instead, but that's 2 assists and a goal now from Anwar Naeem, but we must have had about 3 chances there to put that in the back of the net. They always just get a block in. Impressive from Cabezas actually not to swing at that first time and instead to try and find that ball for Naeem, but it's a great finish actually, can't even argue. That's good. It could do, depends on how much we beat them by, right? Sport referencing women have leaving wide outlet players. I don't think they do learn to exploit anything because the game doesn't have that functionality. So we're definitely getting exploited because ultimately we have less players in a position in the team where you would need footballers, but the game's not learning anything as far as I know. That isn't a feature of FM. I'd love it to be, but as far as I know, there's no features in FM that allows teams to learn your tactics or anything. That's one of those myths that you see over and over again. They might make changes slightly to try and deal with that, but it's not like, as far as I know, that isn't a thing this year. If they did come out with a feature of that, I would be really impressed and very happy with it, actually. It'd be cool if that was a thing. So who exactly did Brentford beat 7-0? Impressive. What's to be like the... I can foresee with regards to Fulham this year, a situation... Oh, Frankfurt, really? Stig's in and it's 4-3. Get in. It's another assist for Anwar. We're 4-3 up now. Anwar with a goal and 3... Oh, please, no. Yep, given. They can make changes during a match, yeah. And they may well have exploited that a little bit, but bear in mind, they were good in the early stages of this game too. It's just we're very open in this system. That much we do know. God, he's been excellent today. This is why I just can't foresee him going anywhere anytime soon. I think Anwar finishes his career at Wisła, honestly. He's just that good. Stig has definitely shown a bit of quality off the bench, and when he has... Did he start a game for us, or has he only ever been off the bench? I feel like he might not have actually had a chance to start yet, but God, he's got super sub vibes. Oh, nice again. Anwar. Anwar again. It's Cabezas again. It's a no. It's off the post. And it's scored by Nathan Allen. I feel so bad for Anwar Naeem there because he should have had his 4th assist of the game. It's 5-3 to Wisła now, I think. Is it going to be disallowed? Nope, 5-3. Look at these little passes he keeps pulling off. Cabezas has got to be scoring this in fairness, but assist off the base of the post comes to Nathan Allen, and now it's 5-3 to Wisła. Come on. Kowalski's like 6'4", I think. He stands out like a sore thumb with a ponytail on it. It's great. Although he's not as aerially dominant as you'd expect him to be for someone as... I think he's 6'4". Yeah, 6'4", 17 jumping reach. He can't really head very well, which I think is the problem. He wins headers, but they're not always the most accurate of beasts, so to speak. I'm very impressed with this little turnaround here, actually. Same time as Stig. I think he was the only one that really cooked, unfortunately. That was that period where we basically signed all of Bodder's players, right? Because I think they all came from Bodder or Vålerenga. But I believe Stig was the only one that really took off in the same way. Because there was that centre-back who we really liked that didn't have any PA in the end, I think. But he was in the Norway squad really young. Or was that Stig? No, it wasn't Stig, was it? I can't remember now. Oh, look at the number of players that Pogon are shoving forward on these counter-attacks. It's dangerous. Like, I think they may get a chance to score another goal, but thankfully we've got the 2-goal lead. So we're just as likely to score another one ourselves here. But this, I think, does go to show, like, having two more capable centre-backs in a game like this does definitely matter. And Volkanov will get his moments, but it's more likely going to be, I think, we'll give him 30, 40 minutes in games where we're already winning, rather than starting with maybe some cup games too. Trying to start him where he can. It's tough to develop those guys. Gomez. Oh, it's a good save again. Ooh, he might do, actually. Stiggy boy. His off the ball is actually 13, which is fairly average. Anticipation's 15, though. I mean, he's just an excellent footballer. I think what might be happening with Stig, it's, go on, because he's more of a winger than a striker, in terms of his like actual, in theory, his player profile, he makes different types of runs than strikers do. And as a result, he maybe does just offer us a different type of player. He's also aggressive. Yeah, he's just a very good footballer more than anything else. Well done, Stiggy, winning the free kick. He's agile as hell. He can cross like crazy, which I think will help him with linking up with his strike partner too. Because one of what a lot of our strikers do is they tend to run the channels on the counter-attack, which means that we might see him crossing more often than our other strikers do, and with more accuracy as well. So that might help Stiggy out too. But he's definitely got a decent chunk of goals and chances to his name already this season. Yeah, we've absolutely creamed them upon falling 3-2 down. That's actually very unlike us. It's nice to see us finally be able to pull something like that off. Because when they went in front there, that 15-minute spell was just an absolute, like, proper churning of chances. We're still not top. But Naeem has just absolutely killed that. What was his actual... He had 1.69 XA in this game by himself. That's incredible numbers from Anwar. Didn't have a lot of chances to score himself, but he still took the one that he did get. And my God, was it important. My Christ, I have a lot of tabs open here. I have to make sure I don't shut off it. No, I think I closed one I shouldn't have done. No, the Wendy's one. Crap. I lost the Wendy's image. Things you hate to see. I'm good, half. Oh, excuse me. Just trying to find the next big thing in strikers, you know? I'm just looking forward to having football back again, I think. As in football, like domestic club football for the team that I watch specifically. It was weird watching the highlights yesterday and thinking to myself, oh, I haven't done this for a while. Trouble with Leicester. Yeah, certainly won't be doing that this season. Didn't they draw 1-1 with Notts County yesterday? I guess the problem Leicester are going to have now is because they're going to be seen as a scalp by every single team they play against in League One, which is going to be really, really difficult to battle through. I mean, I still suspect that they will likely get promoted, but I feel like it's not going to be that simple. So XA, as far as I know in FM at least, what it does is it basically just measures the quality of the shot that the player had afterwards. So if you play a key pass and a shot occurs from that, the XG of that shot is what is counted as the XA, because that's how many times that's sort of the expected assist that you would get, I think, anyway. Russell Martin's manager. Oh dear. So they're going to play some... Did Jimenez score for Wolves? I saw an interview with him, but I wasn't sure if he'd scored or not. It seems like he has since he at least returned, right? No clean sheets. Man of the match obviously was Naeem, who's just... Why has the game not counted Naeem on this list? Hang on a minute. I'm going to read stats. I don't know if it... I'm going to have to read them again. Last minute penalty, of course he did. It's Raul Jimenez. Of course it's a penalty. It's what he does. That's my guy. Okay, for some reason the game is not counting Anwar Naeem here, and I don't know why. Not the game, the... He's literally right there. I don't understand. It's all that. Hey, someone's got to. Is it because it's 10 out of 10? Maybe? Let me just take a different screenshot and try again, because I don't want to have to... Obviously, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but ultimately, he's had an absolutely cracking game here, and obviously, I've got to make sure he gets rewarded for that, the people that picked him. That's very strange. I have been noticing, like, some slight problems creeping in occasionally with this. Yeah, it's not awarding him... It's not even, like, noticing him as his existence. It's not counting him as having any points in this game, which is a little bit strange. I mean, I did have to change his name before start as well. I saw that. Who was it that... the goal at Norwich was insane. Yeah, it's still not counting. I'll have to manually add him, but unfortunately that means I can't do I can do the man of match thing. I just won't have to do it manually myself, because I think he's the only one. It's doing the rest of them just fine. Hegebo, that was it. I knew the name was like a Scandi sounding name for sure. Right, Anwar Naeem. So he got 3 assists and a goal and +3 and +5. So another, what's that? Another 8. So he will be on to 27 then. Jesus Christ. Shout out to Amwana, getting all the points there. There we go, that's better. Forgive me that. Right, cool. We learned something there, though, that Stiggy's very good off the bench. Wally struggled a little bit, but Ruiz showed a little bit of quality, albeit only in the first minute. But it's knowledge. We're gaining it. From the game yesterday. What's this? Oh, my days. Ah, yeah. Well, this is classic Russell Martin ball, isn't it? Where possession is all that matters. Because I remember this is kind of like what it was like watching Fulham under Scott Parker back in the day. Although we were admittedly so dominant in that league that you could get away with doing this. But that is very Russell Martin-y, isn't it? 69% possession, but just don't create anything with it at all. I mean, they were very lucky not to lose that. Christ. I mean, I don't know where Notts County are expected to be this season in League One, but even so. I saw Cambridge beat Wigan as well. That's huge. I know Wigan are not great, but Cambridge are surely one of the favourites for relegation this season, so hopefully we stay up. I say we. Like, I can't be claiming a we on Cambridge, can I? Just because I'm wearing a Cambridge shirt. Relegation favourite? Really? Okay, that's actually embarrassing then. But also, I wouldn't have thought that... in my head, County... I guess it's just because in my head I still consider County like Wrexham type thing where they were kind of moving together. Obviously, that's not the same thing, is it? So Duisburg. Is it Duisburg or Duisburg? It's Duisburg, isn't it? There have 2 wins for 2 in the third Bundesliga. Oh, I've always liked... These guys have spent a lot of time in the second tier of Germany, right? Because I feel like I see them all the time. Back in the day, I think they're having this save, in fact, a couple of times. Oh, that's third Liga. But they are here. I might add them to the team reports list because you never know what you're going to get. And there's a zebra. Well, okay. I like the fact that their badge is, hey, we got a badge. But let's minimise that for a minute. Zebra. Hello, Peace. I'm fantastic, my friend. How are you? How's your Sunday going? New promoted? I guess so, but... Yeah, I guess the difference between going from the National League into the League 2 and then League 2 into League 1 is very, very different. Did York City win yesterday? I didn't actually see what happened, or was it a draw? Because I know that York's obviously in a bit of turmoil because of the whole managerial thing, but I didn't actually see what their result was. They did. 3-2, fucking hell. Fair play. Wasn't that their first win in the EFL in like 10 years? Just called the Zebras. I'm going to guess it's like how... If they ever lost the license to them, welcome, Zebre. Chick's buyback clause active. I don't think it is, though, is it? Let's be honest. Not bad. Not bad. Dad's officially cancer-free. Not bad. That's fucking awesome, Peast. Holy shit. That's so... That is brilliant to hear, my friend. Genuinely. Amazing news. You and your family must be absolutely over the fucking moon. That's so sick. Congratulations to your dad. And no, you know what? Congratulations. Fuck that. You beat it. That's fucking incredible. Seriously, man. You must be so happy. I can't imagine what a relief that must be as well. Not just happy, but just that feeling of like, breathe, I imagine, right? I've been lucky enough at this point in my life to have not had anyone really close to me go through that. Touch wood. But I imagine it is awful. Went behind, went ahead, soft push for a pen, equalised 1-8. Oh no. It's keeping things interesting at least. Berntson's going out on loan. Right, is anyone new? Anyone else want to go out on loan? Oh, Radomiak. Oh, God, please have him this time. I can always... They already said they wanted him. Oh, Wisła Płock. Okay. Okay, it's cooking back up again. Okay, apparently there's a giant gap at Arsenal that they're trying to fill. Wisła Płock want... Oh! Chuklov to Wisła Płock could be very fun. And a striker as well. No, you can't have him. Or him. It's going to be a problem, isn't it? They all want the guys I won't be willing to give. Michael Cleary, go on. Get out. You can have a little bit of bang on Michael Cleary. And I know. No, hey, mate, you know we're always on board. Obviously, right? I love hearing good news. It's cuts through the bad, you know? Is the kid. That's cool, actually, then. They've basically forced their own association with it. I respect it. I have had a little look on the transfer ones from time to time to see if we do have any players that fit, because we actually do, but every time I actually try to offer them to the clubs, they're not interested. So I thought there might be a way of maybe... Good Lord, we have 25 players. Can't I just... It would be a good way if you could literally just send them a list of players and be like, listen, have any of these. Obviously, we don't want that because some of these guys are very good. But that's a lot. So more than anyone. I mean, I don't blame you. Oh, speaking of animals that are great, my goose sweater. Finally got my goose sweater on Friday. Too small. Fuming. It's just not a realistic one for me. I knew I was taking a risk when I bought a small, but I have lots of smalls. This one, just a little bit too small. It's basically pog-sized now. So still, I'm on the quest for goose-based things, and I've failed at every turn thus far. Goose cropped up, it is a bit. Sleeves are a bit. The 2 different goose sweaters that I have bought, both of which have turned out to be too small. Thank God it's only vintage, but that does suck. Because it was like a proper like vintage one as well. Like it's purple. It just, it's the exact type of thing I wanted, but oh well. Oh, vest it up, maybe. Like a crop top vest. That's different. Oh, you get clapped by. You love to see. Speaking of Cracovia, actually, how are they getting on in the 2nd tier again this year? I hope they're not being good again. It feels like they're always one of the favourites, but they are at least looking a bit mid again still. I'm just super impressed with what Push Neopor Meter have done this season. I wonder how much they actually deserved the points they have. I imagine they're massively lucky. As always with these things, they are extremely... Good Christ, GKS. Get it together, lads. We are minus 4.9 on goals against. I'm convinced it doesn't matter who you put in goal. Admittedly, part of that is down to the young keeper, I suppose. But Jesus, why not just shrink? I've been trying. I feel like frame-wise... To be fair, actually, I'm not trying to shrink anymore. I'm doing the opposite. I've been getting bigger again. And it's working. I take progress pictures every week just for like comparison purposes, and I compared my week 1 to my week 10 yesterday, and I finally went, actually, you know what? Yes, there is a genuine, noticeable difference, and that made me feel quite good about myself. Speaking of what would make me feel even better is if Waterford just beat Partizan here, because funny. When's the Gorilla Sofa coming? No Gorilla Sofa. I did buy an armchair yesterday, though, but it has to be delivered. Oh my God, they actually won. Waterford are in the playoff round of the Champions League. There is a non-zero chance that Waterford end up in the Champions League group stage this year. I'd love to play them. They'll probably end up in the Europa League, right? Let's be honest. But that's still extremely impressive. And Vadar Skopje as well. I'll be curious to see what the next round throws up. Oh, speaking of, we're in the 3rd round here, which means we've already had the... There should be a Polish side in action in the main path for the 3rd qualifiers as well, right? Watch them go out. Oh God, that was tighter than it should have been. In fact, they've only won the 1st leg. It's Brookbet versus Skendia. That's concerning. They only won 2-1. Jesus. I don't think they've drawn the next round yet, have they, right? Oh, fuck. The thing we didn't need this season is... I hope that this is not correct, because sometimes this draws things wrong when the draw hasn't actually happened yet, and it shows like games that aren't supposed to actually happen. So there is a chance that this doesn't happen, but it probably will. This is the 1 year we did not need this, while they're all rebuilding their finances, and it's it's a huge risk. That being said, if they were to win and knock out Angers, then it's a huge deal for Poland, because it pretty much guarantees us the spot. But that is not good at all. I mean, they might not even get to that stage yet, but losing our Conference League side this early would be... I don't think that's actually happened at all in this save yet. Oh, that sucks. Like, that actually really freaking sucks. It would indeed. Angers me. Is that another... Oh, this was the guy, wasn't it? Alexei Hamidov. He's actually quite good, to be fair. Don't know why I'm Santa babying him, but now that I can see him, they're Greek, not Polish. Yeah, you're thinking of Arashovsky. That's a different team. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's Tront, isn't it? And David Kelly there with no PA. Angelo Ortiz, Valter. They're not great. Tront isn't as bad as we thought. I'm going to... Excuse me. Oh, Christ. Get me gassy here. We're going to scout him further. Oh, there's Wendy. Wait. We still haven't... I want more info on Wendy. I'm sorry. You've changed his PA, but we haven't got any more information on the player, so we can't see any more of Wendy's attributes. I don't think we've got any closer. That's Pavel Tront. Basically, I think Wendy's one thing is Wendy can cross, which is useful for the drive-through, I suppose, but not that helpful for us. I'll scout Wendy again. Why not? There's me in there as well, casually knocking about as Celtic. Because memes. Right, what else is in this list? Awad. Oh, the Angolan guy's just fallen slightly short. He's got quite good physicals, as it happens. Melo, Minga staying in there. That's Lennon is Cosmin. Wait, under a bid already. Hang on, have they listed him for? They've transfer listed him already. Bear in mind, we just sold him to Dortmund this summer, and they've already transfer listed him for the same price that they bought him for. What are they doing? Doesn't have a role for him to play. Why'd you buy him then? Dortmund. This is how Dortmund nearly get relegated. What are they playing at? It's funny as hell, though. Just strange behaviour. I love AA clubs doing silly bollocks in the game. It really does just warm my heart. A few more. This is a bit more like it. A few more extensives this time. Loads more of these guys too. Any fun ones in here that are maybe worth a little look? Is there another Sierra Leonean dude? That guy at Weiler, the Lebanese dude, sticking around. Generational foot guy. Oh, that Matt Green dude does a really good. Danubio? Options in there potentially. Mauro Escobar. Yeah, he was the one that we knew a little bit more about before as well. I was just trying to get that last ditch information because he's the guy that can play all across the pitch. Did I actually scout them? I did. Cool. Right, we get rid of those for the moment. We can have a look at the ones we've got knowledge of. You're already signing for us, so that's fine. You are at Bayer Leverkusen and 16 years old. Sonny's guy was a coward. To be fair, having a coward would be quite a fun little option as well. I'm still on the lookout for that one man that might be able to replace Penev, just in case we find someone who has that kind of weirdness to him that we quite like the look of. Liam Ray at Hibs. He's a goalie. I think some of these guys might still be on here from when we were looking at goalies last summer. Part of me still like... I'm so gutted we missed out on that release course last season with him. Literally. Guy at Newcastle. Graham Charles. It's not spectacular. Yeah, Graham Charles just... He sounds like he should be a commentator and not an outfield player. Or a player in any sense, in fact. The ultimate outfield. Pogon. Okay, there's more in here now, actually. What is it sorting? Oh, that's by position. Enzo Medina? Yes, lads. Whatever you want, you can have him. Particularly if there's anyone else. Nope, not apparently. I'll wait till the last second to do the push to loans. Oh, yeah, go on. They're actually after some really good loans. Argiolas is that ridiculously good-looking central midfielder we've got. A few of those, right. Now you want Gareth Arnold as well? Oh, lads, please do. I really do want to find a loan for Gareth this season if we're not going to use him as much. This is a perfect opportunity, but he does keep changing. He keeps saying no, unfortunately. Yeah, I wonder if Płock have either come into some money or sold someone. There's a chance that they may have sold someone. I do sometimes find that happens, though, randomly out throughout the window. A team will all of a sudden... Look at their... God. What's Polish for yo-yo? Because that's what they are. So they've had... Yeah, the transfer history is pretty stable. Negative 130,000. They've got... They're overspending their wages, too. Probably mining as well. Yeah, they've uncovered gold. Or something. Either way... Wisła Płock in the past have taken a good chunk of our loans as well, so maybe there's something there. How are we doing on the transfer in? Probably not got enough yet. There's quite a few. Some of them missed entirely. Zhao Zhao. Is it actually... Well, I guess it would be Yao Yao? Or Yo-Yo? I suppose it would be Yo-Yo. Is it just Yo-Yo but spelled differently? Love that. Yo-Yo. That makes sense. I don't know why I expected them to have a different, completely different word for it. Okay, Ocado scored a couple of goals. Ocado? Ocado! He's delivered the goals. Oh, wait, no, it's just one goal. Or two goals? I don't even know what's happening there. I think it's just gone off the side of the screen. Right, what's this one? Lechia turning things around, hopefully against Brunde. Come on. Let's go. Do the business. They did not do the business, did they? Fucking hell, Lechia. Right, so Lechia, because that's the league path, they're going straight to the group stage of the Europa League this year. Not the end of the world, but it's sort of a bit disappointing to see them being able to go out to a team like Brunby. That worries me a bit. Waterford are playing FC Copenhagen. The Imps went out. A narrow defeat for the Imps. In the 92nd minute. On the plus side, though, we also have Vadar Skopje versus Ludogorets for a place. Dinamo versus Rapid Brook. Oh, that's such a classic tie. And the Karabakh Celtic. You never know. Waterford versus FC Copenhagen. They're going to get absolutely creamed, aren't they? Frustrating. It is worrying to see the way the Polish sides have been in these early qualifiers. Not that I'm expecting huge things. That's nice. But it's a little concerning. I think we'll get a huge indicator this season of how... Oh, yes! Go on! Oh, dear. Of how much this is actually going to impact the other Polish teams when we see how well they do in Europe over the course of this season. Because if they really drop off, then that's a concern. What if they're doing any business of their own? They presumably are. The question is how much. Let me just sort this by the correct bit so we can see where we got to. Because we were... Oh, it's not very busy, is it? It's mostly us doing some stuff there. 1.6 million they sold a dude. That's us again. Smaller transfers. 5 million is us again. Free transfer to Pushtia. A mid-transfer there for £4 million. Some freebies coming in. Not sold anyone huge either. There doesn't appear to be a lot of big sales going out the other Polish sides either at the moment. In fact, it's the biggest sale is actually between two Polish sides anyway, which is this Hassanpour guy, who I swear used to play for us. Oh, no, he didn't. Wow. The rare player that didn't play for us. Spend money on this guy, probably, let's be honest. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, in my current system, he's actually perfect because he's got a good tackling ability, but he's passy. So he's basically like a Kowalski type player. And he's got good balance. Fairly loyal, so there's no hint of like, oh, and he's only 18. What's the PA looking like? I mean, ultimately, I'd probably buy him anyway, but even if he has good PA, I love players like this because they look like they've got only 2-star CA. To be that good is a good sign. 4.5 star, oh yeah, 100%. To me, I would be immediately getting a guy like that for sure. If I can do, at least. No. So, Yohyo. Oh, okay. Oh, so like Krakow. Or Krakow. Because it's got the little accent. I've always struggled with that one a little bit. Who's this? Belaid. Oh, random Libyan dude. The biggest signing of the summer, obviously. Not striker, right? Nope, apparently not. Nelsani, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. How are you on this fine Sunday? Who do you support? What the hell? Arsenal want my random Beninese dude. No. Why do you want my random Beninese dude? I don't trust that. Motor Lublin. Hwang Dae Wong. Oh, God, Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah. Go on then, lads. Actually, that's a fair price, to be fair. He looks like he might actually have some PA, but he won't be, looks like he might be one of those players that, yet again, is probably not likely to reach it. But, hey, we'll take the cash. Break a record transfer. Ooh. Oh, I love a Domagoj. Is there room for two of them? I do hate that when you find two players that are absolutely goated and just happen to play almost the exact same role. It's the sort of thing that makes me almost want to change tactics, but I try to resist doing it. It's why I'm kind of glad we've got so many central midfield roles, otherwise we'd be in real trouble. But what are you going? It's going okay, Reese. We're finally, as a result of this season, back up into the top 4. Technically, I mean, it's obviously a year delayed, but once it percolates out properly... Hang on, did I see us finally go... Wait a minute, I think we've gained ranking. Circle back to that in a minute. We are officially now back in the top 4. But as of course, at the moment, if things stayed as they were, we'd also go actually into 3rd place because Germany have shat the bed. The biggest issue is going to be what happens with France this year. If we knock out Angers here, we lock in 3rd place, no doubt. England and Spain are so close together as well now, but I think we've moved up to 7th. Yes, we've gone above the Dutch league. Finally. We've actually moved up the reputation charts. We're now higher than the Dutch league. I guess beating Utrecht in the Conference League final last year probably helped with that. Luciano Lopez to go out on loan as well. Radomiak won. Oh, if they had Arnold and Kwasi, oh, look at this. This is some really nice loans. Big fan of that. Any other teams doing well in Europe? So the best, it's been a tough one. So last year was the first time a Polish side won a trophy that wasn't us. Radomiak won the Conference League. We have had multiple teams reach Conference League finals, but they were the first team to actually win one. So I think it's 3 times it's happened. Let me check past winners. So we had Motor Lublin got to a final in 2034 where they lost to Bologna. Górnik Zabrze reached the final in 2039. They actually went ahead in that game before losing to Girona. They also got relegated that year. And we've also had a team reach the Europa League final, which was bizarre because it happened, all the way back in 2030, which was very strange. The first team, in fact, of this entire save, including us, to reach a European final was Jagiellonia. They reached the Europa League final in 2030, which is only like season 5? Was it season 4? But that's the closest we've come so far with that. And as for the Champions League, I think the closest we've had for other Polish sides was a few teams reaching the round of 16 with us. Don't think anyone's ever got to the quarterfinals yet, but it's come close. Wait, who's lost a team already? They didn't lose again, did they? Their rep boost could be helping potentially, yeah. Did someone lose a team? Don't know it was Germany again, because that'd be perfect. Sharpek with pleasing progress. Good news. Arnold with the pleasing progress. He does look like he's going to be fantastic one day, but a loan this year where he plays loads would be great, because then I could just use Volkanov a little bit more as a sort of backup. You thought you saw 6... It's made for this exact moment. Maybe I mean, at this stage, if it does say 6-7, then they probably would have done. Wait, it does say 6-7. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Chat, I think Brookbet just lost in the 3rd qualifying round of the Conference League because it's a Saturday. I think that's what's happened. They've just lost. I bet you if I click on Brookbet, they've lost. Wait. Tell you what it is. It's because temporarily, Lechia aren't technically in Europe at the moment because they lost in the qualifiers for the Champions League, but they will be in the group stage of the Europa League, so I guess it's going to come back. That's really weird that it discounts them temporarily. I didn't know it did that. That's actually really smartly spotted because I wouldn't have even noticed that. But yeah, the reason it's happened is because Lechia technically don't have any fixtures right now and they've been knocked out of the Champions League, but they are going into the Europa League groups. That scared me. Although what I will say is what scared me more is the fact that, well, one, they're playing Angers. Two, they only narrowly got past Skendia. I get the feeling that we're going to be losing them anyway because Angers, where did they come last season? Okay, they're not amazing. 7th after a... If we had to play a French side, it being Angers probably isn't the worst one in the world, but it's a huge risk because if they knock out Angers, get to the Conference League group stages, it guarantees us 3rd place this year because France are never going to be able to make up the points by losing a Conference League team. But if they do go out to Angers, we might be a little bit in trouble this year because a lot of our extra, safety points, as it were, come from the Conference League. It'd be so very us as well to go from having a team win the Conference League one year to having the first time a team's not even going to get into the qualifiers. Is this guy here? Oh, yes, I remember seeing this guy before. Jamafara, who's got okay attributes. Have nasty draws, maybe. Would they even have any more draws? He's apparently we're already scouting him. Let's check the draws for the other competitions, see if we can figure this out. So we've got Conference League. There'll be no other French teams in the Conference League draw, would there? Unless someone's dropped down, but I think it's unlikely. They probably would have had to have a playoff too, right? So this is the playoff round. The problem is if they drop out the playoff round, they'd just go straight into the group stages of the Conference League, wouldn't they? Which would probably be worse for us. No French teams in there at all. I think they go straight in, don't they? Is there anyone that would really benefit us at this round of the... Probably not. And then the Champions League obviously is those. Or for the Champions path at least. As for the League path, we've got Benfica, Eikor, Brøndby, Club Brugge. And then for... Yeah, we just have to hope really at that point. Because, is there any other fixtures here that could potentially help us? Olympiacos are all the way down here now. Wait, that means Olympiacos must have actually lost in the Europa League 3rd round as well. Gap Connor's key. Shout out to them being in the playoff path. That would be very impressive if a Welsh team actually pushed all the way through there. I suspect they won't, given who they're playing against, but that's still pretty impressive. Any other crazy ones in here while we're at it? Oh, Bodø versus Eintracht Frankfurt. Bodø might actually have a shot at that. That would be very helpful if Bodø could win that. Alaves versus Tromsø. Vesterloo versus Dinamo Tbilisi. And it's the fact there's not TNS, yeah. Varaždin against Vitória de Guimarães. A couple of Croat sides down here, actually. Newcastle versus Rapid Wien. Newcastle will absolutely wallop them. And the Standard Liège versus Ajax is not easy either. Okay. It's going to be tough. I hate to say it, but I do think there's a very strong chance that we probably lose Brookbet here, and this is not going to be an easy season without them, because if you think of the sheer amount of points that you get from that team, it's a good old chunk. Right. Okay. So let me sort the rest of the team first. I'll temporarily put Al Shankiti back in the squad because obviously, realistically, the likelihood of us actually getting 2 strikers in here is pretty much 0, I would say. What do I want to do with the rest of the team here? Just in case there's anyone else that needs to come in. I feel like bad for Sharpek, but he has at least been injured, so he shouldn't kick off too much about that. Santos, Pimenta, Wanga, Penner. Montparnasse is nearly back. Probably next game, I'd say Montparnasse is officially back. And at that stage, we can go from there. Okay. Yeah, alright, that's the squad for this game, potentially. Volkanov. Oh, I might drop Volkanov for this one and bring back in Steinbergen just to ensure we have a bit more stability, but we can switch him around. Right, the wheel. Who's going to partner Al Shankiti? And it can't be either of the two that were in the team next time. I'm going to make sure that changes things around. Otherwise, it would just be the same guy over and over, potentially. I mean, it's still unlikely, but you never know. So no 9s or 11s, technically. Although I guess it isn't the end of the world, but always good to give people an extra chance if we can do. And then I may actually need that lesser spotted second wee break, because apparently I'm just a well-hydrated man today. Ooh. That's Mwanga again! I think. Pretty certain 6 is Mwanga again. Who was the goalkeeper number 6 last time around? Did he keep getting put in a load? Because that is literally Mwanga again. Here's Jacob. He's just got something special. This would be like his third appearance for us. But at least he's partnered with someone this time, so that might potentially help a little bit. Let me just check the bench and see what attackers have done the best. So who gets to be on the bench today, pretty much. FM, can I scroll the page? There we go. So Stig obviously gets to be in there. Blanco's done reasonably well. Gomez. Actually, that appears to be in order, but Okada hasn't had a chance yet, in fairness. So, Obradovic technically counts there. That's not too bad. Sorting by average rating, obviously some of them haven't got a chance to play yet. But Ruiz is... Yeah, there's no one outside the bench yet that's earned the right to be on it. I will check that periodically, just to make sure that we can... Because we can't have all of them on the bench at the same time. Because that would be mad. Or... Was Olakovsky? Was it? Give him a chance. Well, he's not earned the chance. You have to earn the chance, right? Okada, I wouldn't mind having Okada on the bench, though, I suppose. Because it is tough for him to get that first opportunity. Where the hell has he gone? Oh, hang on. Didn't do the unavailable thing. And there's still Manuel Hansen there, too, actually. Where's Okada gone? Oh, he's already on the bench. So it's fine. He was already on the bench. Happened to the losers of Gov Island. So they all got loan listed. And then a couple of them have gone out on loan. The rest of them are sort of waiting for their chance, I suppose. Club Legends of Saskin. Yes, I do actually know how to see that. So what you do is obviously go to the... if you're looking for your Club Legends, presumably. So you go into this on the main page here. And then, I believe, if you scroll across to this one here... Yes, there we go. So yeah, you go to your main page and it's just on the little toggle dials here. It's on the third one across. What does ours actually have now? Jens, Naeem, Al Shankiti. That's fantastic. Monparus is not a Club Legend. Top scorer in the club's history, not a Club Legend. Jens, meanwhile... Club Legend. Anwar, fair enough. Al Shankiti, not even been here that long. Club Legend. Any other crazy ones in there? Rodado, naturally so. Duru's on there. I'm on Perus, but somehow... Nathan Allen is a favoured personnel. Is there any other weird ones in there? Ah, oh, dear. I guess it's because he kind of is a forward in many ways. Wait, actually, no, he's not a forward, is he? He literally can... I guess he's played there enough now out of possession that... No, wait. He wouldn't have learned anything. Yeah, that makes no sense. I guess it's because he is an attacking midfielder. Maybe the game considers that a forward. But to me, he's an attacking midfielder. When literally Jens is considered an attacking midfielder. When he's literally not. Does it... Wait. I wonder if it's putting them one stage back. Because Jens is not an attacking midfielder, but he can play there. Do you think it's just registering the furthest forward position that they can technically play or something? Because it's got Kowalski as a defensive midfielder, who technically he is. But it's got Nathan Allen as a wing-back, where I suppose... Surely he's a right wing-back. Yeah, well, I mean, it's probably got... Maybe it's finally got Manuel Hansen listed in his actual position. Who could say? Right, I need a second wee break because I'm a thirsty boy, apparently. I'll be back in a minute and we'll get to this game and hopefully do a little bit better. Maybe Jacob will finally do something. Who could... realistically, he's still done well there, but at least it wasn't completely dominated by him on this particular occasion. The next guy had a really fun name as well. Just hand him the trophy now at this point, right? That makes sense. Also, sad news. The trading cards I was talking about that I was hoping may arrive during stream today, unfortunately, they're arriving later. But it's fine, because I'll save them and I can open a pack of them on Tuesday. Because I know nothing about this kind of thing, but ultimately, seeing Tony buy them has made me kind of go, I wouldn't mind getting on. Yeah, I bought some of the new Topps Premier League cards, James, because I thought that might be quite a fun thing to do occasionally, to have a pack to open for something. And why the hell not? I'm Pokemon scalping. I bought a little, it's like a tin on Amazon. I think it has like 5 packs in it or something. It's a slippery, so I know it is, yeah. But I thought it might be a little fun thing for us to do on stream occasionally. If I just have a pack available. I think there's 5 packs in this little one, just to start us off. Yeah, so do I. It's just be a nice little thing to do, get back into it maybe, see what we do. Damn, they're expensive though. I saw them in what it was is I saw them in B&M yesterday when Pog and I nipped in to do B&M things, and I thought to myself when I got back, I was like, mostly because I was unmedicated yesterday too, so a lot of impulse buys happened. Hence the olive coloured chinos and the armchair. What I bought followed up with the trading cards too. So, am I getting a new livery? Is your new livery going to have 2026 Whiz Quiz Champion on it? Full albums. I might potentially get an album to put them in, but I don't know. We'll see what it's like first for me. Like. Can I just declare that Tobias Steinbergen might be the best goalkeeper at the club? Just casually. Stay away from what? Oh, I will be. I'll probably just buy some packs and see what happens, really. Might get a folder for them, though. Well, the rare cards you pulled. Ooh. But this is it. I know nothing of... Santa Berger! So what makes him rare other than... Is there different... I literally know nothing about this. This is why I kind of want to get into it. How does it actually work? Is there different versions? Oh, so it's a numbered card. Right, so there's only 250 of them. Right, okay. But so there are multiple versions of Sander Berger then, presumably, that have... So there'd be like a numbered version, like a normal version. I genuinely have no clue about that sort of stuff. Al Shankiti, very deep. It's a great finish. I think he might be offside. Like, so rare. At least you're getting a tangible thing though, right? That's quite cool then. Oh, disallow. I think he did look a little on the offside, to be fair. Zuckerberg EX. I want Mega Revolution Sander Berger. Must have been fairly close. Wasn't even that close at all, was it? I can foresee a situation where Pushcha don't win another game for the entire season. Graphic for the Whiskers champion. Oh, absolutely throw in a livery. Oh, I could do that. Or allow one of the more graphically gifted members of chat to do that, since I am terrible at that kind of stuff. I am learning. I spent most of Friday in the heat solely making After Effects graphics for the new video because there's a lot of them needed for it. And there we go, Wanga! He's done a thing! Jacob, I guess, because he's from Zambia. Jacob Wanga gets his first goal for Wisła. Good stuff. Little poacher's finish. It's another assist for Anwar Naeem. He might be having... the beginning, at least, of one of those seasons from, old school Naeem, where he was getting close to 20 assists. I think he's already got, 6. SYC approved. Love to see it. F1 Show Pod, 100%. Which is 1st of November, and you can still get tickets for that as well. The Canal... is it the Canal Bar? I think it's the Canal Bar in Nottingham. Apparently, there's actually a river, a canal, obviously, inside it. I still want to enter by boat, but I'm being poo-pooed on that one, potentially. I was going to say I'd trade with Tony at the charity match, but unfortunately Tony's away, so he's not playing in the charity game. Lots of other people will be, though, and it's going to be sick. Just 2 cards. How many were there? I take it, is there more cards now than there was back then? Because the impression I got, because I was just clueless on a lot of these things, Space Sister again, good save, was that there seemed to be quite a lot of versions of different cards and stuff that made absolutely zero sense, because I think Tony got a really rare, version of John McGinn. It was a numbered one, I think, but it was one of... It was way less than 250. It was a really small number. Hello, Gato. I haven't watched streams, but yesterday I caught up with the YouTube video. Polish Conference League winner. We do have a Polish Conference League winner, finally. Yes, Radomiak got the win in, I think chat would agree, not even one of, the worst final we've ever watched. It was proper talk amongst yourselves type beat. 0-0 after extra time. Barely had a chance for either team, pretty much. There was one good chance in the game, and it was the first minute where Radomiak should have taken the lead. Eventually, they won on penalties, but not even in a conventional way, where the penalty that won them the match was essentially their opponents missing the net entirely. Kind of like that. I'd like to believe the goalkeepers put him off. Got so far as oh, so there's different numbers of cards. So it's not all just like 1 of 250. It's just like not random, but there are different what's the word? Different volumes of them, I guess. I see. Never thought back like I loved Pokemon cards back in the day, but I grew up in the era when Pokemon cards were just the thing at school. I mean, I have them down there somewhere. Where have they gone? Yeah, on the shelf. Actually being rested on Yuri Crot's head right now as it happens. Keita's actually done okay today, for once. I say for once. Well, their goalie's getting on it a little bit. Maybe making Keita the ball-playing goalkeeper actually did work quite well in the last one. And then again, we did consider all those goals, so maybe not. I don't fully blame him for that. That's more on us. But we are winning. Just a bit... so far. Nothing crazy, but at least Mwanga's done a thing. Just got to win it. Exactly. They won it. They got us the points. Although we are now in a situation where there's a very strong chance that we might not have a team in the Conference League at all this year because our team have been drawn against the French side in the playoff round. 2 Rodrigo Munices. And is that another numbered one or is that slightly different? 1 of 1, maybe. Yeah, I saw something to do with signed ones. Are those actually signed by the players or is it just like a printed signature? A starter pack. I might get that as well because I was looking at it, but I didn't really understand what I was actually getting, so I just went for the tin that has 5 packs in it instead. So maybe I should have got the starter pack as well. Hey, Olafemi John, go on, lad. Caleb, thank you very much for the follow, or Carlum. Let me know. Thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it. I hope you're well on this Sunday. Who do you support? Just fancy picture ones. Boo. Least you could do is get the actual signature. No, I've never known how to play the actual Pokemon card trading game. No, not even a chance. Oh, so I see there's 2 different... God, there's even 2 different versions of that. So there's like a printed one and an actual one. I see. You can play it, apparently, yeah. There was these little, like, marbly things that you use or something. Because it came in, like, the deck builder things you could buy. But, yeah. People play that shit, like, it's a big deal, isn't it? Like, there's proper tournaments and everything. I've just never... I just liked collecting the shiny things, basically. I suspect that of the potential... Of, like, the pool of people that... collect and have Pokemon cards and actually play the game. I imagine the difference between those two is a very, very small proportion of people actually do that, I guess. Yeah, to be fair, I did have the Game Boy game of the Pokemon trading card game, which is kind of crazy when you think about it, because it's a game of a trading card game of a game of a anime? Which, was there a manga for Pokemon? I'm guessing there probably was, but I don't know the exact order of those kind of things. It's pretty deep. I think it worked a little bit like Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know, having never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Either. I'd need to ask Viking about that. He's way more Yu-Gi-Oh! Coded than I am. Pog watches a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. It's like her show that she puts on sometimes when she's chopping garlic for whatever reason. Go on, Cabezas. Hey, another one. Okay, fair enough. Jorge again. This is kind of... It shows that it is about that role as well. Like, the Monparouche role can be very good, as we know. Turkish named winger that Model Citizens IU signed on a free. If his name was Hassan Grenadin, then yes. I believe he is at Corona these days. He used to be at Vichys Kraków, but as a result of them getting promoted, they got a transfer embargo because of a potential takeover right when all the loans were extended. And so he and another guy they had all came back. But luckily he was able to go out on loan to Corona. So if that is his name, then yeah, that's definitely him. Let me check. Yeah, this guy here. This is the free guy we got from Galatasaray who looks to have turned into an absolutely ridiculously good player. Pure winger, though. He's very much a wingy kind of guy, which is fine. You need those. Right, John's been great, but he's tired. Kowalski's been great, but I'm going to get Obradovic in. Steinbergen's complacent, because of course he is. Is there a Volkanov opportunity now? There probably is, actually. Now's the perfect time for someone like Volkanov. Give him half an hour. PPM. I don't know. I mean, maybe he does make them as much as... In fact, I don't think he has any PPMs. Or you just can't see them on this screen. But I think they would appear here, would they not? Maybe he's off the ball is 14. His anticipation is 19, which is possibly doing some lifting for him there. Like, he is a Monparouche type player. I just feel like Monparouche misses a lot of those. No longer a Model Citizen. Yeah, that, to be fair, players holding on to Model Citizen is not an easy task. It feels like they do almost always seem to lose it. And then weirdly seem to gain it back again later in their careers. I might, for the purposes of this game, now that we're 3-0 up, I think now would be a good opportunity to bring on Okada. Which footedness is Okada? Both, good stuff. To give him a little run out instead of Al-Shankiti since the game's already won. And that'll allow Stig to have a little rest from the bench for a little bit. And Jacob's actually done well, so he can stay on. Just to see what he can come up with.
Open my own.
Oh, very diminutive striker for a little while. Morgan, thank you for the follow, friend. That's very kind of you, sir. Or madam. How are you on this fine Sunday? fine, but not completely twatting hot Sunday, which has been fabulous. This has been better from us defensively too, actually, which is not that... I mean, Corona are, I believe, going to be in the Europa League for us this year, because I think we've got Corona and Arca, and obviously Lechia now, in the Europa League. And then it's not the best batch, to be honest. I get the feeling this is maybe where our clean sheet goes goodbye, unless Cater can pull off something good here. Well, that's a really nice bit of football, and... Oh, what a save! Go on, lad! That's more like it. This is actually goalkeeping from him for once. He's above... I mean, he's massively above his XG, obviously, but... That's a bit more like it. He's made 6 stops. Some good saves in this game too. With us weakening the on-field 11, it's definitely giving Corona a few opportunities for him to face some shots. Nice. Yeah, I suspect that he no longer has a perineum, but who needs one of those, right? It's not a requirement for being a goalkeeper. If anything, these are the sort of moments where I think it'd be helpful for him as well. Like, coming and claiming the ball in these sort of situations could be very helpful. Then again, no, it probably would help us. And from crosses, oh shit, that's so unlucky. I can't blame him for that. It's deflected straight into the path of Suarez. There's no way he could possibly anticipate that. Bloody second phase of set pieces, as usual. How's that? Oh, he's definitely onside. Grenadin's just completely caught him out there. Yeah, no goalkeeper. I mean, maybe if he's a little bit more on his toes, he could get out to that, but realistically, he's still done very well today, and we'll get a good reward for that. Expensive cards are all the shiny special versions, so if you actually want to play, you could normal cheap. Oh yeah, of course. No, I mean, I'm not really interested in that. All the Pokemon cards I have are from years ago. Well, pretty much exclusively the 90s. I think maybe the very, very turn of the century, some might say. Oh, that looks like it would have likely hurt. I feel like you'd at least get some residual vibrations up into some areas where you probably wouldn't want it. Don't have to pay the clean sheet bonus, and the keeper still had a good game because he still prevented well over a goal. It's worth of XG, so he's actually, and he was with actual saves too. So I can't be mad at him for that. I think mostly what happened there is just I brought on Volkanov, who just simply does not have the ability yet to be that good. Oh, he's into that. Fair enough. He requested it. Like, hit me. Right, get rid of that. Just make some space on here so I can see where the fantasy thing's gone. Can you pin tabs in Firefox? You can pin tabs. Oh, it pins it right at the side there. That's fine. I'll do that. That would have been much easier than whatever the hell I was doing before. Right, let's see if it's going to recognise it this time. Because Naeem's had another absolute monstrous performance, hasn't he? Not man of the match, though. That was Johnny Boy's role. His XA was still exceptionally good, though. And no clean sheet either. He certainly, I think with this one, I'm not actually keeping players in when they do well. That way, it gives us the opportunity to make sure everyone gets more of a fair shot. It'll spread the stuff out, because ultimately he's already had 3 chances as well, so he's getting plenty of opportunities regardless. Is it not put Naeem in again? I think it's just not picking out Amar Naeem's name for some reason, and I don't know why. I'm going to have to do him manually every bloody time. I have no idea what's happened there. Gus Showbusiness, thank you very much for the 33 months. I do appreciate that, my friend. He's not got the Man of the Match award. That goes to John anyway, thankfully. But yeah, it seems to be just ignoring Anwar Naeem today, which means I'm having to keep giving him manual points. Which was 8.4 because he got an assist. So he gets an assist and an 8.4, which is +2. So that as well, which takes him to 29, I think. Maybe. There we go. Gets his extra points in there too. How do you see? Sorry, forgive me. I did see the first message. There was just like, but 5 seconds between them, my friend. You have to give me a chance. How do you stay consistent playing your save? I don't really understand the question. Do you mean the team's consistency or me specifically? More information required. Oh, great on the spelling. You're right. Sorry, my apologies. I missed the asterisks on that one. That's my fault. Because I can't read. But now I do need to follow up on like what specifically you mean by that. Still not top of the league as well, because Lech Poznan have absolutely chefed so far, apparently. 2058. Holy shit. You playing the save? Then I'm really not sure I understand the question. How do I consistently stay playing the save? I mean, it's my job. But also, like, yeah, I'm not sure I understand. Like, because I like the save. Like, I don't know. I consistently play it because ultimately it's like, I mean, the thing I suppose as a player, you'd want to have a save that's going to keep you interested, right? But the reason I keep interested is because obviously I'm doing the streams and the content around it. So that obviously there's an added layer to that that's slightly different. But I think it's like trying to find ways to keep it interesting for yourselves. Like, for example, what we're doing right now, it would be seen as silly because it is, but ultimately I think it's helping me enjoy it more because we're doing the silly reality show striker with the wheel thing, right? So 30 defense for 200 million. That's decent. Plus now you can reinvest that. You've got to be careful though. Don't wait too long to spend some of that money because FFP could potentially bite you in the arse where you'll have all this money that you simply can't spend. Higher wages and less bonus money, or higher bonuses but lower salary. Generally, I prefer lower salaries because that comes directly out of my wage budget, and it feels like the other stuff is a little bit less. It's a little bit easier to manipulate. Whereas your wage budget, your board will get more pissed off at you. So, I mean, most of the time, I'm just offering as many. I'm not paying that much attention to the bonuses a lot of the time, unless I'm trying to sweeten the pot for a player to get over the line for a contract and to keep their wages sensible. I guess it matters more if you're in the lower leagues, which I am on my other save. I find with that, I am offering more bonuses, but usually the bonuses I'm offering are things like cap clauses and stuff, just because it's easier. And when you're in the lower leagues, it's so easy to keep your wage budget a little bit more under control by using things like wage rise clauses, especially the international ones. That is an absolute, like, next level thing. So we've got... Imagine. I should do it after Brentford, just sit down a level and win this up. Champions League. I mean, that's the great thing. It depends because I don't know what exactly you're looking for out of your save. So, like, it's tough for me to sort of advise you there because I don't know what you want to do, I guess. Because everyone has different goals and everyone has different things that they enjoy in FM. 854. But remember, that's a 3-year rolling FFP cushion. So it's not as simple as that because it could disappear off the ledger. So we've had this happen before where you get loads of money in one summer, but because you don't spend it so fast, when you come to the end of that window, that money gets wiped away and suddenly it looks like you're losing loads of money when you're actually not. Yeah, it's one of those things where there's certain things I will just gloss over as far as things like appearance fees and stuff, because while you absolutely can manipulate that, with the amount of players we often sign on stream, if I did spend too much time doing that, it just slows things down. Like, I yap enough to slow the game down a tremendous amount already, so by adding additional things to that, it would probably be a bit tough. It's a tough watch as it is, you know? I think I already looked at these guys already. Yeah, I did. Yeah, when you add loads of like crazy extra bonuses, sometimes you just do need to have that happen to get a deal over the line, because I'd much rather offer them those kind of bonuses and then risk something coming through than not do it and not be able to get the deal done, especially if that player is like a really good footballer but I don't want them to break my wage budget. Oh, somebot actually worked. I say actually worked. It's been working quite well lately. They seem to have fixed whatever issues they had with Spotify, which is nice. No badge win the Champions League, which did then aim to beat Liverpool and Man United's Premier titles, which I've done. So yeah, I guess the question then is like, where do you even go from there? Because your save will probably be in a really interesting state because you'll have a very different game world to a lot of what a lot of other people are living in as far as your save. So you can kind of choose whatever you want to do, right? Booty's still not got a job, unfortunately. Did I just see another lad called Booty? Oh no, it was great name, superb name, also very well lit photo. No other. There is a guy called a lady called Danique Booms, or I guess Bohms, but still, good. Good to know that's even there. F1 NFL. Yeah, I mean, F1 Manager exists, obviously, but that's from what I've heard, because I never actually ended up playing it in the end. It doesn't give the same kind of... Who? I love how players just join. I'm like, I don't even remember who this is. Presumably a guy we signed out of either Natty Caps or something like that. They just rock up and I just forget who they are. But in you go. To the Lone Farmer and such. That said, there is supposedly a new Motorsport Manager coming at some point, which would be quite good. Because the old Motorsport Manager, I fucking loved. That was the closest thing that really... I think as far as like other management games, that's pretty much given me as close to the FM vibes as it can. For a very different type of sport. Retirement manager and start off again. You could do. I guess it depends on what leagues you've got loaded as well. That probably makes a difference too. But it's so tough. Like part of the reason why I do this type of save is because it does give me that new game plus vibe after, like, when we do win a Champions League, which we obviously already have. It wasn't going to be a case of now what. So what I like about building a nation is it gives you that kind of now what built in, where you already know where the next step is, and that's obviously the European domination for the entire league. Take some of the thought out of it, I guess. A couple of these guys to get out as well. A lot of leagues, that's good then, because you probably, honestly, what I would do in your situation, which may not be what you'd find interesting, is I would go and look for a club that are either historically massive, that are completely fallen off the map and rebuild it, or a team that are historically pretty low down that have somehow found their way up to the very top and then take over them instead. It's one of the things I love about late stage saves when you've got loads of leagues loaded, like for example in Outcast to Icons, where the game world is just so lived in that it feels uniquely to you, and I think that's the best thing ever. Like, I really am oh, Raider. Oh, that was the Egyptian guy we like. Raider. Oh, he's not very good, but he is called Raider, so he does earn points for that, but sadly he's not great either. I guess language course for you. Darian for Sonogo, we take that. Ismaili, speaking of. More progress for Okada. Okay, that's good to see, if nothing else. Yeah, I do like the fact that we have to care about the other teams. It makes a huge difference in terms of... I guess it's one of those things where you kind of have both... They kind of hit different... They scratch different itches. So, building a nation, we get that kind of vibe of having to care about the other teams way more. Whoa, they have... Oh, they haven't actually started the division, in fairness. Look at the squad, though. But then Outcast to Icons, you've got that... You're playing more matches that you're actually watching. Outcast to Icons basically is a save we've done. We did it on FN24 towards the end, which is no command. I don't think it was ever a command for that. There was OTI spreadsheet, but that was just the spreadsheet. It was probably just ! Save, but obviously now it's not because that wouldn't be the save. Essentially, the really TLDR is your European journeyman, as many leagues as you can physically turn on, and as many countries going down as far as you realistically want to. No coaching badges, no nothing. Start from the very bottom. Obviously, you have to work your way up and win a Champions League. That's the base rules, but just normal journeyman. However, the rules that make it different is that you're not allowed to manage a team that's ever been in a European final, ever. So if a team has even reached a European final, that means Conference League, Cup Winners' Cup, from back when that was a thing, doesn't count into Toto because that's weird. Champions League, Europa League, anything like that. If they've been in the final, they're off the list, and you're not allowed to manage them. In addition, if you reach a European final with a team in the save and you lose, you have to resign. Any team as well that reaches a final in the save, even that you're not managing, you're then not allowed to manage that team because they've now added themselves to the list, essentially. So that's the general vibe. It stops you from just like... It's basically journeyman, but with the element that you can't just min-max your way straight to the top club and win the league like that because it's just not as fun. It adds these extra rules inside that I think keeps it interesting and stops you from having to just manage the same teams over and over. Physical's more important than mentals. It's not really there's no way I can answer that because that's just... Physicals and mentals are such large categories that there isn't really a yes or no answer to are physicals more important than mentals, because physicals is like 5, 6, 7 things. Mentals is like 15 different things. Certain physicals will be more important than certain mentals for certain players in certain positions and vice versa, basically. Like, if you've got a centre-back, his physicals and his jumping reach will be really important, but if he's a central midfielder, it's going to be less important, right? Mostly always take on relegation candidates. In what sense? But I mean, in Outcast to Icons, there's plenty of other options than that, but yeah, it does at least sort of limit that. But then again, you can find a lot of, like, for example, relegation candidates that have previously been in European finals. You'd be surprised how many teams have actually reached them in the past. Even Fulham, for example. In different ways. Yeah, exactly. They all have their own things. I would never boil it down to a way where you can just say this is more important than that, like only focus on physicals or mentals, because that's not going to be helpful for you. In fact, I would argue that it would actually be actively unhelpful if you were to do something on that level. That's the thing, Rob. Yeah. I want to do that for 28 probably. I would absolutely get that in there because it actually just adds loads more leagues that we can manage in. But that would also apply to the women's leagues too. So if the women's teams have ever been in a European final, same problem. And we also had that other one where we thought about whether it would exclude the men's team too if they're affiliated. And I quite like that as another option too. But we just had such a fun build-up because we did... like first team in that save was a team in Luxembourg that we took over halfway through a year who'd not won a game that season. Got relegated, but we did our best. Then we did like Serie D in Italy. We did... Where else did we go? There was another place we did as well. The spreadsheet will be pretty big, yeah. But we love a spreadsheet. Scandal team's been ravaged, but that's okay. Oh yeah, Wales, of course, yeah. We did Cardiff Draconians in Wales. Was it Serie C? You're right, I think it was Serie C, wasn't it? Either way. Because it was, yeah, Wales, we did Cardiff Draconians. That was fun in Wales. We had Josh Allen out of that. Managing the lower leagues just gives you so many cool things that happen because it's like small margins, isn't it? The tiniest little things can make the difference. Only do it for clubs who have won the European leagues. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, like, you could do it. So when I did my Nordic Nomad save, I basically did the Outcast to Icons rules, but I applied it to the leagues instead. So, although that wasn't really the point of the save, that was just the FM side of things. In that save, technically, I wasn't allowed to manage any team that had ever won their domestic league. Or a cup, I can't remember exactly. Maybe it was only domestic leagues. Just to give you a little bit of extra fun, basically. Which, I'll be honest with you, there is an opportunity to maybe have that as a secondary set of rules for Outcast to Icons, where it's like super hard mode, where it doesn't just apply to Europe, it applies to the league as well. So you're not allowed to manage anything that's ever won their domestic league either. That would be a hell of a spreadsheet to keep hold of, but I think that would be probably a little bit too much, perhaps. Yeah, Oriola was when we were at no, not the showings. That was... Oriola was, Serrain in Belgium. It just gives you access to these things that you maybe would normally not manage in. And I think that's kind of what makes it fun. It forces you in a position. And then later in the save, once we kind of establish ourselves and we're trying to figure out our pathway to go towards the sort of end goal, which we unfortunately ran out of time for in the end. I feel like we would have achieved it, actually, had we not had that issue with Tenerife where we had to leave the job. But I was still choosing, like, there were other jobs available that probably could have min-maxed it a bit more, but I was still in that mindset of, like, I want to kind of choose the really fun and interesting clubs. And I think we did a pretty good job about that, just going off of vibes more than anything else. Certainly did the trick. Endrick. £7 million for Endrick. Challenges the I've always thought that scenario modes in FM would be goated. It's so good it would be. Pavel's not that great. Now there's Mazier, actually. All that giant guy. Wendy's still minimal knowledge, in fairness. But he is no longer an F. Somehow. Even though, again, I feel like that hasn't revealed any more information about poor Wendy here. Unum guy. Oh, he's sticking around, though. Fuck, I'll send him around again. Well, you bottled it. Yeah. I think the problem was we were playing a Premier League team that was always going to be crazy difficult. And I would have rather we didn't reach that final. Because if you recall correctly, what happened was we got to the final from being massively down in the first leg where we didn't think we'd even get to it. And thought, this is absolutely fine. And then we came back with some crazy result in the second leg where I think our central midfielder scored a hat-trick or something. It's tough. And as soon as we knew we were playing Fulham, I just thought that we were kind of cooked at that point, unfortunately. Wait, is this guy... Oh, no, he's 18. He's actually not awful, to be fair. For just a random loan farm dude that probably would sign for us given his 18-iness. And he's free, right? Low wages. He's just dropped below the threshold I like, but for a completely free player, it's always useful to have a few guys like this around the club from time to time. Can't hurt. Me turning, yeah, I mean, the fact that I wearing the Fulham shirt underneath it was, I just assumed we were going to lose, and in the end was right because that was so tough. And that team that we built did reach Champions League final not that long afterwards as well. And I like to believe that we take some responsibility for that. Some of the credit. Really? I'm really hoping that Kwasiopud and Gareth Wassimajig actually do go out. I think this is... Oh, hang on. A couple of cheeky... I feel like Bobadilla is one of these players that's always offered out as well and just never seems to actually go anywhere. You again? David S. We'll take David S. Or rather, we'll let you have David S. if you want him. Any more for you? Adri S. They want all the Spanish Scourge dudes. Love to see it. Oh, is this it? Would have been better if I hadn't taken so long to take the goddamn jumper off. There's a lot of buttons on a waistcoat, I'm noticing. Just give me a moment. Just having football back's nice, isn't it, in general? It's because I was wearing a waistcoat. Imagine wearing a waistcoat in a cup final as well. It's fine. I wanted this all along. Part of the plan. Part of the plan. Right. Just a lot of button undoing. Right, Wednesday. Aha, right. Because this is first leg still, right? They're probably going to lose this quite heavily, aren't they? Let's be honest. Big day for the S family. It turns out there's a lot of them. Might be worth after the Lecce game checking in on the 3-1 defeat. It's not the end of the world, actually. 0-0 in the classic one there. They're not technically beaten. I mean, they are. They literally lost, but not in the sense that, like, there's a chance they could still come back. It's pretty unlikely, though. Did I see that Spurs are now, like, officially confirmed that Romero's gone and obviously Jed Spence as well? Because Spencer's gone to join Stonesy at Inter, right? I do like that deal I like that for Spence. It's a shame he's not going in the Premier League because having watched from the World Cup, I did really enjoy him. But that feels like an interesting move for him. I really like that from a program. Oh, Arnold's going to Radomiak. Love that. Meanwhile, Kwasioput says no. That's annoying. Too early in the save. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're not re-signing a guy that you had earlier in your save for the memes, or even just because he's actually a bit good, you're not really playing FM, are you? Like, we've already got that. This summer, 2 of our former midfielders rejoined us. One of whom is 35. The other one who's actually still kind of usable, to be fair. But now Jens has been hurt too, which hasn't helped. This is Thursday, so we'll have to go to Friday. And we've got a Friday night game. It feels like the whole English players abroad thing now is almost common to the point where it's no longer even noteworthy. You just think, oh yeah, he's going to Inter or whatever. It seems complete. Whereas before, that would have been like a huge deal. Like, English player playing in one of the other top 5 leagues or something. Whereas now there's so many of them, you almost forget. Corey. Oh, he's not even that bad. It's not that good, but he'll do. Straight for the loan farm for you. Certainly not XG on the beach level, but he's okay. More recruitment focused stuff. Okay, now we check in on... We're checking on Brookbet. Oh, please tell me this... Oh, it's the home game. They've won the home leg. Oh, I tell you what. They've managed to win the home leg, but it's only by 3-2, and it probably shouldn't have been, because they've conceded 2 goals off of very little. They've also scored 3 goals off of not that much either. But they've done the first part. Having Kevin Morrison has definitely helped. We'll absolutely have that. Still, they've got the lead. They just need to not lose. I have a horrible feeling they will do, particularly with an injury to Ahmed. But that's all they can do. If they had a 2-goal lead, I'd be a little bit more confident in them, but I'm actually surprised, to be honest, that they even did that. I would not have... I thought they were just going to go straight out there. No offers for 3 players. Presumably because they've gone in for core... No, that's the new guy, isn't it? None of those clubs are after him. Realistically, get rid of you. Was anyone useful in there? No, that's fine. Pog's now on the way up. Something's just arrived. I think it was my new running jacket, to be fair. Hopefully he's back by next week. The guy didn't yell, "I kill you!" as he did it. Why have I got a hole in it?
I opened it.
Oh, you opened it. Cool. There was a Sports Direct sale, and... What? Oh, yes, sure. And I needed to get a waterproof running jacket for when it does inevitably start tipping it down into the autumn and the winter. And the best time to buy these things is the opposite of that. 20 quid for an Adidas running jacket thingy. I thought it was a pretty good deal when it was knocked down from what was it, 70. So I'll take that. Thank you, Bob. Dispose of.
What are you getting a bid?
What? No, you could do. I mean, you didn't dispose of me earlier. What? You almost disposed of me earlier. I haven't done women's league save. I haven't in 26, no. I haven't done that many saves in total, right? I think the best chance of me doing that would probably be during an Outcast to Icon save, because then it's just part of the journeyman save at that point. But no, I haven't gone out of my way specifically to do that yet. Ultimately, because I think that it needs a lot of improvements in there, and I do still have to be cognizant of viewers in terms of actually intriguing people into saves. It's difficult. And not because I haven't had a save that I really wanted to do specifically, I guess. Different player pre-match walkout animation. Yeah, you told us about that. Why would they not just have that in both? It seems strange to limit that to the women's side of the game, when if they just had it on both, it would make both look better, basically. Seems strange. Because the women's one does not get the men's walkout animations either. It's odd. Right. Montperou's probably... I feel bad for Cabezas, who's actually started the season like a house on fire. 4 goals and 2 assists this year. But Montperou's really does need to come back in at least to the... Nah, I probably should start him, shouldn't I? Probably instead of Volky. Not instead of Volky, but you know what I mean. I get Montperou's onto the bench so he can come back in and have a little run. Because he's got some points to prove this year. Right. Okay, the question is, who's going to play striker today? Because Jacob finally got a goal at least. It was something. It was progress. So. Don't know why I keep moving the wheel back away. It's like, he should have pride of place. I'll move him further back. I don't know why I keep holding him so close. I realise it's actually easier to see the entire wheel if it's further away from me. The curtain's getting involved as well. Don't know if I want that kind of extra interference with the wheel. I swear to God, though, if this lands on number 6 again, which, actually, there's a non-zero chance. No, we're fine, we're fine. We're through for the top. Oh, is it going to be me for once? Finally! I actually get a chance to pick one. I don't think that's ever landed on me. Either in XG on the Beach, Glove Island, or even in my other save. Okay. What do I fancy? It's Lechia, they're a good side, they've got some good players. I'm feeling thank God and woke. Give the boy a chance. Give him his opportunity today. It's got to be thank God and woke. Who's here to solely dribble past people. Watch him win us 10 penalties today. That's his main role in this team. GG's mocap. They're fairly... It's not even so much the walkout animations, it's the actual camera angles that are different as well. That's the weird thing about it. The actual cameras themselves move completely differently. Let's get him in. Got to give him an opportunity. I've got to use this chance. Monpers is back. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Sick. This is his moment. What number do you get? 83. Love to see it. Does he need individual instructions? No. But the roles already have individual instructions built into them. What's this? Oh, it's just the random sticker thing you get. I suppose it's probably for a return. Do need to try that on potentially, but it's too hot in here to put a jacket on right now. But yeah, the role does have individual instructions already put onto it. I don't think there's that many of them for the strikers, but mostly their job is run into channel, score shots, generally speaking. He's just there for the vibes. But if we start putting individual instructions on the player, then it kind of defeats the point of what we're testing, which is what things really matter in that same role for every player when they are essentially given the same task. Like, does it make a difference to have ridiculously good dribbling? Or, yeah, he was dribbling and balance, wasn't he? So will he win us a couple of penalties today, potentially? If he actually does win us a penalty today, that would be an interesting fact. Oh! Oh, if my defender did that, I'd be fuming. Al Shankiti grabs another one. If nothing else, he's at least netting a few goals for us this season. Did that hit the defender on the back and then just fall straight to Mohamed? Lovely run for Kowalski, though. Moving into the channel from the DM spot is certainly something different. He turns his back to it. He turns his back to the play. It's fine. He's got this. No problem. Just casually backs it straight into Al Shankiti. A bad day for the S family, it would seem. I'd like to see that. It's called Kyrie. I don't think I've actually seen a player called Kyrie in the database. There probably is one, but it's not a name I come across that often. Gave the assist to Kowalski. It's because Jakub knew what he was doing there. He knows if I cross this hit, that's a great pass for Shankiti again, and it should have been 2. It's a bit stolen valor, isn't it? But hey, every stat counts for Kowalski. His actual numbers in terms of stats and goals and assists have been creeping up steadily year after year, despite him playing quite a deep-lying role. Last year, I think he was getting quite close to, I think he got like 8 goals. He does love a little daisy cutter from the edge of the box that deflects about 7 people on the way through. Just counts as his goal eventually. Really just want a good day from Monparusa. I feel like those free kicks just never go in, except in non-league. The amount of direct free kick goals I see going in non-league is crazy. But in this, they never seem to hit the target with them, which is why I always find weird. It's like the game has got... It knows that goalkeepers are worse in non-league, so they're more likely to go in. But they also just seem to get them on target more in the non-league ones for some reason. All the ones you see here, almost always directly over the crossbar or clip it on the way through. But I feel like FM's always been really bad for that. Oh, Monpa made that same run again. It's Al Shankiti. Right, this time he's got a turn provider. He finds Monparusa. It's a good block. Can't help but feel like if that's Cabezas, that's just a goal. Striker who's 6'5" or above, nearly jumping rich for the memes. I mean... Wherever you're doing it, you're still getting that player. We haven't had a chance to try out our massive man yet, actually. Number 4 has not rolled around for us thus far. But when it does, oh, that's a great pass. Oh, I think he's offside. If not, yeah, he's offside. If not, that is a fantastic pass from Kowalski. Showing yet again, can't steal that kind of valor. I'm assuming he was miles offside on this occasion. Yeah, a little bit, teensy wee bit. One thing I would say, though, is that thank God he's on a 6.8. I wonder if he's gaining rating for, like, completed dribbles. Yeah, he's just a touch offside there. By about 10 yards. Random man I've never heard of. Oh, yeah. I mean, not hearing of who the Watford manager is, I guess, if there was any club that was going to... I wonder how long he's been on the job. I guess brand new, right? The question is how long he lasts. That's a good ball. Monparusa again. That is very nice. It does seem like Monparusa actually does make a lot of the same runs that Cabezas does, and does have a lot of quality, which would explain why he absolutely cleans up in the league. Like, generally, our top scorer in any given league season is usually Montparnasse because he does just make those same runs so frequently and he's almost always found by someone. Like, I think he's getting close to 200 league goals this season from an attacking midfield spot, which is pretty insane. Not this season, sorry. He's getting close to... That would be a lot of goals in a season. Have they lost again? 23. What's the league table looking like now? Okay, he's very good. At 16. Oh, the jumping reach on him. Yeah, he's a bit absurd. There was a save where we actually had the perfect tall boy player. Oh, that's lovely football. That is lovely football. Oh. It might have even been Uniao. There was I think it was Uniao. I had a player called Jakob Vestergaard, I think his name was. Oh, Valev. You're right, it was Valev. There was Valev as well. The Bulgarian striker we had. He was an absolute beast. Was that Treaty United? Yeah. I agree. That was him, yeah. I think he was 6'5" and Bulgarian. Oh my god. No win in 17 matches. What's going on with the Traumatized? How many goals have they conceded that the game doesn't even want to show it? Iore Melman was also pretty... He was fairly tall, wasn't he? Because that was when we played that two-striker system with... Was that Treaty as well? All I remember is that with Melman, we had a DLF in that system. What a save. Off of his own player. Yeah, Melman was the Chilean dude that we used to call Eeyore. I can't remember what his actual first name was. We just used to call him Eeyore. Yeah, my headcanon, his name is Eeyore. Because for God knows what his actual name was. Certainly wasn't anywhere near as good as Melman. It can't have been. Well, Melman was his surname, literally. If it was Melman, I think he would have definitely been more known for that. Go on, Shank. Too many people, far too far. Oh my god. Yeah, Juan. I think it was, wasn't it Juan? Like, Joan or something like that. That feels about right. To the point where I would routinely forget his actual name and have to look it up in the game. Thank God he's been there on the pitch today. But I haven't actually, admittedly, seen a lot of touches from him, to be honest. He's been somewhat anonymous in a team that actually does a lot of possession stuff. Right, go on. Back for Steinbergen, of all people. Oh, Kowalski, here we go. Oh, that's how he does. Yes, you're right. I think he had the low self-belief, so we just nicknamed him Eeyore. I don't think it's because of anything he specifically did, but he was actually a pretty good player. Who the Jesus. Anwar Naeem's average position when he's doing his passes is basically... I love that he's the most forward player in the entire team. Thank God's kind of slumping back into here quite a lot. They even had a little period of dominance. We do need to be a bit better than that. 6.69 for Thank God. It's a tough one. It's a tough look. Let me check the actual team stats to see what he's contributing to the game currently. Not a lot. He has had 0.1 XG. Some passing, kind of. I think he's likely to get pulled at 60 minutes at this rate. But he's had his moment to get some... Oh, I've just realised that his surname wasn't Melman either, was it? We only called him that because he was a giraffe. Yeah, you're right. In my headcanon, I completely forgot that we retconned his entire history and name from start to finish. Yeah, he had a really sort of incredibly generic sounding name, I suppose. So that's where he ended up being called Iore Melman, yeah. Although then again, if he was Colombian, we'd totally accept that just as his actual name, considering... Oh, go on. Oh, please. It's an assist for Thank God. Thank God and Woke sets up the goal for Stefane Diabate. Okay. Oh, sorry. Stefan. I keep getting that wrong. Bro's got the wrong accent. It's an opportunity for him to... Well, he's got so much... Bro got an incredible... Oh, Jesus Christ. Al Shankiti's hurt himself. Oh, my God. Given that we're 3-0 up, I'm going to get Okada on for him instead. Maybe I'll make the subs now. Get ahead of the curve a little bit. Thank God I might actually get to stay on for a bit since he's done good there. And I'm going to go with Joao Carlos instead of Montparnasse for a little bit. Obradovic for... presumably the slightly struggling of Kowalski. No, Zato's been kind of poor today. Fuck it. You did. Gomez probably could come on later, actually. And the Stig as well. But I won't bring him on. Oh, okay, Nathan. Yeah, Nathan Allen, screw it, why not? Even though he's annoyed at me. I'll say the other sub just in case. In my head, yeah, this is usually how any of these players' nicknames come about, isn't it? I'll routinely say their name wrong in a way that is linked to something completely incongruous, and that just becomes their name. It's how Rim nearly became known as Cumsock last season, because I could not stop saying his name wrong. But I think you're right, he's just basically Okada at this point. Go on, Joao Carlos is actually pretty tall. Unlike his predecessor. I keep forgetting we've still got Paulo Henrique here as well. I do need to find a way to get rid of him. Well, not get rid, but move him on for decent funds if we can do. Although, nobody seems to want to buy him or... Oh, that reminds me, I still need to get a new contract for a Naeem. I'm a little worried about that because he keeps doing the whole, while there's interest from elsewhere type beat. That's a lovely pass, actually. Go on, Joao. I'm looking for big things from Joao Carlos this year as well. Like that, towards the end of, not last season, but the season before, he did some really good stuff. I gave him loads of chances last year and he just never really lived up to it. Alan on the left, he's got so many bodies to pick out here and he finds him. And it's Diabate again. That's the man. That is him. It's 4-0 now. This is more like it. We seem to have stumbled into actually looking quite good all of a sudden. Custom-made striker. Actually made striker. I guess if he can play the role, then the team are going to play him there. It's a bit like when there was a thing you could do in previous games, which I don't know if you can even do anymore, where you could sort of basically force your... Say you put a player in your under-21s, you could force your assistant to play him in a very specific way. Or we certainly tried to in the past. I think it was with Sven. Didn't we try to make them play Sven as like a goalkeeper or something? It's not probably Had they not? I do wonder if some because I've seen some players with the capitalized G and some players without it. So I wonder if it's not always the same. There might be two different variants of it. Yeah, you could pick all sorts of things from there. It was really cool. Naeem's ball in. Oh, go on. Oh, a lovely header from Joao Carlos. It's another assist from technically it's only his first one of the game. 5-0 to us. Naeem does it again. Joao Carlos adding the height there too. That's a nice... I'm now thinking about this. Cabezas and Monperus are not like crazy tall, but having someone who's a bit more of a beast to make those runs and get on... Look at the size of him to make those late runs. Could be... Oh, it's just always better when it kisses the bar on the way through, innit? That's nice. Well, I think there is. Or I'm just completely misremembering it. Best 26 skin. I mean, ultimately... The one I use personally is Saz26. Obviously, there are many different skins out there. I find the reason I like it is because it doesn't change too much aesthetically. It just gives you more things that you'd want. Like, it adds new... it adds a lot to different screens that you would normally want to access, basically, whilst not overhauling things and adding pictures everywhere and changing backgrounds and fonts and stuff too much. I like the minimalist nature of it, as Naeem's now through on goal. Anwar. This is the year. This is the year of Naeem. Hopefully he's not just trying to play himself into a move. That is given. It is 6-0. Leicester are a good team, although I am starting to think that this might be why Brumby were able to beat them, given that we've been able to put 6 past them. This is very unlike us to be so prolific. But we get it done. Another crazy ball. Who was even man of the match for this one? Was it Diabate? No, it was Naeem again. Which naturally is going to be a massive problem for fantasy because, as usual, I assume it's just going to ignore it. I don't know why it's ignoring him. It's just pretending he doesn't exist and refuses to even acknowledge him getting any points, which is very strange. I do wonder if the OCR thing is getting a bit glitchy. I mean, obviously, I love the Mr. Teeny skin too. That's a really good skin. The reason I used it originally was because obviously it had a couple of things from Saz's skin and then, or not from Saz's skin, but a couple of little mods that Saz had made. And then it could be eventually Alpha, but normally it doesn't struggle with him. First time since, I don't know actually. Did it get him in that time? No, it didn't. Okay. So in that case, clean sheet for the lads. Love to see it. I'll assign the manual points to Naeem again, who got, what did he get in this game? A goal and an assist and an 8.9 as per. At this point, that's just what he does. Right. Let's, goal, assist, and then 8.9, which is another 2 points. Enjoy that, which also means man of the match, which means it actually goes up to 45. Good God. He's just a bit good, isn't he? He's just him. Oh, actually, I wanted to have a look at the numbers purely for this season so far. That's one of our best winners in the league in a while. Usually we don't put those kind of results down these days because usually our opponents are too good, but I do wonder if they have definitely got weaker. Good God, thank God. Well, he got an assist in the game, so he showed something, albeit we're wanting goals, but it's progress at least. Just the one day injury, sadly. Well, not sadly, sorry. Impresses on debut. What did he actually do in terms of his actual rating for the game? I mean, it's certainly not something to complain about. He didn't look too bad in the team, which is surprising considering the quality of the player. I would have expected worse from him, to be honest. Right, simple analytics view. Who has the most goals this year, actually, for us? So it is Cabezas with 4. Most XG is also Cabezas. He has more XG than El Shankiti does, despite playing 150 minutes less. That is an insane thing. Although Montparnasse does tend to get quite a lot as well. So I guess that does kind of track. Anwar Naeem already has 2 goals and 6 assists this season. John's got 5. But God, look at his XA numbers are actually wild. So that's already 8 goal contributions. He's still underperforming his XG as well. I already have views, thankfully, so that we can assess the striker quality, because we can look at the shot map one and the creativity spectrum and use those as a sort of comparison point to see what they're actually how they're actually performing. And F26, yeah, I don't know. I get the feeling that there might be some pretty drastic UI changes, but it's tough to say, right? God, look at Lecky's. So not Lecky. Lex goal difference is actually nearly as good as ours, mostly because they don't concede any goals. But still, we're at least finally catching up on here a little bit now. We're at the top, which is where we need to be. This does worry me how well Conrad Lima's doing. I thought you were going to say your starting goalkeeper is 49. Shaw chasing Molsky. Bunny, go off, sis. Perfect. Watford are ahead. Fair play. Oh. I hate the fact that when you delegate media, you still get asked stuff like that. Kuwaku set to sign for Wisła. Who? Oh, was that the Burkina? No, the Ivorian dude we were just looking at. Yes. Okay, cool. I'll have you. You can go on another one of those. You'll go on one of those. Anything new in here? Oh, dear. AMR. Oh, Santelli. Radomiak are looking like they could be chefing something crazy up here. That's yet another crazy good option thereafter. How are we doing on transfer room in? 190. Okay. I think it's starting to burn out a tiny bit. We just need more full screens. So all they need to do is just simply not hide things behind extra menus. Make use of what's already there, and things will be absolutely fine. But it is just frustrating the way that the game does that. But the thing is, realistically, we're not going to know much about that until such time as... Well, people that maybe get into that playtest or something will have, but they won't be able to say anything because obviously they'll be fully under NDA or whatever. It'd be cool if some of you did actually get into that. I guess with the sheer amount of people that will be applying for it. Although you do have to be UK based, so that narrows it down a bit, but probably not that much. I imagine the likelihood of getting into it is probably slim. Unless they've got some... Then again, they were asking questions about certain things, so maybe that's going to be taken... Well, it has to be taken into account too, right? It's not just a case of random lottery draw. I suppose they'll be picking for a reason. The game traditionally, for the last decent amount of time, it's been late October beta, early November full release. So 20-something of October, 26th, 25th, and then like single-digit days in November. There was one year where it was released like late November. I don't remember which year that was. It was like November 17th or something. It might have even been later. I don't know if it was it might have been because of COVID. But usually that's how it works. It's sort of... But I would be willing to bet that we hear things slightly earlier this year. I do feel like we may see something, maybe even in August. But then if they were talking about... Were they talking about September for the playtest stuff? I actually forget. So maybe not. Because all we know currently is that that's sort of where the next... All the attention is there. Scram on Skyrim. Good for them, frankly. Good for them. From Into couldn't hit water. She's in a boat for me. Just scored a friendly... I mean, hey. Maybe it's a sign. You should stick it out. You never know. Maybe doing batches. True, yeah. I mean, they probably will want a vast... I imagine that you're right. They probably will want varying degrees of experience because ultimately that means that you're going to be able to give them very different types of feedback. Someone that's got 10,000 hours in FM in general is going to have very different opinions and feedback to someone who's only got like 50 or even less, or is brand new to it entirely, but then it'd be tough for them to be applying because why would you, right? I imagine they can source those types of people from external focus groups using like agencies and things. I'm quietly optimistic for it without knowing anything at all because I just have to be, right? Also knowing that there's simply no way it could possibly be as bad as, whoa, no thank you. Be as bad as 26 was at launch, surely. Like, what could possibly happen to have that happen? Wait, they said they wanted him. apparently my headphones are not trying to die as well, which is just good news. I might try and offer him out. But can't he? I guess it's just like, maybe I'm tempting fate with that, but it just seems like what could possibly, like, actually, here's a question for you. Thinking realistically a little bit, what do you think they could do? What mistake could they make from this point that would somehow actually make it worse than 26 was upon release, based on the things we've seen from them over the past year, the way it's going? Like, I'm just struggling to figure out how they could possibly do that, but maybe there is something in that I'm missing. That was Santelli, wasn't it? So Santelli, and a next season loan. Right, you want him. Presumably it's an issue where he won't actually go on loan to them for some reason. A roadman. But like realistically, £200 on launch isn't actually going to happen, is it? That's what I mean. Like, I'm trying to think what actually could happen that could cause us to feel like that way about it. No match change. They realised that no one was using it, so they just gave up on it entirely. Feature removal. I guess feature removal will be something. No extend all loans button. Oh, hey, look. We know that Mike has fought those battles for me. I know that he's tried. I know that's got a weird use case that's specific to me, but ultimately I feel like that is just something you'd probably want to have in a normal save anyway, right? Should try and push this through, see what happens. Lowest points total in the Prem sitting chart. I believe the lowest points total was actually 11, right? Save button just doesn't work. Oh, he's going! Santelli to Radomiak. Part exchange just worked. That's sensational. Excellent news. Radomiak just got even stronger. That was hilarious. When they launched, this is probably a niche one for you, but some of you might not even know this. When FM26 launched last year, there was a bug in it that meant that Fulham and Dortmund didn't get youth intakes. It's so very strange. Like, why specifically Fulham and Dortmund? Released on free. It was really odd. Thankfully it got fixed, but when I was doing some tests just to try and figure out how you could do team report scouting and stuff, I was just looking at intakes to see what the sort of database stuff would work, and I just randomly noticed that Fulham didn't have an intake. This is going to be a toughie. That's unfortunate. But also, like, get over it. He's part of XG on the beach. Why on earth would he... Wait, where's he kicking off about not going to? Napoli. Really? You're just desperate to leave us to join Napoli? What have they ever won? They did knock us out of the Club World Cup, I must admit. Improved contract. You have 2 years left. Still wanted by... Oh, it's only Liverpool on loan now. That does concern me. Slightly. Actually, speaking of... Am I still able to... Naeem's no longer wanted. Perfect. Now time to get him a new contract. Legend. I mean, star player, you are, but I also don't want you to be on a star player contract. What are you on now? 105? Oh, good God. We're probably not going to give you that. But what I can do, this is one of these moments where I actually have to pay attention to this. I could offer him more money. Sorry, more longevity at this point, and he might actually see that as a positive. Obviously, offer him that loyalty bonus. I'll give you a larger loyalty bonus. Would you take 105,000? So you want all the things I just gave you, but you also won't take a single budget jump. All right, well, we're going to come down there. I will give you a Champions League bonus of £2.5 million. How about that for 110,000 a week? There we go. I just wanted to lock down Naeem for like one last deal. And I also didn't want to have his wages get away from us too much, because it looks like he's about to have an absolutely generational season. Ooh, fuck. I think you're right. The thing that would piss people off the most and would stop people seeing it as a positive change would be removing things that, once again, they think people don't use, and then coming to find out that actually a very large and vocal group of people do in fact use those things, and there was no reason to remove it other than aesthetics, potentially, right? What do you think would be the most likely thing if something was to get randomly culled for absolutely no reason? What do you think that would be? Also, I just realised I haven't done VOD comments yet. We do have a couple today, so I'll make sure I do that now, actually, while I'm thinking about it. Now then. They're right at the very back here on here. There we go. Apparently, during my explanation for the financial crisis thing, the lights turned perfectly at the right time, which is going to be great for when I include that clip in the recap video instead of having to explain it myself. I just let Stimulant Med Matt do the business instead. So thankfully, this won't actually be an issue at all, because in next year's save, we won't have the same problem with the Spanish Scourge thing. That won't be a factor. And honestly, we'd actually probably want people declaring for our national team, because that would make the national team better as well. But we wouldn't want the Spanish Scourge type situation happening. But thankfully, that won't be an issue for next year's game, unless they have some new bug that we don't know about, of course. And that's a good point. All the Duchan shirts will be really old. People want to get those brand new ones. It's a bit like all the people buying the Patrick Kane shirts at the Chicago Blackhawks ones, right? So, hey, there's that, potentially. Team reports. Oh, imagine if they got rid of team reports. I actually wouldn't be as annoyed if they did. I don't know why they would, but I wouldn't be as annoyed as it would have been last year, because we've used team reports a little bit less this year. Like, they're still there, and we do a lot of scouting with them, but they're not quite as front and center as they were before. That would be bare funny though if they took out international football again. Just like, didn't need it. Damn, the Vador Skopje just, oh my god, they got through. There is a North Macedonian team in the Champions League group stage. Shout out to Vador Skopje. They've actually just knocked out Ludogorets. And Icor have just taken out Benfica. Celtic put 7 past Karabakh, which is fair. Get in. That's huge. Tougher naturalisation rule. Do they? I don't even hate that, actually. Yeah, the people don't do this data is... It's fine, but I think it doesn't tell the whole story with a lot of this stuff, right? Kukaji. Scouting update again. I was going to say they come around a lot, but they probably come around once a week, because that's how I've set them up. Escobar's still... Oh, he's actually fully scouted now, technically. Let me just see who's left on here. We've got a few more extensives to have a little gander at now. The rest of you can still go around again. Silius dude actually is hanging on. Barely, but he's hanging on. Barcelona guy's very good. Why is he so cheap? Oh, he's out of contract soon. Wait, can I get him on a free? Oh, wait a minute. Kelly Kadar. I can have him for free. Now, I know I could approach to sign here, right? But if he does have a clause, he may. I'm happy to pay a little bit of extra cash because it's barely any money anyway. I'm willing to pay 800 grand to not have to deal with that crap and just buy him outright. And it might stop the other teams from getting involved as well. Because I think he's definitely worth 850 grand. Not a centre-back by any means. He's very much a DM. Atletico, Villarreal, Inter, Boca, Escobar. What are we saying about Escobar? He's actually fine, I guess. Don't know if I like the... Oh, it's quite a high wage. He does have caps. But having a kind of guy like this knocking about for the loan farm probably isn't the worst thing in the world, especially if he's costing 43 grand. Can't argue with that. To be fair, I don't even mind if it takes longer to get naturalised with the Danish one. That probably would be good in a way, because ultimately, like, we're not trying to like develop the national team too much. But I thought it would be quite a little fun side topic to have that as an option. Might decide against it when we get closer to the time, potentially, depending on how I feel about it. But because it might potentially slow things down. I mean, I think it would slow things down. That is absolutely undeniable, I would say. That's the problem. Wow, we only have a 2-year contract. I do hate these ones where you can only get them on 2 years. I suppose it's because he's actually 17 now, so he wouldn't join us immediately anyway. But he's Brazilian, which allows me a bit of extra wiggle room on this. Get that over the line. Nice. No longer mass create youth teams in the pre-game editor. Really? I didn't think that actually changed much to do with the pre-game editor, but hopefully that sort of stuff comes back. It'd be nice to see if there was some changes to the pre-game as well. But I don't know how much we're likely to see change with that, other than things that are like desperately needed to change from a necessity standpoint. Is he going to accept that? Oh, he is. Legend. Hello, Jose. How are you, friend? They're unhappy? Oh, no. Whatever. We move. I think it's one of those things where the pre-game editor as well is built on so many other things that's built on so many other things these days that it's the spaghetti code. It's like the same spaghetti code thing we always used to talk about with previous FMs, whereas at least they've in theory been able to unravel a good amount of that or begin with brand new fresh spaghetti for the most part for 26. On the actual game side of things, go on Waterford, have them. When was the last time they actually made any substantial changes that were genuinely there? First team younger with your transfers. I guess. I mean, yeah, to be fair, I don't think there's ever a time when I'm not doing that, because realistically, every player I'm signing is usually fairly young. So I guess so. But most of the players we're signing this summer have been for the XG on the beach thing. Although, actually, Dusan Obradovic and Jens Hjertedal joining us probably does buff the average age of our signings up quite a lot. Importing saves does not break them weirdly. What happens with importing saves that breaks them? I haven't actually done it as far as using a save that I've imported. I've only ever done it to like, test things, just to see if it actually worked. What does it break? Well, I always knew there was going to be some tough ones going between them, because obviously if it's importing it from a previous generation of the game, there was obviously going to be some things that we're probably going to have to change slightly. What do we get then? Liverpool, Marseille, Manchester... Jesus Christ. Liverpool and Marseille and Manchester City, Galatasaray at least, Dinamo Zagreb, Tottenham, Espanyol. One of our pot 4 sides is Espanyol. To be fair, we probably should be beating them. So we have Liverpool, Man City and Tottenham all to play in the Champions League. Liverpool away, Man City at home, Tottenham away. Good God. And Dinamo Zagreb away, Galatasaray away, Marseille at home at least. These are very sort of tough ones. Random screens in history. But like what specifically within them is broken? Because I don't know what random screens are. Like which screen is random. Like presumably there's something consistent about it that causes it to break. But I didn't know what's actually changed. But I think it's always going to be tough going from 24 from a different game engine into a new one where there's probably a lot of different things that don't quite work the same. I imagine it'll be much more seamless going from 26 to 27. I really fucking hope it is, because I'm actually going to need to use that feature properly for the YouTube thing I'm doing. So they better not bust that one up. I guess you're right, because there's so many pot 1 teams. I'd be curious to know if there's a way you can actually see the pots. But I imagine the only way you could do it was just, like, if you wouldn't it be nice if you could actually look at, say, the Champions League page and go into another thing that would show just like the pots themselves of the teams that are still left in it. Prior to that would have been a nice thing. We've not had... Yeah, so we've got our draw. So Jagiellony are in here with us as well. So are... Who's the other team that we've got? Oh, Radomiak, of course. So it's us, Radomiak, and Jagiellonia, who have been there for a few seasons now. Europa League, that wouldn't have happened yet, would it? Because we've still got the Thursday games to go. The stat stuff, that does suck, actually. But I'd like to think that the 26 to 27 progression was probably smooth. I mean, you'd like to think so. Let's see. Move to Napoli? No, he's not. He was going... No, didn't want to miss that. Batista set to move. What I'll do is I'll do the Pushcha loans after... Oh, hello. Yes, okay, that's fine. You can have him. I think we're sort of running out of suitable players for these guys. Other than the Pushcha guys, of course. Yeah, historical stat tracking in FM is kind of bad in general. The amount of times it just does a really bad job of it. And it's so strange considering the game is basically just a giant stat pool of numbers. But it's always weird that, for example, it uses like solely league appearances when it comes to looking at players' profiles, but you can't see their overall appearances. And then when you try to set it there by doing the filter on like a shortlist page, it kind of does it, but then also there's only certain things it counts as competition, all sorts of weird shit like that. That's not surprising. I'm surprised it worked at all. Like, I was genuinely surprised when they said that you could even take a 24 save file into 26. So the fact that it even works on a small level is genuinely shocking to me. Right. We need to know, are Brookbet going to be doing good things? Actually, super duper important. £100 million in net debt. Jesus Christ. And it's not even like transfer debt specifically. In fact, you're owed money there. How is there so much debt? Was there a new stadium there? Best 11 too. It does, yeah. The problem is the player has to be in the best 11, and the best 11 is a much more useless screen than it was before. And it's like, so the game has that information. So why can't I just go onto their career stats page and click it and have it show me that there? It just seems really weirdly archaic. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Right, so remember, Brookbet were 3-2 up from their first leg against Angers. We need them to not have lost the second leg. This actually is hugely important for this season's save. Fuck! Oh, it gets worse and worse. Oh, it gets worse and worse. That's appalling. Brookbet lost from literally... Oh my god, there's so many things wrong with this. They were 3-2 up after the first game, where they were so... They should have been more up, probably, and they've conceded so many goals off of so little. Even led in this game. And then 3 goals in the last 13 minutes of the match off of 0.81 XG. That is really, really, really bad. I can't believe they fucked that. Did they not start the dude that got the goals in the last game? Because Ahmed played, but the guy that was actually good, Morrison, didn't play. Maybe he was injured, in fairness. That is going to be a very, very tough one for Coefficient this year. Because not only are they out, they have also allowed a French side to qualify as well. Because it's one of these ones where it's high risk, high reward, essentially. Had they knocked out Angers there, we would have been smooth sailing. Because there would have been no French team in the Conference League again. So now we have to worry about... I mean, we're going to be in 4th place no matter what. I think Germany are not allowed to catch us this year because they're so far behind as a result of that. But that does not bode well. Like, really not bode well at all. Shit it. I don't think that's actually, weirdly, ever happened in a Building a Nation save before. Usually once we reach this stage, you kind of get to this established point where they pretty much go through no matter who they're playing against. Obviously, they've got bad luck drawing a team like Angers, but... God damn it. I'm so annoyed about that. Escobar's coming in at least. That's going to make this very difficult. We have to be basically just aiming this year now to try to minimize the damage to the not the XG. In it, pass, bro. Giving proper dinner plate vibes. Probably today, yeah. Basil, that'll probably be it right there, actually, as it happens, since we're hitting 2 o'clock as we speak. So what I'll do is I'll get us up to basically deadline day, and then that means that when we come to deadline day for next stream, we'll already have like 190 players to look through on the responses for this, where there might potentially be some interesting options in here for also a lot of freebies. I'm a fan. There's a guy from Guiseley. I'll save that for next time. That's good. Fuck that. That's so annoying. Actually, what does the coefficient look like currently? Out of interest. At least we got the Yeah, so now, after having lost a team, we have to try and manage it's still a 2.7 point gap over France. But they're capable of putting down 20 odd point seasons potentially, like last year. So we'll need a good season. And yeah, and we're actually we're still 4 clear of Germany. So realistically, it'll be tough for them to catch us, but you just never know with these things. Fuck. God's sake. England have 9 teams in Europe this year, though, which is either going to be good or bad. That might actually cause them to have less success, potentially. Your away record. Jesus Christ. No goals conceded. Do you just hate your home ground or something? And did you say that they Panathinaikos have finally won a game? Does Spurs actually come up with Tottenham when I type it in? Must I have the name fixed for the ladies, or are they literally just called Spurs? So Spurs at the moment, 5th in the Premier League, obviously. It's France in front of Germany, because France have more points than Germany. So, yeah, pretty much, it's just points. France have more coefficient points than Germany do, so as a result, they are ahead of Germany on the coefficients. Germany had an absolutely shocking season last year. They only got like 13 points because they missed out on getting a team into the Conference League group stage at all. And they also, I think, lost 2 teams in the group stages of the Champions League. Both Bayern and, I think, Freiburg didn't even get out of the group stage, which is wild. They're a very strange one at the moment. Oxford, I'm in the bottom, but it's early days in the Premier League at the moment. Spurs are currently sitting 5th, but again, it's early for them. I think Spurs are in Europe this year, right, presumably. I do miss it saying what competition they were playing in. Maybe they're not. Nah, they must be, right? With 9 teams in Europe. I think it was Man United were the only one that didn't get Europe last. Yeah, Spurs came 5th. I believe Europe this year is the top 8 are in Europe. Oh, it does say. Okay, cool. And then Arsenal, because Man United missed out on it. Oh, it's on the competitions. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. I didn't even notice that. I tend to like weirdly not notice things that are directly where behind my face cam would be for some reason. Nice. Okay. That is also a good point. We're literally playing Tottenham in the Champions. So if the hotkey script, if it fails, as in like the transfer him in thing, escape. Escape will automatically stop the script. Otherwise it would just be clicking around for ages. But yeah, if you just hit escape, it should automatically balk out of it, essentially. As I had the same problem earlier. Right. Who is live this afternoon? Ooh, what's this banner? Oh, it's the what's the word I'm looking for here? The Audible thing yet again. Right. We're going to raid over to Dan. Because it's a Sunday and it's what we do. So, Tuesday, we'll be back with... we'll be up to like deadline day, so we can hopefully bring some more people through. Maybe get some more loans out as well at the same time. Still gutted about Europe, though. Back on Tuesday, and yeah, so we'll have Champions League stuff on Tuesday. We will be able to then choose together what players from this bunch, because obviously I'll have 3 more matches off stream, we're actually going to be getting into that Champions League squad. I suspect it will likely be Stig, Blanco, and maybe Jacob. Who knows? It depends on who gets the wheel spins for the next couple of games, to be fair. There's 3 more up until that point. So I'll see you lovely folks on Tuesday. Thank you very much for joining me on this lovely Sunday afternoon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Try to enjoy the Charity Shield final, because let's be honest, it's probably going to suck. But it's okay, because football is back, baby. And we'll have some trading cards and stuff to open on Tuesday, which will be nice and fun. So I'll see you guys very, very soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.